okay. Yeah, we pulled the people together. We threw things on the table. We got a lot of feedback, but it was almost like we were addressing what's right there in front of us and not looking to the future, whereas ultimately the role of leadership should be to be a little more futures oriented. So
I kind of think that we find ourselves where we're working in a corporation or university, as we did in other kinds of organizations, that you sort of encapsulated in that environment. You're breathing the air.
Point.
You're seeing it from that perspective, and you sort of have some blinders on to what's going out there, because you got to take care of your own, and so to speak. You've got a job to do. Your boss is asking you to do these tasks. You're doing that task. You're not saying, hey, does this fit into my philosophy of what we should be doing in this environment? No, you don't have that luxury. You're in that corral, and that's what you have to work with. So the big questions at that point don't seem to be very important to the people around you or the organization that you're in.
Well, and
it's
you're
interesting.
You're in a routine. So this is year 5 of your credit.
And it's comfortable.
Yeah.
Routines are comfortable.
Well, and you're in year 5, let's say, and it's of your accreditation. Well, you got to start working on that report. Then you also know you have a budget.
Don't remind me.
And you're going to send in the budget that you essentially sent in last year, tweaked for whether you have more or less money coming down the pike projected. Right. Yeah. So you know you're going to do that. You know you're going to have your regular monthly meetings, and you need to prepare for that so you don't look silly or unprepared. And you're doing all that.
Right.
But it's not doing what you want to be doing, which is saying, okay, gang, here's the future, and it's coming faster than you think. Let's talk about what it might look like and come up with some alternatives that we might try to see if this takes us in the right direction. And that's really, I think, I'm working with Bridget Markwood, who I worked with on some projects at Columbus State University. We're talking a lot about what does education need to be down the road. And a lot of what we've come up with is what we're doing is really what we've been doing. And we've been doing it for years and years and years. And we don't even have defined what we think education should be doing. So we just keep doing what we
you're on that treadmill and you're starting to run, and that's what you do, and that's what you know, and so you get back on that treadmill, keep rolling with what you've done before, and you're going to do that tomorrow. That's a challenge. But I have to say one thing I like about what you've done in the past that was significant for me as a faculty member when you were department chair, and you had us read books and come into a faculty meeting instead of going over various technologies or something we had to do for the chancellor or something, but that we had to think, we had to read, think, and then discuss things. And I always thought that was great when you
went over like a lead balloon with some folks.
Well, I tell you what, they didn't. They should have rethought that, because
it was like I finished graduate school. What is it? What is this about? And,
hey, no more learning here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'll bring the book in to the meeting and show it. But I don't know if.
Well, I have to admit, I had a lot of those little sticky notes sticking out of the page, so you would know that I've actually looked at the book. But for me, you're right. We don't have in those systems. There's not a time, and maybe that's different in some corporations and some settings where you do have the time to think about the big issues. I like to think that they're doing that at these Google and Amazon and all these big places. They're actually thinking about the impact, in particular like Facebook now, the whole political thing where
Zuckerberg got really burned by some things that had happened.
Wow. There's some real concerns here, because one that came up for me was this idea of free speech, which we want to have free speech, but what about paid speech? I mean, free and paid. Yeah. That's a difference between that. And they're not really seeing that difference right now in Facebook. And that's why I think all these hackers are coming in, and these millions of accounts that come with the .ru on the back of it, and on the money that's being moved, can influence people in ways that is really it's against their own best interest in some situations. So that's maybe for a discussion for another day. We'll have to do the whole Facebook discussion maybe, because there's a lot there. But the point being that it connects to this idea of us not really thinking through, planning, setting the goals, and is this good for us, and how will it affect the future? And it's just a shame that it has to take two old retired guys to come in and talk about this. When wouldn't it be better if we did that in our 30s?
No, man,
starting a job. Come on,
we're old guys. It's our job now to sit in a Burger King and talk about how it could be better, right?
Yeah, that's actually true. If you look at the adult development literature, that's exactly where we're at. We're at this stage of life where we're kind of looking at our accomplishments and what we would have done better and changed things. And I think that's actually is part of the series of life, those stages that we go through.
Well, you talked about being optimistic, and I'm an optimist too, and I do see a lot of evidence that the people in the Silicon sector are really trying to utilize some of those resources to really address some of these issues we're talking about. At the same time, you realize, well, we're a capitalist economy, and
yes,
really you got to ultimately be about making money and earning a living too. So somewhere in the middle is a balance. But
it may not have the luxury at those early stages to do that, because we're trying to make a living and provide for the family.
But it takes a lot of creativity to say, okay, well, how can we be aware of where we are globally and use that awareness to create jobs and create money and to create a good economy for everybody. And
right.
that's a balance, because like anyone else, I think those guys are having a tendency to look at, well, what's worked before. You know, when somebody says we don't need to reinvent the wheel, I've heard that my whole life.
I've said it probably.
My question is, why don't we need to reinvent the wheel? Isn't there something better? Do we actually need to touch the ground? So I think there's room for creativity there.
I like it. Yeah. We watch too many Star Wars movies around here.
That's right. That's right.
Those little gliders are always above the ground, right?
Yeah.
Well, this has been interesting. I really think that what happens in the processing of our conversation happens for me is that I've got a couple ideas I want to kind of get out there a little bit, but I'm also very intensely listening to what you have to say, so that this conversation begins to kind of go back and forth, and it almost in a way pushes us toward something we haven't thought about,
right.
and something new.
Yeah.
So the discussions are valuable in that way, and I do appreciate that, and I just want to make a process comment about that. But for the most part, how much influence can we have on these things?
Yeah.
We can certainly have control and influence on our lives and our immediate situation, but not always affecting the bigger picture. And that's
right.
That's one of Dr. Dan Rose's ideas, that we can do our little part, but we need this bigger collective to make some changes for that. So, well, my response was, we have to start somewhere.
So that's true. Yeah.
Let's kind of get that going. All right, sir. Well, what else is going on? Final words on this idea of technology, and are we making good decisions for ourselves, and the promises of technology that didn't quite come to pass? Your suitcase flying car.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you didn't get that.
Well, I think ultimately it's not that the promise hadn't come to pass, it's that we're not there yet, but
right.
that at least we're having these discussions and these thoughts, and someone is going to make some huge discovery that's going to create that Thomas Kuhn leap,
right.
the paradigm shift,
Absolutely.
the jump in, we all know when we look at statistics, we see curves and then we see leaps. And that's
right.
that's a common phenomenon. We don't talk about it a lot. We act as if there's a curving trajectory always up, but typically it's
it spikes up.
There are spikes up and down, and there are plateaus, but then there are sudden leaps. I think that's going to happen. And, we have a tendency also to look back at the past, and we're able to, in retrospect, see those leaps. And we were a part of those, but we're not seeing what's happening now. So it's, that's just human nature.
No,
right?
but I mean, that's a big point, because just look at how much information we have at our disposal on our phones, and bombarded with information and content that we're not able to process so much. And we've had this discussion as well. I need to get Jeff Conklin in here for this one, but the idea is that it's creep in a way. This information availability now that we have from all of these different sources are we're just accepting. But if you look back 10, 15, 20 years ago, we didn't have any of this available to us. Now, if something happens around the globe, we know about it.
Right. And
the ability to evaluate it, to talk about it, to share it, to make some sense out of it. We've never had that before as we have now. And that's going to continue to move. And I think it's going to force us to make those choices that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and Faulkner talked about this years and years ago about people tended to be pessimistic at the time of his Nobel speech with the proliferation of nuclear weapons and the two world wars and all those things. And Faulkner said, he really was sort of optimistic about where the future would go, because he believed in the human spirit. And it's funny, a lot of times folks see his work as sort of not dark, but depressing sometimes, because he was really cognizant of the human condition.
Right.
But at the same time, there's always that room for redemption. So I sort of a fan of the Faulknerian point of view on all that. So I guess that would be my final word on where we were today.
All right, so we went with Faulkner. We started out with Derek Thompson talking about Where's My Flying Car?
Where's My Flying Car?
From
Good
the Atlantic,
article.
a great article.
Very thought-provoking. Don't know if I'd drink all the Kool-Aid.
There we go.
Good stuff.
You're good. I'm glad you're not drinking all that Kool-Aid. A couple sips here and there, I think we'll be fine with it. Well, Tom, it's been a pleasure. And I tell you what, we'll do this again, and I'll see you next time.
See you next time, Mike.
Well, it's an interesting time. First of the year, 2020. This is a big year. We got a lot of hopes, a lot of expectations.
The first year that my vision and the year coincide. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, you and your 2020 vision. Well, good for you, my friend. All right, not to mention those glasses that we're seeing you
wear.
They're
all for show. I'm trying to, I wear the glasses because I'm trying to get respect. I think if I wear the glasses, people will look at me that guy might be smart. And as long as I don't open my mouth, it's okay.
Yeah, well, opening your mouth seems like it got us in a lot of trouble in the past, so we'll hope that...
that's why he's calling the FBI.
We'll get through today, but good to have the hack, as you call him, in the studio.
The hack.
I'm not sure that's a complimentary kind of comment, but... all right, so what's going on? What's happening with you, my friend?
Well, here's what I thought we'd talk about, because it's the first of the year.
Yeah.
And this is the time of the year people make resolutions, right?
New Year's resolution. Got it.
There's a couple to think about that, because, some folks would say that that's not a good idea.
Oh, really?
Right. It's a little like dieting. It's the
no one does these things, right? They say it, they don't do it. Is that the problem?
Well, here's the thing. It's like, if you think about it, like it sets up like what makes dieting a problem is, as opposed to changing your life, you simply restrict and punish yourself around a certain thing called food, and it doesn't last. So it's
right.
It is so it's saying like
frivolous.
Look, if I look at my calendar and I've got it's November. Look, I'm gonna keep doing the things I'm doing, but come January, my resolution is I'm gonna stop. Right.
Right.
Like my wife, she does a lot of smokeless tobacco, dips a lot.
Oh.
And
didn't know that about. You sure? I'm not.
Well, don't tell her.
Sound right.
But she keeps
Don't
saying.
believe everything you hear. Maybe I don't know.
She keeps saying that I'm tired of finding pink spit cups laying around the house. It's disgusting. But something just happened over there.
No, there's something is always happening, my friend. You may not be aware of it, but it is always happening around here. So. Don't be too worried. It's all okay. We got Dr. Hackett here in case things get
I think
out of
I
hand.
told you this earlier that my son saw one of the podcasts and said that the studio looks like a crack den.
Well,
but
you tell your son to come in the studio.
But here's the
before
thing:
he makes
how
those
does he know what
accusations.
looks like a crack den? I really should have asked.
Now that is a good question, and we
that's
need to
the
get
issue.
back to that.
But I did say to him, I said, look, if you're going to go to crack dens, I just want to make sure you go to quality. Anything you do, you be the best at it. So,
good advice, but
So-
not necessarily in that case.
Yeah.
All right, so. All right, where were we? We're saying that resolutions, people make them, they don't
well,
continue. We just do that
It may set
for
up
some reason.
some counterproductive parameters in one's life. If
Okay.
nothing else, with the example of my wife, if you keep pushing off the thing that you're wanting to change, kicking the can down the road, that in itself is problematic.
Right.
But also, because we talk about some mental health stuff here, we talk about some,
Sure we do.
We even talk about some psychoanalytic stuff every once in a
Yeah,
while.
absolutely.
So the idea is that all behavior exists in a context. So
Right.
with my wife's smokeless tobacco habit,
Wrong. Keep going.
the goal would be not necessarily that she should stop doing that,
Okay.
but maybe she would stop whatever is going on or address whatever is going on that makes her need that.
Okay.
It's there's a different switch, you know.
Get to the cause of things. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So as opposed, because there used to be a thing we talk about in the literature a lot called symptom substitution. That if you removed if you just targeted the symptom, removed it, something else is going to show up.
Yeah. Is that still a thing now? Do we still talk about that in
research doesn't
graduate
narrate,
schools
because it was often used as a way to disparage behavior therapy and behavioral therapies.
Oh, that's right. The fight between psychoanalytic and behavior therapies.
Right.
Actually, a book. Wachtel wrote that book. That was a great book to read. But
I have
back in
met
the day.
and hung out with Wachtel.
Yeah.
I have, yeah. But he was a guy who thought that they could be merged.
Wrong. Evidently.
Well, but
Well, maybe so. I mean, I not long this morning, as a matter of fact, I told a story about a therapy in a therapy situation with a couple who were very intellectual and gained a lot of insight and looked at things, but it was only the behavioral method that seemed to make a difference with them. So some kind of joining between those two things, maybe not a bad way to go.
well,
Sorry.
what may be helpful? It's interesting because people don't realize that the average number of sessions Freud saw someone was 4, and that we have at least several of his cases where at the time he used direct behavioral intervention. So the real world looks nothing like a book that someone wrote to prop up a theoretical model. But,
All right, let's. We need to cut that out. That needs to be a clip right there.
We all know that. We learned the hard way. In fact, I imagine anybody who comes from a strict theoretical model, the minute they hit the real world is like, okay, this is not the way. Regardless of what the model is.
I want to go back and say, you didn't teach me what we need to know.
There's some things missing there.
That's good. That's knowledge, by the way. But maybe they should. Maybe they should zero in on how these things work together. But
well, I remember one of my mentors. He was a pretty famous psychoanalyst, and he was in supervision with him, and he came from it was an old school psychoanalyst, and so he was the very quiet, never said anything. He sort of emphasized. I think he told us that we should always wear drab clothing, not have pictures of our family on and we're allowed to have books, but be careful what books. So there's this whole right. And he was very, very highly interpretive, very gifted in terms of his ability to be able to interpret things. And he would do a thing where we would play 5 minutes of a session, and he would stop it. And he'd say, okay, this is this person's issues, but this is also your issues. And you're going to collide with him in this way, and this is how the session's going to unfold.
Okay.
And it was inevitably correct.
right. Okay. I like this guy.
Just with 5 minutes of information, he would sort of... but he sort of projected this image. And one time I was in his office, and he got a call, and he picked it up, and he said, I could hear him talking to his patient. He goes, man, that sounds horrible. "Oh, I'm so sorry. You've been working so hard. Well, I know you're not. I know right now you don't feel it, but I love you, and there are people that love you, and we're gonna get through this together. Oh yeah. And he's talking to the guy, and he hangs the phone up, and I say, "Who's that?" He goes, "One of my patients." And I was like, "It's one of your patients."
Wait, what happened?
That's nothing like what you told.
That's right. Where's the hardcore interpretations and the different things? There was a lot of empathy going on there.
And then I was like, okay, now I think I realize how this works.
Well, I have a question for you, a little off the topic, but you have been teaching at the university, and you
call it that.
I know that careful that the could go different ways there, but you've taught a course in theory and counseling theory, and there are a number of theories in those books, and they probably clash just a little bit. And I know your psychoanalytic orientation, so how is that for you to teach all of these very different theories? I'm just curious.
It works like this, and this is actually how I walk through life. Period.
Okay.
I just find things that will fuel and feed my sense of superiority. That's really all I do.
That's it right there.
Any situation
it's
I
all
walk
about
into,
you, some reason.
So well, at least I'm not. Well, it is interesting because but
I can see you saying, okay, listen, I'm going to teach you this theory, but don't listen to a word that they listen to what I have to say over here. That's what I'm thinking happens. I'm not sure.
I would sneer a lot. I would do a lot of sneering.
Yeah, this guy.
They call it. But it was interesting because the textbook we used in places, not uniformly, because sometimes the chapters were co-written or written by people who actually espouse that theoretical model. But the book itself was so poorly written and conceived that I often felt sorry for the theory. I'm like, come on, man. And I would often find myself, I really think it's better than what they're putting out here.
I remember back at the time when he said, we need to rip this chapter out of this book.
The one on psychoanalysis looked like it was written in 1923.
Oh yeah, that's true.
If you dug up Freud, he'd be going, well, hold on a second, man. This is a little stale. What are you talking about here?
A little Victorian. It's
like what the?
Come on.
But it makes sense. The guy who wrote the book is like 150, so probably it's not a. But you can tell that as the book had, there had been like 23 editions of this. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's how money is made in the book industry. There.
You could tell that the later chapters had changed to meet the times, but that first chapter, which is the psychoanalytic one, I bet it had. I would like to go back to the 23rd and like. Really
no one wants to touch that chapter. That's what that is, right?
Nothing's changed in this.
Yeah.
But it is interesting because there are moments when you are challenged in a way by another theoretical model.
Right.
But I think that I've been mugged by the real world enough,
right,
to where
beaten down.
Any sense of certainty or smugness has long since beaten out of me by the real world. So when I read them, I'm like, that might work. It's not, Or sometimes I would say, the way they made that sound, I wish that were true, but I don't think that's really
not going to happen.
Maybe sometimes. But, I'm sorry. If it only were so.
Yeah. Well, it's these real world experiences that help ground you a little bit there and take away the joy, maybe even some ways. But I think you're still okay, even though it's happened like that. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take us off topic, but I want to make sure I hit that note there.
This may or may not be connected to the topic either, but it's interesting because there are different worlds of therapy, and I come from a clinical psychological perspective, which was very medical model, and the book is very much from a counseling perspective.
Sure.
So there's already sort of a different philosophical grounding and substrate. The foundations are slightly different.
Right.
And so I think, particularly since psychoanalytic theory early on was so wedded with the medical model and with psychiatry and whatnot, it really didn't make the transition that some of the other theories did to be used within that counseling framework. So I often, we're a lot of folks from Auburn's Counseling Center or the Counseling Education Program at Auburn will come over and intern. And they'll always inevitably say to me, this is this is not what I thought psychoanalytic theory was. Well, this is not, I'm like, well, it actually might be. It's just you haven't, so they often haven't really been exposed to it in a way that, that would make them maybe think about it in any other way than, oh my God, I'm glad they don't do that anymore.
Right. Yeah.
So
there's so many things about it. On the couch, the therapist doesn't look at you. There's no contact. They remain quiet. The whole psychoanalytic notion where you're free thought, free thinking, dreamed interpretation, all of those kinds of things. Well, there's more to it, evidently. And
Freud regularly made tea for all of his patients. Winnicott gave everybody cookies.
Okay.
Before and
I'll
after.
go to that therapist. I
mean, there really was, I think part of the model of this sort of completely distant and disconnected therapist, Freud made this statement that you should be like a mirror. You should reflect back. You should be like a surgeon in some ways. But all of this came from the fact that he noticed that therapists begin sleeping with their patients. And that I think Jung actually sort of stirred that, because I think Jung had sex with about 42 of his patients or something like that, at least 3. But
okay,
yeah. So I think part of that comes from an attempt to be able to not become entangled in certain ways, and I think it's also fueled by some Victorian stuff. Freud was never about psychoanalytic theory being done by psychiatrists. His goal was it was going to be given for free in clinics by housewives, because he thought women were naturally more intuitive and emotionally connected, and a lot of the housewives had time on their hands and they would be good at it, and so he had this vision.
Okay,
that was
well. Now I don't think I've come across that idea. So I appreciate you sharing that. That didn't work out, evidently. But
there was this thing called the Nazis.
Okay,
they screwed a lot of things up.
Oh, that's right.
Telling you they were
about that time. Okay,
there's a famous saying by Freud, because he stayed up until into Austria up until almost to things got horrible. I think he left in 38, 39. I think that's when that's when he died. No, I think he died a couple years after he left anyway. But there were all these rumors of what was happening, and he said that no, civilization is advanced. They're burning my books. They're not burning me.
Okay.
And
just looking at the positive there.
But what was what he wasn't noticing is at some point they were going to start burning him. He would literally have been burnt.
That's it.
And when his daughter Anna had been roughed up at a police station over her being a Jewish and whatever, and she came home and told him, that's when he said, we're leaving. And then they were out of here. Some British ambassadors helped pull him out and bring him into Britain. So, but most of his family were killed, I think, in Auschwitz, and his sisters, his extended family. There was a huge number of people around him who were.
Wow. So there were a lot of things that he would kind of put into play, and maybe work. Some of the things that we see now may be very different had it not been for the Nazis. And
they screwed up a lot of things.
Yeah, they did, evidently. That's why they call it a world war, by the way. If I remember.
Hitler's haircut and mustache, you can't get those anymore without.
Yeah.
I will say Pete Rose somehow managed to hold on, and not the mustache. He couldn't combine the two.
Pete Rose, there's a reference. You boomers out there.
There are.
So I know you're looking at Dr. Hackett. He's said he's not going to respond.
So far he hasn't.
Yeah, I know, but he's had plenty to say. He's keeping it to himself.
What is it we could say that might goad him on? Like, is there some sort of topic?
Listen, I'm sure you're going to come up with something. He's going to grab the mic. He's going to cancel your mic, and then he's going to talk and try to clarify some things here, but. In the meantime, all right, we got off topic just a little bit there, my friend. But so we're talking about these resolutions, these ideas for the new year. You're going to do it, but really you're not. So
think about it if somebody were to talk to me about wanting to change any sort of habit, it isn't that even if you are very symptom focused, if you come from a pretty strict behavioral therapy orientation. you still want to be able to contextualize the thing that's going on.
Sure.
So if someone comes in, like if someone came to me and they said, well, throw my wife under the bus, pretend like she has a smokeless tobacco habit.
I know. We've gone there. It's too late now. She's in trouble.
We'll hold on to that.
No, wait. You're in trouble as soon as she finds out. All right, go back.
She's not going to watch it. She puts up with me enough. Why
would she want to
why would she
search for videos of you?
Like, literally.
She's got the,
it's not
oh, my goodness.
She's going to be looking at pictures of Antonio Banderas or something. I don't know. Something.
I don't know.
But there's a if someone said, okay, this is something I wanted to try to get to deal with, and you begin talking to them about it, and they try to implement some strategies to be able to remove this from their life, but these things didn't work. At least at that point, you begin to expand the context.
Okay.
You begin to think about maybe in terms of secondary gain. But I always think, and this goes for any sort of resolution that someone makes, because that's what we're talking about, the idea that suddenly you're going to be doing something different with your life. You're going to be, whatever.
Right, and you got to take the steps and the actions to make something happen with that too, as well.
I think with any behavior you want to change, the first question you should ask yourself is, what itch does it scratch? What purpose does it serve? We would say in psychotherapy, or in theory, that what is its place in my psychic economy?
Okay.
Or my libidinal economy, either way.
Okay.
And so it has a place. It does something. And so, for instance, often if you talk to someone about the possibility of changing their habits in eating habits, for instance,
sure.
Often what fuels compulsive behavior, period, particularly eating, is that there's often underlying affect states that have yet to be sort of processed or named.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are feeling bad about the way you look, and it is food that you blame for this thing, you begin to circle around food in this sort of spiral of shame, and you are connected to it in a way, and food becomes a thing that you can focus on. And it also becomes a temporary cure when you are, eating some Funyuns. When you're eating.
I was wondering where you were going, because I was thinking, anybody hearing that pause, when you're thinking about eating or you're thinking about food, and then there are pictures that just start to pop up with everyone. So I'm just.
Well, I was trying to think of what's the most.
Funyuns is what came to you, by the way.
Well, what food is most likely to give a party in the mouth? What is it?
Funyuns.
Funyuns, that is. You think Funyuns? I like that.
No, I was going with you because I thought maybe.
Which, as an aside,
a party in your mouth. Okay.
I had a girlfriend I dated who smelled like Funyuns. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, well, there's a problem right there.
I don't know. I think
unless you're a Funyun lover. Well, in more ways than one.
Yeah,
boom. Okay, there we go.
It was.
That's all I got to say.
She put the fun in Funyuns. That's all I'm saying. But
more of your old girlfriends coming through this thing.
That's the thing. But,
all right, so where were you going? You were asking the question.
But the mere act of eating this thing is temporary relief for the very suffering that it has caused. And that traps you in this sort of loop.
Right.
And so people begin to restrict and diet, and it literally can invest food with even more of a potential to pull you and draw you. Does that make sense?
Okay.
You literally find yourself. So the goal often is to be able to deal with some of the underlying emotions, to be able to think to yourself, what itch does it scratch? What is it? I mean, I'll often have folks come in and they have some concern with weight or whatever it may be, and they often haven't considered that there are some really unhappy skinny people.
Right.
And
yes.
Your weight may have little or nothing to do with your general sense of happiness or.
So people glom on to the simple fix in these things. It may have nothing to do with that, but it seems like something. So we'll go in that until
look at
it
the
doesn't
studies
happen
that
anymore.
suggest that once your income starts rising above $75,000 a year.
Oh yeah.
The difference between somebody who makes $75,000 a year and $500,000 a year in terms of how it contributes to happiness is diminished.
I'd like to try that experiment.
I've
You
always
give me
wanted-
the 500,000, and
I don't know.
I don't know how that's going to work.
Let's just say
No, but that idea that money's not going. Yeah. So and people who may feel that they're going to lose weight and their life is suddenly going to be rosy and everything's going to be wonderful. So it doesn't work like that.
Well, I mean, it butts up against this whole notion of happiness. I think we talked about before. And that in of itself is problematic because I
think you called it the happy industry.
Badu calls it the happiness industrial complex.
Okay.
And that there's this bevy of corporations and governments that are all wanting us to fall for this notion that somehow we should be happy all the time. And then it's embedded in American culture that there's this the idea that it's in our commercials and in everything that we see and we're bombarded by, that somehow the goal is to be happy, right? And
the problem is. No, I'm just kidding, but basically, yeah. So I'm in that complex somehow.
Well, the problem often is that, like it or not, there are lots of crayons in the crayon box.
Oh.
And your capacity to be able to color with as many of them as possible probably is more indicative of your capacity to have a balanced and well-lived life.
Okay.
Some of us may be lucky enough. I mean, there's even the story of the Buddha where his family tried to keep him completely free of any suffering, so he never left the palace, had everything he wanted, and whatnot. Right. So that there's even in the myth or the story, the fable.
Kind of like a parenting style a little bit there for some. But
they gave him everything.
Right.
But still, suffering found a way to find him, and I think, and the goal would be, how does one become better and better equipped to deal with the natural emotional contingencies that come with just life? And as you may know this, the feelings that you have when you're 18 can be different than the feelings you have when you're 50. Mm-hmm. And so it is an ever-changing landscape. And so it's never something we can completely solve because there's always something shifting, both broadly and narrowly. And so our goal is, how do we find a way to be able to live with the things that we're continually given? And a big chunk of that is some degree of suffering. And nothing could make you suffer more if you think you're supposed to be living the life you see in a truck commercial.
Right. Well, I was almost thinking of just about any commercial these days. When it's medicine, you have a terrible medical problem, but people are sort of bounding through the wheat field with the sun shining and everybody's happy and all the models.
That's your idea of what life would be. You are going to be, at best, frustrated by what you're going to receive. At worst, devastated by the fact that it may be like that in
didn't fix it.
And it may be like that at moments. There are moments of pure joy and exultation that come from just, there are. They're there.
Let's go with a couple of those. How about that? Well,
I think usually involve drugs. I'm just saying.
Well, the marketing problem I think we're coming up against that it's been painted at almost anything you're trying to sell on the television or any media platform. It's got all these wonderful happy moments and people smiling and talking and everything is happy in that regard, and you can sell more products. So we may be just victims of this commercialism, and as you've talked about earlier.
How we may be victimized in a way is it may keep us further from the sort of skills and investment in our life that may be necessary for us to have some level of at least temporary contentment and to grow. Before I was going to bed last night, I was reading Roger Scruton. Anybody here a Roger Scruton fan?
No, sorry.
He was probably the foremost conservative thinker, certainly in philosophy and in a number of things. And as you know, I'm a commie lefty. But I've long ago
and
made...
we still let you in the studio.
Yes, good, yeah.
Okay.
But long ago, I said to myself, I can only be a comedy. That's a...
That was good.
That's a Freudian slip.
There we go.
I could only be a commie lefty if at least 10% of the books I read had to be completely opposite of what I believe.
Okay.
And quickly I found that some of those made me want to jump out a window. But I found people like Scruton and folks like that who I may disagree with them, but they can articulate and they can challenge me to think in some ways. And so I've read a good bit of Scruton.
Oh, my friend, that is... I'm glad you had that balance there. But there are people who have never heard the opposite of their beliefs. They never heard any contradictions to the other side, and it seems to be in this. Dr. Hackett and I talked about earlier this notion of this have and have-nots and the differences and the political differences and the siding.
Well, they talk about the bubbles that we live in.
Right.
Like those of us who were sort of not or were mugged by Trump's election. We were living in a liberal bubble. I was in a Facebook, and it was literally. I remember right before the results of the election, I went to bed and I was like, "Man, we got this." And so I woke up in the morning, and I woke my wife up because I get up at 4 a.m. She heard me scream. I was like, "No!"
Screaming. All right, I love it.
It was like a Twilight Zone episode. The world I had woke up in a new world. So, but if I had been,
you got Dr. Hackett laughing over there, so there we go.
But if my Facebook friends
should have been there,
if my social media world had been a little broader, I might have seen some of these things potentially coming. But I didn't see.
Predicted it.
But
right?
It's not. But Scruton is a guy who he does provide a little balance. But he was talking. I'm not sure what my point for Scruton was. He was talking a little bit about the role of art and culture.
Yes.
Scruton is very much into. In fact, the title of the book I think is called Modern Culture. And being a conservative, he's not a very big fan of modern culture by any means, and particularly popular culture. And there's a video of him because he's also knows a lot about music. There's a video of him going over a Metallica song on a lecture. It's really funny. Okay. And it's obvious that he has nothing but contempt for not only the music, but anyone who might engage in it. But he's also very bright and attempting to grapple with it in a way that can convey that to his audience without losing them. So it's really interesting to see.
That's hard to do. I mean, here's by the way, I'm going to tell you a bunch of things you don't like and you won't want to hear.
But he's going on about it.
You're going to be okay at the end of it. That's a hard act to pull off.
One of the things that I like that he said is that the difference between what he calls popular or low culture and high culture, and there's already
right there.
But it was interesting in the book because I'm reading the foreword to it, and he said, how did he put it? He said, I realize as I write this notion of high and low culture is fraught with concern and is sure to upset many a reader. And then he stops and he says something like, "But that's what something to the degree of, but that's what you're going to get in the 300 pages to follow." So he says, it's going to happen.
Okay.
If you're going to keep going, this is what you're going to get. But one of the things that I think he does touch on, as I was down in my music room this morning listening to some Autechre.
All right.
And I think that we talked about this before. They released an album, I think it's 8 hours long last year. And the year before that, or 2 years before, they released an album that was 4 hours long. Mm-hmm. That was a single.
Oh, yeah.
Joke.
Next song. Okay.
Yeah, so,
there we go.
But as I'm listening to him, I realize, okay, so this doesn't meet his criteria because for him, popular culture provides a distraction. It provides a way for us to be to play. Right. It may give us all sorts of things. But what it doesn't is it doesn't challenge us in a way and grow our ability to deal with our feelings and the complexities of life. So for him, art, in a way, can be both instructive and impactful, and that high culture can do this, and that low culture can't.
Okay.
And that, no one, if someone listens to Beethoven, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, for instance, we can, if they have an understanding of musical structure, they can see how he can take a motif and he can stretch it and pull it and bind it and do all these things with it in a way that is remarkable. They can also read into it the image of Beethoven pounding on the gates of heaven, bum 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 bum, and that that there is something you can see the full force of his spirit unfold and the challenges against its unfolding. And you can, so there are lots of ways to read something into that music, whether it's at its structural level, compositional level, or philosophical, or generating some sort of programmatic narrative. There are all sorts of ways to play with that in a way that could grow you. Whereas Little Dicky, not so much, you know.
Okay.
Or Lil Xan. If you're a big Lil Xan fan.
I'm not.
Lil Xan fan?
Anyone? Bueller?
No,
evidently not in this situation.
So, and when we talk about this notion of resolution, we talk about this notion of changing. Scruton would have said, I think, that our goal is to find things that grow us, to grapple more and more with the complexities that we're faced with as an individual and as a culture. As a conservative thinker, he would say that there's a wealth of things we already know that we should pull from.
Mm-hmm.
If a very conservative individual may say that we already have enough, and why be distracted by something new? You know, I guess that would be sort of maybe an ultra-conservative way of thinking about things.
Right.
But he, but if the idea of, this is a real stretch, but simply changing a behavior is a little like listening to lots of Little Xan from Scruton's perspective. That it requires contextual and characterological structure and growth. That's what's asked of us if we truly want to generate some sort of resolution that's worth its weight.
So we've really got to find some ways to look at the underlying issues that are prompting that resolution for the new year. And because I think everybody almost, I would say across the board, know that resolutions run out about February or maybe March in most cases, or even before that in some ways. You make them so it's a talking point, but then again, really, wouldn't you have done that
have you ever had a resolution? What resolution? You've had one? What's it been?
Dr. Hackett, what's your resolution? I'm gonna.
Less, listen more.
He's done that. Look,
yeah. Actually, he's putting that into play right now, as a matter of fact, because he just finished an hour-long conversation, and now he's quiet and listening.
I think he should work on scowling less, because occasionally I look over there.
There is a. Well, we're not on camera. You would see some of mine too, but that's okay. That's okay. Well, yeah, that's kind of the notion that we go through an exercise. But it really, we want to lose weight, or we want to do whatever these things are. But wait a minute, it takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of insight, it takes a lot of effort. Come on.
Well, what if your overall resolution was, I'm going to take a step back at the year that has just unfolded behind me, and I can think, is there a pattern of the challenges that I've faced? Are there been lows and highs, and what might I learn from them? And how can I think about the year to come based on where I've been? How can you be informed by and take that information and to be able to make use of it as something for the thing that's flowing towards you? There is the possibility of true growth in that, I think, both from from a particular and a universal. The more of us that do that, the more things could change in general in a better way, right?
All right.
I think our current political climate would suggest that there, and we talked about this before, I'm not sure if there's really any more of a division than there ever has been, because political divisions have been ubiquitous.
So to go back in history, you can see that people were dueling and shooting each other. But that's right.
I mean,
okay.
I wouldn't shoot someone in a MAGA hat. I think about it, but I wouldn't shoot someone in a MAGA hat. But
I'll edit that out later. All right, there we go.
That was a joke. But that in of itself could spark, like, it's just like, if your resolution, maybe this is a behavioral resolution, then I'm going to make it a point to, if I see someone in a MAGA hat, to ask them in a caring way, there's something important to you about the hat that you have on.
Mm-hmm.
There is something about that is important to you. Please share with me what that is. Not in a way that is like, sarcastic or mean, but it's obvious. There's something,
Mm-hmm.
And Scruton would say that often that he quotes Heidegger, I think, that often the hats or T-shirts we wear with things on them are a being for others. They're an active display to show fidelity to a group. Right. And for him, that's in some ways an act of cowardice, because it is not the development of the individual, it's a fleeing into the group.
Right.
And he thinks that popular culture especially can be prey to that. That we often like the things our friends like, and we look to see what's popular so we can fit in. We don't necessarily embrace things that somehow can grow us outside of that.
Right.
And my guess is that, oftentimes maybe the resolutions that we set are the same way. I want to look a certain way so people will like me. I want these sorts of things. I often, I guess what is the number one resolution probably revolves around weight. Am I wrong?
I would guess that. I'm not really sure. I haven't looked at the numbers on that, but that sounds like the one popular, most popular probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mine is to have fewer cheap massages at bus stations.
Ooh, that got a noise out of Dr. Hackett over there when you said that. I don't know if I need to follow up on that. Well, also, here's this thing. I mean, why the first of the year? It's almost a tradition that we do this, and it becomes kind of a simple thing, something we don't really spend time with and we don't follow through with. So if it's something meaningful, important to us, we probably should do that throughout the year. It doesn't matter about it. So what I'm saying is, okay, we've set aside this moment where those are resolutions. It's almost like we check the box at the beginning of the year, not really doing anything different.
And so in some ways that becomes a defensive maneuver. It's a way of kicking the can. It's a way of not having to face the moment you're in. And even the way I put that makes it sound like to have to face the moment is somehow, and there certainly may be a point of suffering in that,
right.
But there also may not be. The goal would be, I think, at least implicit in what you said, that in a way, every breath is the potential for a resolution. That our capacity to have a lived moment, to be alive in the moment we're in, that's the challenge. How do I accept this? Nietzsche has this. He was really against. He broad-brushed Christianity, but I think he was really speaking about specific elements of Christianity. He said it's a cult of death. It's a cult of no. And for him it was, our goal is to cultivate yes. To be able to, he had this thought experiment that if time was infinite and space and it was infinite, then that means everything you do is going to echo for infinity. Right. Every Funyun you eat is going to be, you're going to be eating that same Funyun for infinity. And the goal would be, live as if you can say yes to that. I am glad that this is forever and that this will be done forever. How can you say yes in a way that is open to life in that way? And that so much of what we do is a no. And like that becomes tricky. Let's say that you're being mugged and 4 guys are stepping on your face.
Right.
How do you say yes to that moment?
No.
But Nietzsche would say the challenge is yes. You find a way to say this, as you were losing consciousness, to be able to say thank you to some degree, that you were alive and present to be able to be in that moment. So
okay, well, I understood up to that point. That was a little bit of a stretch on that, but I do.
Didn't involve
understand
Funyuns though.
Yeah. They were stealing his Funyuns. Is that where we're going? All right, so there's going to be some suffering. There's going to be some insight and self-awareness and really taking inventory on some things when you make these, I don't know, things you're not going to follow through. I could change the name of it, but resolutions. So
the goal may not be necessarily awareness in terms of like an intellectual insight, but it may be the capacity for reflection and the capacity to be able to observe and be a participant in the things around you to some degree. If you look at some of the research in attachment theory, folks who have a secure attachment style are much more apt to be present with themselves and their partners as they move throughout the day.
okay,
They are less likely to get lost in the relationship or the relational moment they're in. And so, like when you said that the couple that you'd worked with who, the insight they had, well, they may have had an intellectual awareness, but they probably didn't have the reflective elements.
okay,
Right? Does that make sense? It's like, for instance, I would imagine that as their patterns unfold, they might be able to name them. They might even be able to name them as they're happening, but certainly after they've immediately occurred. But the goal with, how can they be present with that information in that moment? And
Right.
what's the George Clinton saying? Free your butt and your mind will follow. If it may require a behavioral action before the mind catches up with that, and the capacity of reflection is there.
Right.
Probably what we would say from an attachment theory perspective is the act of beginning to go through the motions of having a secure attachment helped put in place something that could begin to get them to be secure with each other in these moments where there was prior conflict. But
Right, and it sounded like that example too. There was an ongoing conflict for a long time, and it just kind of continued. It became the status for them, and so something to sort of connect the two, the insight.
Which, as an aside, I don't know if you watch. There's this thing called Slate.com. You ever go on that thing?
Mm-hmm.
And they have an advice column, and one of the advice was, "Help, my husband gets angry when I eat cheese." And I thought,
okay.
Well, first off, thought was I'd like to have those sorts of marital problems. Wouldn't it be great?
Yeah,
if
that cheese
in
you're
conflict, it was cheese.
Well, on the other hand, what kind of cheese? There's some of those French cheeses over there we may, I don't know. But yeah, problems have different levels, I guess. In that.
And I'll tell you, some cheese I won't eat because they're not excellent. If they're just Gouda, it's not good enough.
But boom! See, that's we've talked about having a trap set over in the corner so somebody can do the rim shot but no, I appreciate that taking us off course like that. All right, so the notion then is what should we do?
Well, you think about the
around
idea
these
of our existential brothers and sisters. They talk about the centrality of death, so that there is this notion that all of this is about to end. And that every moment, if it's truly a moment, has a beginning and an end. And it's our capacity to be present as it becomes a moment and as it fades away. And there is that sense of awareness and reflection. So how do we stay present with that? The individual who wants to stop, my wife, who actually doesn't, but if she did have a problem with smokeless tobacco,
Right.
the goal would be is at those moments that she feels the urge for said thing, it's not enough to just not do it. It may require to think a little bit about, again, what itch does it scratch? What is it about the balance of my life at present that would make this a thing that I'd want to do?
Mm-hmm.
It may be in the act of grabbing, the Skoal can. You're actually, in a Nietzschean sense, saying no. You are finding a way to escape. There's a capacity for some higher investment, a capacity to be in some ways that you're refusing. Mm-hmm. And so the Skoal takes you in that direction. Right. Now, it's interesting because... And advocates of use of tobacco and drugs could say, maybe rightfully so, that in moderation, those things can be just like popular music. You should be able to occasionally enjoy some Little Xan if you want, right?
Libations, yes.
Yes. Well, what's Zunak? What did you say? Oh, libations.
Yes.
The libations, yes. I wasn't going to say anything, but I think you and Hackett had been drinking a little heavy when I got here. Could be the pile of wine bottles in the corner.
I don't know. We're not going to follow through on that, but we need to clean up those bottles
the fact
over there next time.
Or the fact when I came in, you were giving each other tattoos. I was like,
that didn't happen, but
that's not.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, but it also connects in some ways. What I was here saying was the notion of addiction, that people get addicted to drugs or addicted to these, whatever it might be.
It becomes, again, when you think of it, again, this is all psychoanalytic crap. In psychoanalytic thought, there's no such thing as an addiction. There's a compulsion. There may be a physiological hook that occurs somewhere in the course of becoming, while you are engaging in a compulsive act. But even there is something that pulls you in a certain direction.
Right.
And your capacity to slow that down enough, you may be able to give yourself the option of other things if you're present in that moment, if you have an affective connection. As an aside, when we brought up this whole existential stuff, I've often thought about how I might want to die.
Okay.
And you know what? I'd like to die like my grandfather.
Oh.
In his sleep. Because that's a great way to go. And nothing like the four other people in the car with him screaming.
Oh.
Because that's not...
Oh. I get pulled in, and it's my fault. I've done this enough. I should not get pulled into these things, but
I've been saving that one.
Yeah, at least it didn't involve a wheelchair that we talked about earlier. So then don't bring that one back up. Thanks very much. But so, all right. Well, I think I think, though, there's something useful about this notion of resolution or making some goals for yourself. Shouldn't we be making goals? I mean, set some things out there for 2020. This is the year we're in, the start of a decade. Come on.
Hitler made goals. Look where that got him.
Oh, did you have
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? No.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with goals. Oh, heck, we should have them. I think my concern would be is that how do we? It is possible that by setting a goal, by setting parameters around and generate a certain level of expectations, it can keep us from the moment we're in, and it can also set us up for failure. And so the goal may be, if you want to set a goal, maybe the goal is to be more present. I got one of them. You got one of them smartphones. I got one of them smartphones. So like
everybody.
Whenever I go to, the other day I was going to get my hair cut, and so I go in and sit down, and the first thing I always do whenever I'm in a waiting room, haircut, mani-pedi. Get a lot of those mani-pedis?
I'm supposed to, but haven't been there yet. But go ahead.
Okay, so mani-pedis, or body hair sculpting. I get a lot of that too.
Nope.
I have a chest hair topiist. I don't know if you've ever, so.
All right.
That's a heck of a job.
I don't want to see that. I really don't want to see that.
Did you take your shirt off, or are you holding a chia pet? Sorry.
All right.
In those moments, I used to always distract myself with the phone. Now what I do is I make it a point to sit there and try to, and you could do a few things. You could, in a moment that you're in, you could try to name 5 things that you hear. Right?
Okay.
So listen for 5 things.
Right.
You could do through all senses. It might be difficult with smell because you may not want that. 3 things you smell, but you could.
Yeah.
The texture of the chair. You could literally. These are all centering ways to be present in the moment you're in.
Right.
You can literally, and I often start with this notion of the 5 things I might see, to be able to look around the room, to orient yourself to the present. That's a way to be. If you want to set a goal or a resolution, how about think of ways to be present? Think of the ways in which you often pull yourself out of a moment. How can you be in this moment in some way that could be?
I kind of like that. I like the idea because it fits with a lot of things that we've been talking about over the last number of episodes of this Scott Therapy, and so the idea of being present, being in the moment. The Gestalt people talked about that.
Losers.
Well, the notion of so being using the sensory inputs to identify what are you. It's about presence. So what are you hearing? What do you see? Those kind of things.
This is unlike the general population. 1 in 10 Gestaltists are frauderists.
Okay, but the question of what are you aware of now? Can help you kind of getting back into that.
It can help you to be present, and and that goes back to Nietzsche. This notion of saying yes. It goes back to the idea of a lived moment. It's certainly not something you can do all the time. There are moments when would be good to be in a place of dissociation or disavow. If you're being, tortured, present may not be the best thing to be.
No.
If you're in a moment of being irritation, leaning into the irritation, being able to name it for what it is, may give you the capacity to do something with it.
Right.
So there's a dip into the moment, and then this is long.
Right.
And
it just might be too much to be in the moment all the time. You need a little vacation from the moment.
Not for me.
Not for you. You're always in that moment. Yeah.
Well, no, I am the moment.
You are. You're making the moment as we speak. All right, well, that's good information. So let me ask the final question, though. Do you have resolutions for this coming year, decade? What do you got? I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm going to I decided I'm going to get some neck tattoos. And
neck tattoos.
So,
okay,
but I want them also to be misspelled. I want things.
No regrets. Is the famous commercial? Yeah,
that'd be one I might want. Do I have any resolutions? Let's see. I resolved to be more stoic.
Oh, okay. Is that possible? With the question, go boom.
Is that not? It's funny. I've never really thought about resolutions in that way. I can certainly. Let me think. There is something I've made it a point. I'll tell you, this is going to sound weird. This is going to be
it won't be the first time, but go.
So I'm often so restrictive with what is the term when you're over focused on food? What's the term? I'm escaping it.
Food obsessive.
I'll think of it.
Okay.
But almost had it. But so I've made it a point. This a few months ago, I had my wife start buying Reese's Minis.
Yes.
And after dinner, every day, I have 2 tiny Reese's Minis.
Oh my goodness.
So
right.
I say to myself, I'm going to give myself a little of this. So
Yeah.
my resolution was to have a little more enjoyment with some pop culture version of food. The
Okay.
little Zan of food. So
Okay. All right, man. 2. Only 2. All right.
Good 2.
There we go. Well, I'm not really sure how to follow that up other than to say good luck with that. And it's interesting. I want to go back and listen to this episode. We said a lot of things. I'm not sure where we went.
And
on
we
some
lost
things,
Hackett.
but-
He just
but,
disappeared.
yeah, we lost our executive producer. He got fed up and he actually just walked out.
He stormed out of here. He was-
Stormed. That was a quiet
it was-
storm, but he
he
stormed.
was stormed.
indeed. All right, my friend. It's good to talk to you. I hope you have a good week coming up. And I don't know. I'll see you next time.
Story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
You did a great job the other day on ad-libbing on the street videos. Dr. Long.
Appreciate that.
Dr. Long shot me an email. And the title of the email was Street Videos, and he was yeah. So I thought, we're in trouble now.
No,
But,
street videos.
But street video.
Can I plug that in there? As long as I can have street tacos in there somewhere.
You got
I'm
a
good.
plug there? Try it. If it is, you got a plug.
This
try it.
man. See, this is what I've learned. I've learned that I can't take him anywhere.
All right, there you go.
I've learned that for
Yeah,
sure.
he's trying to. He's already sent like 12 Instagrams and 42 tweets out. And what's up?
Unfortunately,
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Because you don't want to hear what I got to say.
unfortunately, Dr. B,
Yeah.
we put out tons of great quality work.
All right.
And the thing is, they see it.
Okay.
They might not click on it, but they see it. So, make sure I'm putting it in, an available space for them to see it. So that's
In their own time, because we understand people come to their, their own lights and understands in their own time and space. So, it'll be out there. You can take your time and go do what you got to do.
Well, I'm just glad to have you guys in the studio. That's all I.
But Santi is the man, Dr. B. I just want to let y'all know Santi
All right.
is the man.
Santi, you were talking those street videos, and Dr. Long sent me he liked them, by the way. He really thought it was kind of cool ad lib about it. You guys were just
I was reading off
you were
the teleprompter.
freestyling. No, you were not. You were out there, man. And
The words were just,
I mean, the word came in. Somebody said the word alien, and then it was like, hey, you. Alien hunters, you need to have a podcast. I like it. You
gotta grab the attention.
That was very cool, very smooth, and I think that's an example too of just being yourself and being in the moment, and responding with that authenticity we were talking about a moment ago, and having fun at the same time. Now you can't have fun all the time because that doesn't necessarily make money. And move the part A down to part B.
But go back to your last point real quick. As far as one thing we've learned, and to what you just pointed on, being yourself. That's one of the main things that we've learned throughout working with everyone we work with is we had to stay true to who we were, regardless of what happened.
Makes sense.
We were put in a lot of different scenarios and situations and places where you're often given a choice. Do you be you or do you switch it up? And we've since day one we've stayed true to ourselves, Comes with the good and the bad. But overall, we like
Comes with the bad.
Let's say sometimes it comes with the bad.
Not everybody's going to be a fan, right? I mean, you better.
There are a lot of non-fans.
Right. What he said.
All right, that's what he said. All right, so but I'm thinking you're right about that. But that that's part of life, and sort of moving through those moments. That it's not all about your hurt feelings, or it's not all about some thought you have in your head all the time. You got to kind of move on and get over that, and not be so self-critical, or not have your ego so fragile.
Egos are out there. If you want to be, I don't want to say, you got to, in order to be successful, you got to remove your ego, because there's a lot of successful egotistic people.
Oh yeah.
But
these days and times,
like he said, with these relationships nowadays, with the way the society is if you can just maneuver better, is that me?
I think that is.
If you can just maneuver better with people, aka, like you said, sometimes don't always think about yourself. Don't put you in front of everything. Things will work better, because if everyone is thinking about everyone else, then everyone is taken care of. It's that simple. Because if you're just only thinking about yourself and you can't care for another person, like no one else can be cared of than just you.
It's much more important what happens the day after the revolution than the day of. And in some ways that is reflective of what happens in therapy too. When someone comes in and we initiate some sort of change process, there's some sort of movement, some sort of understanding, some sort of skill imparted. It's really the most important thing is what happens next. And I think that's sort of the subtext in all this, and even the paper I want to write. I want to think about what happens next, and how do we ensure that what happens next can be somehow a fidelity or somehow connected in the best possible way to what happened the day before.
All right. I like it. It's food for thought. And I don't think we always think that long term necessarily. And maybe we need to. All right, good conversation, Dan. I guess that's it. That's
Boom.
A wrap. We'll see you next time.
Uma Thurman. She's doing that. She's the little girl with the climate change. Uma Thurman.
No, that's
No.
So the transits that are still interesting to us here in 2019 are the ones that are taking place in other solar systems.
okay.
Now, wait a minute. That
Yes.
implies something, right?
Yes, it does.
That implies that there are actually planets around other stars. And in fact, the very way we discovered planets around other stars had to do with the way that the planets were orbiting around those parent stars.
Right.
And so there's a whole new class of planets that we know a lot about now.
Yes.
That are called extrasolar planets.
Extrasolar planet.
Extrasolar. Extrasolar means they're not orbiting our sun, they're orbiting another star.
All right.
We now know of over 4,000 extrasolar planets.
Wait a minute. 4,000.
Over 4,000. And by
Over
the way, that
4,000.
number keeps going up, so it's a little bit hard for me to keep track. I think the latest number I saw was 4,084. known confirmed exoplanets or extrasolar planets.
Incredible.
And so by the way, let me throw that shortening in.
Yes.
You'll see the word exoplanet.
Right.
And exoplanet is just because guys like myself got tired of saying extrasolar planet. It was just too many syllables.
Yeah.
So we just cut it down to exoplanet.
Shorten it up, make it quick, and we're moving on. Okay, I got it.
In with a cool crowd. So if you're in with a cool crowd, you'll call them exoplanets. So when you hear the term exoplanet, just think about a planet around a star that's not the sun. It's around another one of those stars that we see up in the sky.
First of all, that's just amazing that we have that technology,
Right.
and yeah, it's sort of brilliant scientific thinking to figure this out. I think,
and that's what I'd like to address a little bit. How did we find these things, right?
Yeah.
There's two ways that we found exoplanets, and actually the first way is a little bit more complicated. It's a pretty specialized circumstance.
Okay.
That's when a very big, massive planet is orbiting a fairly small star at a fairly close range.
Right.
When that's happening, scientists can actually detect the star moving in and out relative to the Earth. But really what it's doing, it's kind of going around in a circle. Now, we don't see that other planet, but we can see the star moving in a circle. Well, that implies that there has to be another planet out there tugging it and making it move. The
Okay.
planet does not give off light, so it's not bright enough
that's
for us to
right.
see.
Yes, I remember you saying, "Hey, it's all about light."
Right.
That's how we
Astronomy's
get to see
prejudiced to
things,
things that glow in the dark. So that's why we have to watch those things that glow in the dark, right? So the star itself, though, is glowing nicely, and we can see that star moving around in its own little circle because of a common orbit with a very heavy planet. But to us, what we're measuring is the radial movement in and out. And we do that with this thing called Doppler shifts or red shift, blue shift. And so that's the wavelengths of light being shifted relative to because of the motion of that star. So one of the ways we can figure out that there are planets around other stars is we can just see that parent star vibrating in and out a little bit, which really means it's going around in tiny circles.
Got it. Yeah.
But there are
Okay,
only
that's
a
cool.
very special few star-planet combinations that are just right for us to detect that kind of radial motion.
Well, and it's at such a distance too. And
Exactly.
it's still mind-boggling, and for me, anyway, that we can take those tiny little shifts and things, and then extrapolate that's an orbit.
That's right. That's right.
Pretty
Exactly.
cool idea.
But so astronomers came up with then a second way to potentially identify planets that were orbiting other stars.
Okay.
And this still is kind of a Goldilocks situation where everything has to be lined up just right.
Got it.
It's just that it's a more common occurrence, which is something called a transiting exoplanet. So we've talked about transits.
Okay.
Transits in our own solar system are a planet moving in front of the face of a sun. Well, a transiting exoplanet is another solar system out in our galaxy where the planet's planes of orbit are lined up just right to where the planet will pass in front of the face of its parent star.
Okay.
And when it does that, it dims the light from that parent star down a little bit.
Okay.
And then as it moves off the surface, off the face of its parent star, the light comes back up again. So it's just passing between us. It's not actually touching the star, but
Right.
it's passing in between us and that star. It drops the light coming to Earth down a little bit as it moves in front, and then as it moves out of the way, the light comes back up again. So
Right.
so scientists developed a whole series of cameras that were very sensitive to picking up these slight variations in the light coming from stars due to planets passing in front of them. And they mounted some of those cameras on a couple of spacecraft. The first spacecraft to go into orbit around the Earth that had this technology on it was called Kepler.
Wow.
And so Kepler was a telescope named after Johannes Kepler, who studied planetary motions, by the way. So Kepler was a
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
All right, Dan, good to see you.
Saturday
What is going on? Yes, Saturday morning.
Not
of course,
they.
right here.
not bathed. This is the hat. As I mentioned earlier, I smell like deviled ham. Whenever I don't bathe for a while, I smell like a potted meat.
Oh my goodness.
So,
okay, potted meat.
I have not eaten. I haven't bathed in a couple of 4th of July and all that sort of stuff. And
yeah, we just had the 4th of July. Did you see the fireworks? Or there?
I was in Atlanta. I was on top of this building and I saw fireworks from they were all, many of them were far away, but I could see them from a surround. Centennial Park, Decatur, Buckhead, all these sorts of places. Boom, they were all going on around you. It's amazing.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that idea.
For a brief moment, I felt okay to be alive. Just for a small moment.
I think we need to work on expanding that for you, particularly, you can enjoy this ride.
You know what else I have found that helps me to enjoy life is this wonderful new refreshing beverage, Supercharged.
Okay. Okay. I'll just leave it right there. Thank you. I appreciate that mention there. I'm sure the guys upstairs appreciate that as well. So what's been on your mind? So you could break into a commercial and it would go south in a hurry. We all know that. Everyone watching this absolutely knows that. So
I could do commercials. Let's see. What I was thinking was a couple of things. You brought something up, but I also had something on the drive up to. It's a family tradition that we listen to David Sedaris audiobooks.
Okay.
That's what we For a while there was we were listening to Ayn Rand audiobooks.
Oh no,
but
that was not happening.
But
that didn't happen.
But suddenly I found at one point my son, he was 10 at the time. I found him attempting to club a poor person to death.
Okay.
And that's when I realized we needed to.
We might need to pay attention a little bit more.
We need to stop the Ayn Rand.
Yeah.
So but we. So
people can put those two together later. All right, there we go.
But we listen to like some David Sedaris, and which is interesting because sometimes some of what he talks about is not kid friendly. So you have to hover near the pause button to be able to move through some things because he does this one story about Fire Island that not for kids.
Okay, all right, yeah.
But it's funny, it's just not for kids.
Yeah, right.
So we're up there. We're
part
heading
of your
toward.
job, right? As a parent,
yeah. But I thought part of my job actually is to guide him through tactical shaming.
Yeah, we talked about your parental shaming earlier.
That's right. I'm going to write a book on shame-based parenting.
There's a need for an intervention on that for sure.
There probably is. So we're in the car. We're going up, and suddenly Sedaris tells a story his stories are autobiographical, and I'm sure there's a little liberty taken in this one, but it talks about when he was younger, somewhere in the age between 6. He makes it sound like it started somewhere around that time, when he had these severe obsessive compulsive symptoms. Like he would be in the classroom, he would get up 28 times during classroom, and he would go and have to lick the light switch. On the way home, he would have to lick mailboxes, statues in people's yards. He would have to lick the doorknob to his house. He would have to kiss the stairs. All these sort of things, and he would. So a 10-minute walk would be an hour and a half, and it was just sort of riddled and weighed with all these rituals that you have to go through.
It seems very interesting too, because with the tongue, he has to lick things. That's germs and everything. That's got to drive somebody crazy in his household, I'm sure.
Well, the teacher was rather upset. It began with the teacher sort of wanting sending a letter home to his mom to address these things.
Okay.
And the teacher, at least from his perspective, wasn't quite understanding what this all could mean. She thought it was just simply sort of she didn't.
Very bizarre in some ways, and that's why you're not going to come to a quick understanding of that until you look at it a little bit.
And you might want to, most of the classroom you'd want to touch things with the glove. When that kid's around.
Right. Everyone wears gloves now.
But and he tells a story. Oddly enough, he makes it relatively humorous. But if you've ever been subject to obsessive compulsive symptoms or known someone who has, they are terrifying, and they're hell. They just really are. They're tough. And to be plagued by
it's kind of associated. It's anxiety, right? It falls into that camp. And look at anxiety, depression, illness, those kinds of things, for sure.
And that's where it becomes sort of interesting because if you look at it from a purely biological stance, we can say that maybe it is something awry with the nervous system, we could say that. And certainly in very extreme cases that there seems to be some genetic pull, there's history of severe obsessive disorder in families often. But one way to think about it would be, because I don't know if you know this, but I can look at things psychoanalytically.
Sure.
Sometimes, every once in a while.
Yeah, every once in a while, like
every
day.
Yeah, So we can think about it. If at the core it is anxiety, obsessive compulsive symptoms are an attempt at a solution. It is what Freud called making the best of a bad job. Everything that was all of these obsessive acts, these obsessive thoughts and compulsive acts, are all circle around a central and core anxiety, and that they are attempts to mediate that. They're attempts to be able to do something with it. And if you, for instance, he makes just a passing mention of what was going on at a time when these things really became difficult. His parents had just moved from the north to North Carolina, and they were living in this temporary house. And so you can see that at that moment he was placed under a tremendous amount of pressure and stress.
Okay.
And as a kid, whatever tendency he had toward compulsive activity and obsessive thought suddenly became increasingly exacerbated as a result of this change. And so the solution became even more drastic and dire. And as you can see, that developmentally there are all these sorts of, particularly as we move into middle school, social pressures, puberty, they're both internal and external stressors that occur as a result of your developmental arc, and they tend to increase. And so
yeah, and that I was interested in his age at the time. You didn't mention that, but I'm assuming it was middle school.
I think so. I think we said he was. I think he was 10 or 11. I may be wrong. But it seemed to be somewhere around that area, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, something like that.
It was just developmental.
Yeah, he was right there in that sort of spot.
Okay.
And so you can see that it's an attempt to be able to cope, and it's what makes it sort of like most symptoms. And this is the way to sort of think about this. This is the way, particularly psychoanalytically, we would define a symptom. It provides an immediate and limited but very effective solution to the anxiety at hand. But long term, it tends to feed itself. So it's a symptom that begins to actually reinforce itself and make itself worse. Because if his anxiety on some level was feeling alone and vulnerable, moving away from friends and family and a network of connections that somehow made him feel supported, as soon as he comes to a new place, licking doorknobs and light switches is not going to make you connected to people.
No, as a matter of fact, it's going to run people in the opposite direction, or he's going to suffer some real consequences from other people.
And the vicious spiral of that is, it begins to get worse and worse and worse. And so the problem you fix now requires more of the same fix, and then at some point it can even unmoor itself and no longer be tied at all to the thing that initially started.
Okay. That's
so in his case, it seemed to, if his story is accurate, it was remarkably debilitating. And for him, it wasn't until he had maybe a bit more control over it. It wasn't until he started smoking as a young adult and doing drugs that he was able to do something with those things. And he would talk about how the ritual of smoking, lighting a cigarette, of stepping away to smoke, all these sorts of things were a way for him to suddenly, once he picked up chain smoking, to develop a set of compulsions and rituals that were more socially acceptable. And so he made that trend. Now, why his parents didn't take him to a therapist, I don't know. That in of itself this was in the 70s, I guess.
Excuse me.
late 60s, early 70s, I guess. That's when he Aldi was.
Right. It might be
But-
some kind of taboo against that. Particularly
But that also could be
within the-
diagnostic. That the family, it's simply just,
Yes.
So I don't know. And if you've listened to any of his stories, he's lots going on.
Yeah, it seems like there is a lot going on with him, but he's prolific and he's on NPR and he's on all of these. I guess the shows in some regard. So
Yeah,
seems to be doing pretty well and pulled his act together, at least literally.
he doesn't have his own drink yet, but he's not quite hasn't reached that level of success, but he's moving in that direction.
Yeah. Well, that's really interesting. So it took a sort of a life of its own, moved away from the initial starting point for him with the anxiety and the move and the other kinds of things there. So.
And part of what makes this interesting is that if you think about this psychodynamically, all of us come up with a solution for the things that we feel and the stressors we have. It's just some of us are lucky enough, either through genetic pull or having the right sort of developmental environment, we come up with much better solutions than the ones he came up with. Well, all of us have a way of, we have at least some modicum of maybe obsessive or compulsive things that move through us. But for instance, there's a hierarchy of ego defenses that are talked about in the psychodynamic literature. And one of the ones he exhibits is a good one to have, a sense of humor. So if you are experiencing that initial anxiety that anybody would feel in a social setting, but you're able to tell a joke, that's a sort of defense that mediates and your affect, but in such a way that brings people closer. So it's certainly true that humor can go off the rails and can end up running people away. I think my wife probably could talk about that.
I was going to say, we probably have plenty of examples just from this show.
That's
not
right.
only at your home, but
the fact that certain things she says you should not find funny, and I can't help it. It's just,
that's immediate signal for you to find something.
It's not,
Yeah, that's right.
But by and large, it's a much better defense than the compulsive licking of a light switch.
Sure.
But all of us have a pattern of symptoms, adaptive or otherwise, that we make use of. And they become something that's often referred to as character structure. They become, it's reflex, it's like an autopilot, it's like an implicit map of our insides and our outsides that we sort of follow. And built into that are these solutions we come up with, these ways, and they are embedded. They're not something we're often aware of. They mediate automatically and reflexively. And part of what happens in therapy, if our man Dave Sedaris were to, as a kid, show up, part of the goal would be is to help him to name and to acknowledge at least some of the anxiety he's experiencing. If you created a space, if he were a younger child and you did play therapy, for instance, you could find a way for him to be able to put into words in some form of mediated action the sort of stressors that the move made. Since he's a little older at the time, you might get him to be able to tell you directly or in the stories he speaks of. If you ask him what he's been doing and he starts telling you about a TV show he likes, sometimes those are small windows into talking about characters that he identifies with. And it becomes some small movement for him to begin to put into words instead of these reflexive actions, the things he's attempting to mediate. And you create what's known as an environment of dyadic regulation, as opposed to the solitary. There's dyadic regulation and there's solitary regulation. That's not what it is. But it's there's a fancy term for it. But
okay.
When he is in these obsessive compulsive symptoms, he is stuck outside of the potential for dyadic regulation. The story begins with the teacher sort of making fun of him and sending a letter home. Right. The story begins with a failure of potential dyadic regulation. If she had sat down with him, and it may not have been helpful for her to say, why do you keep doing this thing? Right. But she could have sat down with him and said, hey man, I know you're new here. When did you guys move down? She could have started there.
Okay.
That would be the moment of potential dyadic regulation. If that were successful in a successful treatment, part of what happens, including maybe helping him to sort of name some skills he could utilize, giving him some tools to navigate these things, but he also would be able to internalize. He would bring the teacher with him. In the act of dyadic regulation, you sort of internalize that sort of stuff, and it becomes a new map, a new reflex, more adaptable. That makes any sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense because the idea that we all are on this continuum a little bit with this OCD, obsessive compulsive kind of thing, and that we build some kind of structure as we go along. But for him, it was an extreme. I mean, licking all these objects around in this world must have just horrified all the people close to him.
And
look for a significant reason for this in some way.
And you can see that it leaves him increasingly isolated and away from the potential for the level of dyadic regulation that he needs. And probably his family is also under a great deal of stress. I think at the time his mom was pregnant with his brother, I think. So there are all these familial pressures. So, and I think he had at that time 2 older sisters. I think he has 3. Maybe he has 3 older sisters.
Wow.
Or maybe, I think that's right. And, or maybe a younger sister. I think he has a younger sister too, or maybe I'm wrong. But, so there was nothing there, or there was minimal things there to help him to be able to cope outside of that reflexive symptom.
Yeah, I'm wondering too. I mean, it seems like it was unconscious. He wasn't going in and saying, "Oh, when I get to North Carolina, I'm going to start licking the light switch." This was something that just manifested itself. What's the explanation? I mean, why couldn't he realize? Wait a minute, and think through this in some way, kind of self-regulate. What do you think?
Well, it's interesting because if you go with when I've worked with patients with OCD. Oftentimes, with them, there's something dangerous about thinking it. There's something dangerous about getting close to it. There's an example that I can't remember the name of the text, but with a woman who had her husband had taken a job, and she had just moved into a new city, southern city, middle of nowhere, small town, and she began to, they moved, and she had just had her second child, she had a 2-year-old, and she had a baby. And when she was leaving the house, if she were leaving the house with a sitter or by herself, especially by herself with the kids or whatever, she would have to check the stove 500 times, she had to go back and forth, and she would have to do the locks almost 100 times. She just would, she'd always had some compulsive trends, but they really become incredibly exacerbated. Well, part of a way to think about this, what she may need to think to move past that, if we take a psychodynamic step, is to think about the anger she may have toward her husband, the anger she may have toward her kids. There may be an unconscious desire for the stove to actually burn the house down because she might want to be free of all the pain and struggle and stress that she's under.
Right.
So there's a knot. There is a conflict between different parts of herself that find themselves tied to this symptom. And to untie the knot, you may have to get connected to things that are very difficult to think. Maybe even things that are impossible to think. For Siddhartha as a little boy, he may not have the capacity to be able to name these things. He's never, if he had lived in his hometown up until he was 10 years old, he doesn't have the words to know what moving means. Someone may at some point may have attempted to, so I think that's part of it. So sometimes the feelings are too much, but sometimes there's a conflict too. There is, and this is very psychoanalytic and maybe controversial in a number of quarters, but at least with some obsessive symptoms, there's a danger to really peering under the symptom, because what you find there can be maybe very dangerous and difficult. No one wants to think that they want to burn their family down.
Right.
But
You're having those kind of very horrible, unthinkable kinds of thoughts, and being able to confront those, and that's hard enough for anyone to do.
A number of folks that I've worked with throughout the ages, I'm not that old. I'm old, but I'm not that old. But throughout my career as a male hand model, throughout my career as a therapist.
What is it that you do? We gotta figure that out one day.
Yeah, what do I do?
That's another show. We'll get to that.
But oftentimes, some of the symptoms, the patterns you see will be around things like pedophilia. Oh, I think I'm a child molester. I think I'm a horrible person. And that they can, they'll can't drive past the park because there'll be kids there, and they'll suddenly, oh my God, what a horrible person. And sometimes the symptoms serve the purpose of, or at least part of their purpose, is to punish. That the things that I feel are too much, and to project condemnation and aggression outward are a way to tie that knot. They offer a quick and not so easy, very difficult solution. Part of the work is to get someone to be able to, if not directly peer under what conflict may be arriving at that, getting them better at being able to feel the things that they feel.
Right.
I can think of an individual who had some those fears of pedophilia, and he had graduated from a graduate program and had just started a fairly lucrative career and was beginning to experience some success when his obsessive compulsive symptoms began to reach a crescendo. Mm-hmm. And part of the work with him was untying this knot to see that at least part of this had to do with the fact that he was now more successful than his dad. Mm-hmm. That up until now he had lived under this idea that his dad was as good as he could get, was second to God in terms of his place in the universe, and to suddenly live in a world where he began to think about his father differently, his very success began to wreck the balance in the world that he had. And so beginning to get him to touch on those things began to get him to be, and it's difficult to see, well, how does fear of molesting kids connect with this wrecked by success narrative? But what is central to it is really just affect. It is feeling. Symptoms are an attempt to be able to mediate inner experience, and that can tie all sorts of things together that often seem not connected at all. Right. Or it could be that it was necessary for me to do that because he had good insurance and I wanted a boat.
Okay, this was we were straightforward there. We just went off the rails just a little bit about the boat, but
I really don't.
No, it's so difficult to face these kinds of things, and if the context of the family we're in and the environment that we're in makes it harder to do that, sure, we're going to shy away from that. We're going to find reasons not to look at that. And as you said, it may be too horrifying for the person.
It's it ain't easy being human, and that's part of the takeaway from this is that you can look at someone with the extreme symptoms that Sedaris had with the licking of the light switch, but we can see embedded in that something existential, something that is central to the human condition. We have to come up with a solution that allows us to live, and we're not solitary in that. We don't do it by ourselves. It requires people in our life to help us to do that. And no matter how good they are, sometimes they're not good enough in some ways. We have genetics and biology give us a certain, there are certain factors there that we're like cards we were dealt. All of those things sort of swirl together, and we come up with a way to do something with those. And when you look at an extreme situation like Sedaris, think about yourself. You think about the things that you do. Think about the way in which you mediate stress. One of the more common ways would be, lots of folks, the first thing they do when they come home is either on the weekend or usually the weekend they'll Netflix binge.
Right.
And you may say to yourself, on one level, that's okay, Netflix binge, but that can be
By the
if you're
way,
not.
it happened at my house this couple of days ago with the third season of Stranger Things.
Stranger Things,
there you go.
yes.
So.
That's
Sorry, I didn't mean to take you off.
yeah,
on that.
we have, I gotta watch that Stranger Things. That's that one about it's got Ducky in it.
I'm not going to say anything. I tried to talk about it the other day. I was shushed at the house
Okay.
because we didn't want to reveal anything.
Okay,
so,
okay.
try to be
But see,
respectful.
a Netflix binge can be symptomatic because it can be another solution to mediate certain affect states. We talked before about that notion of the euthymic window. We can move to a place of compulsive activity in the Netflix binge, and it's different than licking a light switch, but it can in the end keep us maybe even stuck in some ways that Sedaris also was. A weekend spent Netflix binging doesn't allow you to think about the week before, the Monday through Friday, that generated the need for that compulsive activity. And it is possible, if you are allowed to get close enough to things that pushed you toward that symptom, to suffer just enough to feel them, you might be able to come up with a more adaptive solution. You may be liberated. You may grow in a way that allows you to have more of a life than a life that you have to attempt to escape from through a screen.
Right. Well, I guess we have to use what we have at hand in some ways. So what happens if you don't adapt to this? I mean, you were talking about, he obviously kind of pushed through this and worked through it in some ways.
He made a lot of dough. The Sedaris guy, he's successful.
What happens when you don't have the opportunity to work through? That sounds like a terrible place to be in your life, and it would constrain you from ever kind of growing.
I think there are folks who are literally debilitated, who are trapped. There used to be a saying in shrink circles that if you scratch the surface of an obsessive, you get a psychotic. And what that really means is that untempered, and what often happens is, as part of our developmental arc, is a lot of emotionally difficult or a lot of psychological symptoms can have some level of remission as one moves through age. They can sometimes, and so it could be that folks who initially have these sorts of things, they may even out. They may find a way that they may disperse. You'll notice lots of pre and adolescent and post-adolescents will develop certain tics. Those will come and go, and those may be connected with the rapid myelinization of different hemispheres, which can be connected with increased executive functioning control, all that sort of stuff. So there are neurological sort of hallmarks and markers one move through, but some folks these things don't remit, and instead they find themselves trapped forever. They do.
It sounds like a pretty rough place to be for a lot of folks. Well, I was told at one point that being a little bit OCD was good while you were in graduate school, and you're working on advanced studies. So
I was told a little psychopathy was good.
Okay.
Until they found the bodies, and then they were like, "Look, man,
you gotta stop this if you're gonna graduate." Okay, I heard that. Yeah.
Well, within Western culture, especially OCD, a little bit of that is good. We sort of have to, in some ways, differentiate between OCD and OCPD. Depending on who you're talking to, those can be radically different things. But if the capacity to develop and maintain structure certainly is within Western society very important. OCPD, the more central thing is control. That also, a little bit of that can be important. You have the capacity to be able to direct and mediate and control over the things that you feel and things that you do. So, would come in handy. That said, though, I'm sure you can think of folks that you may have attended graduate school with or professors, for instance, who did that, and then
we had students in there.
Students, yeah, you
let's
probably
go ahead and let's cover everybody as best we can.
Yeah, I've had bosses and administrators.
Everyone up the line.
There are lots of ways
Yeah.
where you are, there used to be when you were a kid, I don't think I haven't heard my son say this, but when I was growing up, you would say, step on a crack and break your mother's back.
Yeah.
And this saying goes all the way back to Freud. Freud writes about it, and it's called the Thalian principle.
Okay.
I think I may be mispronouncing it. It's the idea that, for Freud, it's there is an excessive enjoyment about dancing around cracks that could potentially kill your mom. And that's in some ways the essence of a symptom. To lick a light switch doesn't just mediate inner tension, it brings with it its own sense of enjoyment. A guy by the name Jacques Lacan, again, not Chaka Khan, very different people.
I know.
Use that.
The albums are different. The music is completely different.
Very different. You can dance to both of them, though. But he called it jouissance, and it's the idea that there is an excessive pleasure to these things. So part of what also drives a symptom is if you're just walking along and trying not to step on cracks, but if suddenly in your mind you fantasize, if I step on this crack, I'll kill my mom. Suddenly it becomes a game. It begins to have all that. There's a charge to it.
Right.
And so Lacan, he wants to emphasize that there is an enjoyment, an excessive enjoyment in our symptoms. They allow us to. There is something there, a sort of obscene pleasure that drives these things too. And then part of untangling is being able to do something with that as well.
Right, there's a lot to manage in these situations for folks going through this, but a little bit goes a long way, as they say. So maybe we'll figure out what you need to do in therapy. But I think you said it earlier that we need to approach these issues in some ways that without the blame necessarily. Because I think your example a few minutes ago was like the teacher coming at the person and saying, what's wrong with you, as opposed to talk about what the situation was like moving to North Carolina.
Well, that does in some ways go against my shame-based parenting techniques.
Parenting. I hope you don't use that in therapy. Do you use no, I would take that question back.
Shame-based therapy. It would be, you lousy light switch licker. That's not really going to help. That's not.
No, that's not going to help. And as well,
well, it's interesting because it actually can. Well, shame doesn't help. But one of the things that we talk about in one of my favorite kids, Willie B. on there, says that our first role as therapists are to survive the patient. And I would say that our first role of any social encounter is to survive the other. And so someone who is licking your light switch is a harder person to survive. Someone who is in front of you, rocking back and forth, crying hysterically, saying they're a child molester because they had these thoughts, is hard to survive. So part of what, to be able to lean in, to be able to mentalize the person across from you, is to be able to, as best you can, see the humanity, and if you can, also see where your own symptoms may lie, that you are at least part of that continuum. I may not be someone who licks light switch, but I am someone who does this and this and this and this.
Right.
So.
Wow. There's a lot to think about there.
And hopefully the thinking involves someone with really good insurance, because I got a boat.
Yeah, you're boat.
No, I got to get a boat. Right now, I couldn't afford a dinghy.
Right. How about a float for the pool that we've heard about?
Yeah, like those floaties. Yeah, I couldn't even afford floaties.
Floaties, no floaties.
Floaties.
That's terrible. It's a terrible situation. Well, we'll take donations at the end of the show. Pitch in for some floaties for you.
I think we should work in commercials. Like the guys upstairs. We'll do a commercial for them.
Let's leave the guys upstairs out of this conversation until we bonded our friendship. Okay, then we can move.
That's
forward.
actually a referral to not God, but as people don't realize, we are polytheists, so we believe in many gods. So it's reference right to the gods
Okay.
who are guiding us, and Zeus and Apollo and
Others.
and Ed Norton. I don't know.
Or the tweet of God, I think, is out there on Twitter. So
What is it now? The tweet of God?
Yeah.
That's,
God tweets now.
God tweets?
Into,
I hope,
some situations, but they can't shut him down for some
I
reason.
hope he's not tweeting
He hasn't
anything out.
violated
Anything from Leviticus, Wear mixed fabrics, I'm going to send you to hell.
One of those
That's
things I
what-
wish I hadn't brought up at this moment, but that's what we do sometimes, so what do you know? All right, man, well, that's been very interesting.
Mhm.
So, what else?
Well, you're not supposed to have. Is this like radio? You can't have dead air?
We can have dead air, yeah.
Some people would say.
It's called post-production.
Here it is.
So we
Here it is.
just
Can't-
find that moment where we can stop to get to the next
I think there are
one.
only two kinds of air in this room: hot air and dead air. I think there's really you got no.
Which is more? I don't know.
Well, you brought us up a little earlier, and in some ways, there's a way to connect these
Yeah. Well, we
About,
wanna, I
about
think-
ideology and what
well, I
people.
certainly want to talk about it.
So we can say that for later if you want.
Yeah, well, we need to have a longer time to kind of get into it, but let's talk about it for just a second.
Well,
Set
we
this
can-
up, sort of a.
You talked about this notion of
Precursor.
ideology, like why are people like, let's we should remain apolitical, or do we wade into the fray?
Well, I would say at this point there's no way escaping from the
Well,
politics because it's in the air that we breathe at this point. So
Well, I have a
just wanna
couple
be
of
careful we don't go.
friends from Tennessee where I grew up. We're very conservative, and so they often send on the Facebooks. I don't know if you got one of those Facebooks, or if you know any that does.
I've heard of the Facebook.
But I got one of the Facebooks, and they send these, and they often say things like immigrants go home. I don't like line breakers, or that was one that go about breaking in line, there are pictures of Trump as if he was drawn a little like he might be some sort of Christ figure, and so there's an ideological component to that.
Sure.
And you were saying that why do people cling to that? Why do people
that's
sort of
kind
stay?
of the question. Why do we need that? In other words, we can't really sort of independently think about things as they come and make choices in that. We have to sort of join a particular ideology and then march to that too.
Correct.
And that I find that very interesting.
This is how this connects, because there's we'll go with Lacan again. Lacan has a famous saying that reality is structured like fiction.
Okay.
And only the non-duped err. That's another one.
Okay.
And
we may have to have some disclaimer at the end of this show, but and also a definition, some terms used
we could
during
have-
this show.
But what he means by that is that the only way you can be wrong is not to be fooled. And what that means is that we can only exist or make use of reality through some sort of mesh, through symptom, through our own histories. It is always to some degree wrong. So there is a fiction that we create to be able to, that it involves us and the people around us, and this fiction is how we move through the world. And it is always to some degree untrue, because it has to be. It is always to some degree unfinished. And what happens with rigid ideological structures is they become rigid, fascistic, and they no longer allow for the movement that what one needs to have with our necessary fiction. You could imagine a dialectic of illusion, disillusionment, and illusion and disillusionment that allows the growth of a mind and a spirit to be able to get bigger and bigger and embrace the world in a better and better fashion. But on some level, we have to cling. When we talk about learning theory, for instance, there's also a famous philosopher that said, all learning there is no learning without suffering. And that's the whole notion of assimilation versus accommodation from Piaget's standpoint. That to assimilate is not to alter the fiction and the illusion we live with. To accommodate it, however, is to have to alter that, and that is almost always painful. So and I'm picking on my friends in Tennessee, but for instance, this notion that, immigrants go home, nobody likes a line breaker. They may be narrowing their idea of what what makes this ideological is, in many ways, that most ideological systems often have, Lacan calls it a quilting point, or some notion or idea that sort of ties everything together. A lot of right-wing ideology, this notion of freedom. Freedom isn't free, or, this notion of America almost as if it's a sort of a saturated symbol. Well, in this case, it's the immigrant, and that there are outsiders that we should be united against, and we should be united against them underneath the American flag, and they are trying to get in. They're doing something unfair and wrong. And so that is a helpful illusion to have because it makes the world make sense. It creates a fiction that you can live under. But there's a tremendous amount of information that has to be repressed, or in fact, you can also, what often happens in these systems, this is all psychoanalytic now, the immigrant gets to own all the projections. You don't have to think about your own difficulties in a certain way because you can project them into the immigrant.
Right.
And so it offers again that really tidy fiction illusion that one can live under. But what's missing in that, and what was challenging, is if you were to take my friend from Tennessee and we were having, I said, well, what if you realize that a certain percentage, I don't know what percentage are, but 30% of those are actually women and their babies. They are fleeing because if they stay where they're at, they might be killed. Or that they see a promise for a world where their children may have the things you've been able to give yours. What should they do? Should they stay where they're at? And if you were to say that, would it open up the possibility of some level of accommodation? Doesn't mean that he suddenly has to, throw away his entire platform of immigration. But there's the possibility of being able to think about this differently. Now, as an aside, we've talked in here about Slavoj Žižek, and he got in a lot of trouble, and he made a lot of his friends upset when he said that he said it in a way that was very provocative. But what he said is, as long as we focus on the immigrant, we are never going to fix the global problem. Why in this world where we have enough resources are there places that people want to flee from? The right focuses on erecting borders, and the left focuses on creating a space for these people to come to. The real issue, neither are tackling. Why are there places in the world that people need to run from? That's what we need to fix. And that an ideological system keeps you from being able, the illusion of the system keeps you from being able to directly deal with the thing you need to. We don't often ask ourselves that question.
No, it's probably just too tough for us. And besides, if you're in this ideology, one or the other, or ones that are out there, it's comforting in some ways. It's not. I mean, it's nice to have all the people around you agreeing with this, and you have it. You feel like part of the team, if you will, and it's a safe space in some ways to kind of project it. But what you were saying was, this is all fiction. Because it's a bigger question.
And we would say that again from a Lacanian perspective. That's why the non-duped error. If you really want to get in trouble, then so in a way talks about this notion of red and blue pills. Mm-hmm. That to truly be awake, if there was such a thing that you could take a red pill that made you completely aware as best you could the world around you, it would be a buzzing confusion. You'd be assaulted by all the things around you.
There's just too much going on, and contradictory thoughts, and ability, and ambiguity, and so forth.
Yeah, this very table, would it is far more in flux than our senses allow us to know. The world around us is far more in flux than the world that our senses allow us to know. So there is no such thing as direct perception. There's always apperception. It's always filtered through both the limitations and the developmental maps that we've been given. And an ideology is just a specific kind of map. And it's usually the sort of map that an entire culture moves under. There's capitalist, there is socialist. Socialism also is like somebody sent me a meme today. One of my friends from Tennessee, very conservative, he said that this is no longer Democrats versus Republican. This is America versus socialists. Trump 2020. And you'll notice that now that could be either a clever marketing tool that Karl Rove somewhere decided to come up with.
What happened with that guy?
I think he
somewhere in the background something's going on. I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah.
But but it's a wonderful sort of ideological device because it's an attempt to be able to say that if you don't support Trump, you're not an American.
Right.
And you're this thing called a socialist, which is what Lacan would call an empty signifier. What does that really mean? It's like Zizek talks about this. The Schrodinger is Mexican, and if you'll know that a lot of this immigration, that there are the Mexican individuals coming across the border illegally, either stealing our jobs or doing nothing and soaking up all our Social Security. How can they do both? So
yeah, you run into a contradiction at some point where it doesn't make sense.
But what Zizek would say is because it's an empty signifier. It doesn't really mean anything. Not really. It's just a way to be able to bind all these things together. So when you say the word socialist, what does that really mean?
Really?
And the person with the bumper sticker, if you ask them, they may come up with a whole bunch of list of things. Many of them which could be just as contradictory. So let me get this right. Socialists want to do this and this and this. And when you begin, well, wait a minute, have you met one of them? Well, no, you said they're everywhere. Well, where is this? Well, they're Bernie Sanders. And so it sounds like, Bernie Sanders is, so, and then when you begin to unpack that, well, it doesn't. So you're saying Bernie Sanders wants the government to outlaw churches? Is that what you're saying? And then there often becomes this sort of like, but there is an empty signifier in there dancing around that is there simply as a placeholder to keep this ideological system in place. It sort of whirls around it, right?
Right, and the contradictions don't seem to matter. I mean, if you're watching the Times we're in and all the media and what's happening in politics and so forth, it seems like there are direct contradictions, but they're either excuses or they just go on without commenting about these things. I find that very difficult to understand.
In the commentary, and it can be difficult in lots of ways because some folks on the left, and there are folks on the left criticizing that the Me Too movement and awareness of misogyny and abuse itself, if we're not careful, could become something other than we intend it to be. That's a controversial subject because I'm not really sure, there's ideology in that statement too. But it is possible that, if you go back to Zizek's idea about where we get tripped up in immigration, if we focus, and I think we mentioned before, he talked a lot about some of this conflict with transgender rights, that what often seems to happen is we're just finding a way to integrate one more person into the world instead of this one more person may be able to have the seeds for change for the entire world. So those on the outside, if you ask in Nazi Germany, it talks about the figure of the Jew. For the Nazi ideology, they were like Schrodinger's Mexican. On one level, they were degenerates who did nothing but sucked up resources, but they also controlled everything. Okay. But if you were to ask someone on the outside, it is from them they might be able to observe, well, wait a minute, that their vantage point might allow them to see something that people who are trapped in this ideological system can't see, if they were able to speak. So how do we give voice to the marginalized in such a way that they may be able to change the majority? They may deliver a truth that creates an act of accommodation on a societal level. And we have to be careful. We have to find a way to be able to keep that voice intact and able to speak.
Yeah, I think we need to have that available to folks. But I mean, at first it's this issue of insight. Am I really thinking what do I believe in and why? Let's get to that point as well and begin to assess things. I don't think people are analytically or otherwise, being critical thinkers about it. It seems like we're just accepting of some things because we want to fit in, almost on Maslow, one of the hierarchies of connecting
Seriously,
with
'cause-
others, you know.
and this is kind of some rabbit hole stuff, but particularly if you follow some of the Zizek stuff, he would say beware of critical thinking too,
Okay.
because there's often a need to get lost, and it's often in the stumbling that you find yourself. So it is possible that the repentant racist may have an awareness and may be a potential for change that even a marginalized individual may not be. So it may require the stumble and the fall, and then a retroactive critical analysis of the stumble to be able to move the individual forward in the way that we want them to go. You may have to fall down before you can rise up. That may be the model how this is supposed to happen. You may need to lick a few light switches before before you can be aware of yourself. You may have to move, and you have to move through the symptom in a way to get to the sort of truth you need to.
Okay. Well, final idea about this with this ideology notion, and I like the way you tied it into the OCD a little bit there. But the idea of, is this healthy? I mean, to just sort of cling on to the ideology and wear the certain hat and do the certain things. Where does it end up? But is it healthy, and how do we get out of it? What do you think?
Well, there's not a lot of. There is some data, and it's often filtered through politics. But oftentimes, folks who, depending on how rigid an ideological edifice or system is, and depending if it's on the left or the right, we do know that individuals, particularly if their ideological system is more tribal, and to the degree that it is tribal, there are higher incidences of hypertension, diabetes, there are all these sort of ill health effects. So there's some data to suggest that there's something difficult and dangerous about any sort of rigidly held ideological system.
Right.
But I suspect that my friends in Tennessee, one of my friends in Tennessee did have a heart attack like 10 years ago, or maybe 3 years ago. So that matter. Watch me, I'll suddenly keel over right now. But
No.
I'll try not to.
Try not to.
But I suspect though that on some level it probably is healthy to have some sort of system. And if you stay within a context where there are no cognitive dissonance, if you watched only one news channel, if you've existed within a certain bubble, you probably would be relatively comfortable in that. And we do know that in terms of measures of happiness, it depends on how you. Again, that's a hard thing to operationalize.
Right.
But folks who skew toward the right report higher levels of happiness. They report, so the more conservative you are in those sense, and that makes a certain amount of sense because if you move toward the left, you're much more aware of systemic problems. If your ideological system says that God will sort it out in the end, then you can rest easier than someone who believes that we have to fix these things.
We got to work hard to fix these things. Yes.
So I think that's part of what's insidious. We may be saying that to move outside of one's ideological system is to risk health and to risk. It may put you in some sort of danger if no one learns through suffering, then you're going to have to move through something painful to get outside of an ideological system. So to answer your question, maybe it would be better if we were all Nazis.
Okay, that was not exactly the answer I was looking for.
I will say this
I don't know
though.
how to recover from that one.
I will say this though. They had cool uniforms.
Yeah, the uniforms were cool. All right, so other than that, this is going to get us into big trouble.
Actually,
You
but
understand
this is
right?
also one of the things that this guy Zizek writes about, because Nazi ideology was very much about. It was not a sex and drugs and rock and roll. It was very much about discipline, rigidity. It was about not even. I don't know. You weren't supposed to everything in moderation, or so there were all this sort of. And so Zizek says the reason why they're costumes looks cool because that's where all the renounced pleasures surfaced. That because they weren't allowed to kick it up at home, they would have these Nazi, would look like, socialist, or no, they weren't socialist. That was okay, maybe we can talk about that.
Right.
Clarify. That they weren't. That's why, like, they had these giant rallies where everybody's like, it's like this sort of political orgy rallies.
Right.
And that the ideological system allowed a return of the repressed in moments like that. So their uniforms were cool because the contents were under pressure, and that's where some of this pleasure surfaced. Wow.
My very skittish significant other. And
Okay,
then
let's
he
get a
lunged out.
close up of him over there
Yes.
being skittish. All right, perfect.
Don't
That's
say
how
boo.
it looks.
Don't say boo. And then he jumped. He lunged. Let me just use a better word. He lunged.
He lunged.
He did.
Yeah.
And then he startled me. And so then.
Well, it all happened when I opened the door. So
That's right.
Yes.
I want to apologize for my opening of the door.
I think
I'm
that's
just trying to
it.
get out of the
I think
building. What
that's
did I
it.
do wrong? I don't know. And absolutely, there is no crime that has been committed here. Okay, I want to make sure. Is that true? Now,
True statement.
you have a background. You tell us a little bit about your background because you may know more about true crime than any of us. What do you think?
Maybe a little bit. I've never dabbled in criminal law.
Okay.
But I do have a background in law. I have a Juris Doctorate. So.
Okay, so you're working as an attorney,
Yeah.
so you've probably seen some things around. Now you do have interest, and so maybe one of your interests is true crimes. Is that true? I don't know.
Yeah, I do. Investigative reporting, true crime, and it's not something I've ever really talked about. I just happened to mention to my current that I like to listen to certain podcasts. But
That's current right there.
Thank you for pointing. Yes, good. So
No,
can we just say this is my first time in your studio? We talked about people's second times. It's my first time here.
Well, listen.
I'm really enjoying this.
First of all, welcome. You are always welcome here at the studio, and we have a lot of good folks coming in. Good people, good podcasts is what we say on our advertising. So, I was telling you guys a story about when Dr. Hackett and the film crew, we went out on the streets of Broadway, and we were asking people to be a part of our promotional video about podcast here. And you can find us at columbuspodcasting.com. So one of the things we asked, do you listen or watch, because it's both audio and video, podcast? And I was surprised. First of all, everyone was watching podcasts or listening to podcasts. Everyone we talked to. That sort of confirmed some things for me. But secondly, when we asked what they liked, a good percentage of the people said, you guessed it,
True crime.
true crime.
True crime.
All right, now what? All right, I'm fascinated. I've said before, I've read a few of those mystery novels. I've got audio books and I'm listening and so forth, but I'm not sure it's true crime. There's an entire category of true crime. So, Shatul, let me ask you, what is your definition of sort of the true crime genre?
So I think, and one of the things what I said to you is, before we get into that, I think we have to really look at, what I find interesting is, it depends who you ask, right?
Right.
So I think people pull different things out of these quote unquote true crime podcasts, just like we get into the books of true crime,
Right.
mystery, suspense. If you go into like the James Patterson type stories, right?
Yeah.
We have a character, we have antagonists, we have protagonists, we have the whodunits, right?
Right. There's a plot points that move through and you kind of mislead
you have the
folks
arc.
a little bit. Yeah, arc, and you're
Right?
trying to find, yeah.
And then everybody's with you, you're on it, you know who did it. And then there's that dun dun dun, not who you thought.
Wow, yeah.
Right?
That kind of keeps us there, doesn't it? I
It
think
keeps
that's what
us
happens.
there, it keeps us right there with you. And so, but then there's that other genre of the cold case. Nobody could figure it out. Maybe you'll figure it out. Let us give you everything we have. you might be the one.
So now wait a second. Now, if I like it. First, it's intriguing, but is it really an unsolved case, a cold case, and it's kind of left up to the listener to help figure it out?
Depends on what you're listening to. There are some out there that present everything that we have. We're going to, whoever the moderator or the narrator or whoever is the person. Personally, I don't like the cold case files ones. I need to get to the end. I need you to catch it.
Well, I had heard that. Now, somebody just let this slip, and I was listening. But they say, listen, one of the first things you need to do is go to the end of the book or the end of the story and find out who did it, and then work your way back and then start over. I'm not sure that's always true.
Well, not for me. As I said, I think it just depends on who you are. And this comes back to, I'm a lawyer, you're a psychologist, right? That's what we do for a living. That doesn't necessarily always align with our dispositions or our backstory, right?
Right.
So I think we all bring a lot to the table in all of our years of living. Our
so we might come up with something that no one else.
Or not just for the solving of the mystery, but I mean, why are we interested in this? A lot of times when I'm listening to things, what I really like to hear is, how did the lawyers treat these stories that are involved in this? How did they deal with some of the examination of the witnesses? How did they deal with the experts in the case? How did they deal with the law enforcement aspect of it? That's just an interest of mine.
Well, that fascinates me too. I like that a lot, because I want to know how they really checked out the evidence. What's your alibi? Well, I was at so-and-so's place at this time. Well, if it's a good detective, they're not going to take the word for it. They're going to go there. They're going to get witnesses. They're going to get up more evidence to make sure that alibi sticks. So.
Well, and what now? Okay, you just hit the 30,000-foot view of that.
Okay.
Bring it down. If by profession you're now dealing with personalities, you're dealing with, let's say, traits, characteristics.
Or personalities, or even, as we're going to talk about on another podcast coming up with the good Dr. Hackett, the personality disorder, maybe even the psychopath.
Absolutely.
So there's some crazy characters out there.
Well, and let me tell you how that works for me. When I hear personalities or disorders, there's some nuance there as well. And when we're dealing with dispositions of people, we're dealing with the entire people, the population. So as a lawyer, in all of my cases, I have to work and collaborate with agencies, clients, opposing counsel, fact witnesses, expert witnesses. Many times I can't really get to what I need to get to until I figure out how to get to that person. So as I'm watching, as I'm listening, more than the true crime, more than the murder itself, what I'm really interested in is the victim, the victimology. There's some profiling type stuff that goes on. But what I'm really getting to is the stuff that would normally be redacted, the law enforcement sensitive stuff out of document productions, for example. In any case, I can really hear that from a different perspective. This is now a reporter who maybe through a FOIA request has gotten evidence or has gotten documents or has gotten things from the entire police file. And then if there's things that are redacted, the reporters who's now reporting this podcast knows what's protected through First Amendment privileges, has now gotten through the trouble.
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
these things.
No, I think it's great, and to take the time out. I guess that is kind of an issue that. Well, I wanted to say something about reading a good book or reading a book like this that has so much information on it, and we're reading less. Mm-hmm. Oh boy, that's kind of
another podcast, isn't it?
That's a whole nother thing. But I do think you're on the right track where you take a break, you do some inventory on what you want, where you're at, what you're going to do. Don't we all need to do that? And I'm not so sure everybody, the Joe walking up and down the streets doing that. I want to wave the flag out there and say, hey, stop and think, reflect, be introspective, think about the future, think about the past, figure out your next steps. And it's not about you. It's about how you can help other people. And as soon as we get everybody on that train, I think we're going to be better off.
In full disclosure, though,
anyway.
When I was working full-time and had a lot of responsibilities on my plate, it was a lot more difficult. As an old retired professor, I actually have the time to do this. So I'm not advocating it necessarily as, hey, I did it and, that kind of thing.
No, but I think it does make sense. And I'm all about folks taking time out to really think about what they want and how they're going to get it, what's stopping them from getting it. Making good decisions that not only affect themselves but affecting others. So we try to do that in our counseling efforts, and I think it's something that we probably need to do as individuals.
Story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
Zizek is ultimately, I think, pushes for a collective action. Part of why he still maintains the label communist is not because there are various communisms, but at the core of all of them, even the ones that went horribly awry, is the idea that somehow we need to be in this together. Right. And that universal emancipation is the one point that all subjects should be aimed for. And so if these rules, they may focus on individual emancipation, but they may take us away from a universal emancipatory stance. And so he may have some conflict over that. Like, we have to be careful that we don't allow ourselves to be merely individuals, and that we are not thinking about the universal struggle for all of us to be able to experience a level of life that is really only afforded to people in the first world. So,
right.
You know.
A story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
Let's figure this out.
Right.
All right, Dan Rose, how are you, sir? What's up?
It's it's Friday.
Well, it's going to be Friday for the rest of the day. I don't know how to break the news to you on that.
It didn't come soon enough.
Long week, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's I got if this week were like a disease, I would say it was shingles.
Ooh. That's a rough one right there
Was, yeah.
for some reason. So let's hope that it gets better. It's a short time frame there. All right. So what else is up? How do you deal with a shingles week?
You Colt 45. I mean, like buckets of it. Just
Okay.
You know?
Well,
I'll tell you what.
That's what you got. That's what you
combine
got.
Colt 45 and pork skins, fried pork skins.
Fried pork skins.
I call that a Saturday night.
I hate to say this, but my son's on a keto diet, and for some reason there are pork skins at my house.
On the
I
keto
apologize to the universe, as a matter of fact, for that. But they can't do carbs, but they can do fat.
Pork skins.
They can do fat. It's crazy.
You know, well, I
crazy
dated a
world.
girl for a while. It smelled like pork skins.
Oh,
I just felt that was really couldn't go anywhere.
Do we need to know that?
Just
for that.
people have smells.
Well, yeah, I guess they do. I hope this session today is not really
It's
about
nothing to do with smells. Nothing. It's just heat.
Okay. Well, I'm glad it's Friday too.
It
It's
is.
the end of a long week, and
It is.
hey,
It's been
here
tough.
it is Friday, and I think people really do feel better on the Friday going to the weekend. We're all working. We're trying to move toward.
I'm not working.
Yeah, our own time and so forth, and have free time during the weekend. So.
Every moment of my life is free time. I mean, somebody's paying for it, but it's free time for me.
So they have no idea what they're getting for their money,
No.
but they're giving you money and you're enjoying it, right? So
That's how it works.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I'm down for that. But yeah, so what's been on your mind lately?
Well, yeah,
what's
I
kind
thought
of
we-
these things happening?
We got to come up with something to talk with, and I thought about this. Now, in
Okay.
some ways, this is a little. My son would say this is a stale meme in a way. He might criticize, but you know,
Okay.
he's 47. What does he know?
I think you said on the last show he was 12, I believe. But okay, we'll
maybe
do
he's
the
12.
math later.
He's
I think.
12, going on 47.
Okay,
But
good.
I thought about this because I've been reading this this book by Slovenian philosopher and psychoanalyst Slavoj Žižek.
Yes. Okay.
Someone I read, I've occasionally dip into the guy's work, and reading that got me to think about some things.
Sure.
And also, I was at home eating some vegan chili on a bed of brown rice with some Gardein vegan beef tips.
Okay.
Get some sponsorship out of this because I ate a lot of
think,
Gardein.
I have no problem with all the sponsors you've mentioned so far.
Good,
we
yeah.
need to talk with those guys.
Except for my uncle Vinny, who in his meth lab, that was the one that that's
Yeah, Uncle Vinny is no longer with us. I understand after the explosion.
Yeah, it was an
so-
explosive venture. But I'm also, and there was one of them YouTubes come up and talks about the black pill. You know?
Yes. Oh, yes. Now I
The black
remember.
pill. We can talk about it.
We had a little bit of text back and forth about that, just
About
a
the-
little
yeah.
bit. I was confused because I was thinking, well, we had the red pill, we had the blue pill,
Well,
and
you got-
now the black pill.
There's also the white
here.
pill. There's
Oh, and
a
the
black
white
pill,
pill.
a white pill. There may be other pills, but and the way to think how this might be relevant and maybe useful to some is that
I don't know
there
if there's
is
a rainbow pill, but go ahead. All
could
right,
be.
and
Yeah,
we're
that
gonna-
was last week. That was last week.
That's right.
If you know that scene in The Matrix
Yes.
where Bob Hope is. I mean, that's
No.
not,
No.
That's
That's not. No, not.
well,
even
that didn't happen.
close.
Okay.
All right.
Nobody remembers who Bob Hope is. Do they
I'm the
remember?
only one in the room, and
remember.
probably listening ever to this. But
Okay.
go ahead.
So there's this idea that in the film, I think it's Neo is the good guy, right?
Right.
So
I think
he's
that's the
being
name.
confronted by Orpheus, right? It's Orpheus?
Yes. Yes.
Orpheus. And he asks him, he says, look, now that you know things, you can take the blue pill and you can go back to sleep and this never happened. If you take the red pill, you're going to wake up and you're suddenly going to see how things really are. And you have two choices.
Yes. Yes.
So he chooses the red pill and he wakes up and then boom, he sees how things are. Well, a few years back, my son would say longer than a few years back, there was this notion of being red-pilled and how you could get woke. And that both the left and the right use this as sort of a way to talk about things, that to be red-pilled is to suddenly be aware of things. It was often talked in the alt-right community and even in some of the incel community about how you suddenly see how things really are, and different forms of woke. On the left, it could mean something different as well. But again, it's just this state of wokeness.
Yes, waking up to a new understanding, new vision of what's really going on behind the scenes, in other words.
Well, there's a wonderful scene in the Zizek film. I think it's in The Pervert's Guide to Ideology, but it may be in The Pervert's Guide to Film, where he replays that scene, and where he's in Neo's place, and he says, I want a third pill. I don't want either one of these.
Okay.
And
my sons always wanted the third choice. When I'd read in the parenting book to give them either you want to do this or you want to do that, and they always
that's why he's eating pork skins. It's really, you should have whatever
from another
whatever you did back then.
There's a lot of things undoable that happened.
That's
back
right.
then,
So now
we'll see what happens.
He has a diet of pork skin. If he came up with a pork skin diet, I don't know how that would work.
It's somewhere in this keto diet, but don't ask me, and I'm not interested.
Keto.
Thank you.
Keto. Yes. But so that there are. Well, Zizek's point is that there is a way in which we may think that we've been woke, but that's actually an even greater trap. That to think that you suddenly see things clearly may be to be even further embedded and further trapped in things. So a wonderful example that he uses is that in California, they banned straws, and now lots of people are buying metal straws they take with them. They go to restaurants.
Right. Okay. That makes
and so
sense.
this could be an example of being red pilled. For instance, suddenly you realize the straws, and and the reason why they banned the straws is because I think the straws were affecting Liza Minnelli somehow. I don't know.
Well, no. What I was thinking was there's so much plastic that suddenly in the ocean we have this nation of
there's a lot of plastic in Liza Minnelli.
Absolutely. I was trying to move through that, but I didn't get very far. Go ahead.
Is she still alive?
Yes.
Okay, Katie. Okay. It's the plastic. So it lasts forever. but too much plastic, it's like killing turtles and stuff, right?
So they went to paper in California, made it a law, and moved on. Yeah,
okay. There's nothing wrong with limiting plastic use, carbon footprint, but the problem potentially that is, as opposed to dealing with the root of the problem, of thinking about, wait a minute, what is, why do I live in a world where things are going into the ocean? What are the broader things going on here? You simply affect a small local change that may have no big consequence whatsoever. Right. Another example that Zizek gives is if you go to Starbucks and you buy a Frappuccino or a Crappuccino, whatever you buy there, and every time you buy one, you give $1 goes to support a third world country, family out of poverty. Okay. And Zizek, so again, nothing wrong with helping, but why would you question? There's a bigger question. Why do we live in a world where there's enough of everything, but there are people starving? So the question would be, you are lulled into thinking you're making a change or a difference, but you're actually just staying asleep enough in the matrix to perpetuate the very thing that has caused all these inequalities.
Okay.
And so there is a third pill, or maybe you decide to stay in the matrix and you attempt to be able to understand it from within, maybe even undermine it in a way, or maybe you channel it or direct it in a way that may create larger change. That's the whole idea behind, and that was the potential third pill for Zizek. But there's this notion of the black pill. This is the notion that you wake up and that everything is crap, and it's a form of nihilism. Okay. It's the idea that when you really see how things are, you say, there's a philosopher, what's his name? I'll think of his name, but he was partly inspiration for the TV series True Detective, the first season. Okay. If you ever saw that.
Yeah.
But he's an antinatalist, and an antinatalist is someone who doesn't believe that human beings should reproduce. We should just die out. And he has a nihilist philosophy in which he sort of sees the human race as like a bacteria. We've infected the planet, and at some point it'll develop the right sort of antibodies and we'll all be gone. And so that is sort of a form of the black pill, sort of like you see things and boom, everything is horrible, and so you have the potential to succumb to nihilism.
Right, got it.
There's also a white pill, and the white pill would be the ability to, that would be religion, or in fact, some evangelical folks call it the white pill, that you suddenly see that there is, wait a minute, there's God, and there is redemption, or there is something better outside of all this and whatnot. And the point of bringing up any of those sorts of pills is that each of them represent a way of being able to dance and deal with reality.
Right.
And all of them may have a shortcoming, or they offer some sort of solution. And they have a parallel, I think, in some of the things you and I have been talking about here in terms of how do people engage with themselves in the world in such a way that, I don't want to use the word happy, because that's a pill in of itself. As an aside, there's a famous philosopher, Alain Badiou, and he talks about, he calls it the happiness industrial complex.
Oh, okay.
And that part of what drives, if there were a happiness pill, for instance, it comes in the form of, he uses, Zizek talks about this too, of Western Buddhism, that we all need to start buying meditation apps and doing yoga. Don't do yoga.
Don't do it.
But,
no, I got you, though.
There's a couple of jokes in there. I'm not going to go there.
I know.
But
it's good that you can hit on it and then go back to the topic.
That's because I woke up at 4 this morning and I'm tired. That's the only reason. But
yes.
So the idea that where was I at with this thing? Oh, it was the yoga or and all this sort of stuff and meditation, and all those are a form of either the black or the blue or the red pill. They could be the blue pill because they allow you to become better consumers, better cogs in the machine of capitalism, without ever really questioning things. Like, for instance, again, why do we need to meditate more? The things that you feel, the fact that you can't sleep, or the fact that you have, you're always anxious, maybe something you need to know as opposed to being numbed from. And the goal would be, how do we engage with ourselves? That would be a wonderful example of that there is an engagement with your own suffering in such a way that may inform you maybe how to change your life, may be able to inform you on how to be able to make the lives of others better. But none of those are the sort of pills that offer a fix that either give you numb you into sleeping or give you a false sense of being awake. And so how does all that sound?
Well, it's really interesting because the whole idea of being woke and becoming, I don't know if we've defined that very well. I mean, it's being woke to my ideas and you going along with my ideas versus being woke to the general consensus. So some groups will consider you woke and others may not at the same time. So I'm just curious about how we defined being aware. But it's awareness. It's more than what we're aware of now. It's an additional awareness or larger awareness.
Well,
how's that sound?
Yeah, I dig that. Even the term woke is already, in a way, carries with it a certain ideology, a certain politics, and a certain texture that allows you to be maybe closer to something important, but it also may blind you to some things, because if they were to offer a critique even of the notion of being woke, does that mean you're always awake? That you never have to worry about going to sleep again? That means that now you have a hold of a certain truth, and does that mean now that if you're not careful, if you have a hammer, everything is a nail?
Right.
There's a potential trap in there too.
Absolutely. The idea that you've got the best idea, or your idea is the way it is for others, and it may not be that way. In fact, it may be, maybe you woke and it's a nightmare.
Well, it's interesting because
or really not realistic. Maybe not.
Well, and Bion talks about this. I talk about that guy sometimes, but also Zizek mentions this in the book that I'm reading right now, and the idea that we don't wake up from a nightmare or a dream because as a way to escape the unpleasant thoughts of the dream. We wake up so we can go to sleep from the truths that the dream are trying to tell us.
Wow.
And so waking up is actually a form of avoiding something, a suffering inherent. Zizek would say a hard kernel that you can't do something with. And that sort of puts that on its head. So even the idea of being woke.
It may, as you mentioned, happiness. It may not make you happy to be woke. As a matter of fact, it may bring more anxiety into your life that you have to have that sleep you're talking about.
Well, it's a wonderful example, like of, and they often talk about the historical texture and the context of all the things that we do, and we often have this view. That there was a thing called the Dark Ages, and people ran around that they were dumb, and they thought the Earth was flat, all this sort of stuff, and then we look back, but you and I are both here in the South, and we look back and say there was a time when we were, we had slavery, but we've passed that. We're now, and so this notion of progress, that we've moved, that there is a place in the past that we can point to as a marker of how much we've grown and how better we are. Folks like Zizek would like to turn that on the head, because depending on how you look at it, there are actually more slaves in the world now than there ever were before. And that to prop up the first world, we have to crush so much of the third. That even as we speak, there are children being worked to death for the elements that go into our phones, or all of these things, the diamonds that we wear, and that for us to be in this place of comfort, to prop up our luck requires that there is an ocean of suffering, and that we are floating on that ocean, and to wake to that would be too much. To think, and I'm, as you know, I may have mentioned this, but I'm a vegetarian.
Yes.
I mentioned that before.
Yes.
And I remember the when I suddenly decided to become a vegetarian, I was at this club in Fort Lauderdale, and PETA, not the bread, but the organization,
right?
They had these things going on. They had these videos, and so you had to walk through a gauntlet of these mass farming videos, and and all these sorts of things, and you'd walk through it, you're like, holy cow. And then when I got here, I was like, I can't unsee that. And so that can be a form of being awake. If it becomes an ideological trap, and maybe a tad fascistic, if it becomes the one thing that you devote yourself to, and you say to yourself, if we all became vegetarians, the world would be perfect, right?
Right. So yeah, somebody could have that idea.
And and there are so many different flavors of that from elements of Catholicism to elements of ecological awareness, feminism, all these things. If you're not careful, whatever truth they have and whatever importance they have, they can become a unitary, a single thing, and as opposed to being able to move and make changes in the world, you're often sort of trapped by them. They offer you an answer to the conflict that ails you, but it keeps you from being able to move outside of that. You're trapped by it. And that's always a problem, I think.
It seems to be that we're just swapping ideologies in some way. I mean, we thought we believed that now we have something more as we're woke, and but it partitions us off into groups, or even an individual, but certainly into a group, and then there's always the opposing group. So you never quite finish this job of being woke, it seems like.
It's interesting because, again, Zizek's sort of a Marxist, and one of the things that a Marxist critique of diversity is that the more we begin to identify with certain tribal groups, the less likely we are to unify in a way that may generate global change. A Marxist equation is that it's that it's class conflict,
right.
That the workers are being crushed by the owners of capital, and so if we fix that, it'd fix everything. But there is this critique that if we stay divided, And this is Zizek Nabi, but he talks about how, like, whenever we recognize the suffering of a subset of our population, and I think the most recent would be the transgendered individuals, that we run the risk of not allowing the truth they bring to the table to arrive. Instead, what we do is we find a way to sell them jeans and tennis shoes and make they become just another tribal contingent that we can sell goods to. And the goal is that they become a market share instead of a force for change. So.
No, and it seems like it's economics, but also the politics of things at the time when you're using the market, the Marxist reference, that it is sort of that entire nation was dealing with that, and based on that philosophy or that ideology that had both politics and economics and people's well-being and the differences in class.
I got a lot of class. You've hung on me, right? You'd realize I got class.
Man, do you have class?
I got class.
I said that
Actually, in about an hour, I got class. No, it's funny because we also, you and I would talk once, about, there's this guy, Jordan Peterson. You're a big fan? You got a tattoo?
Yeah.
And, I'm not going to tell you where, I'm not going to tell anybody where it is, but he can make it dance.
Okay.
And, but you got...
Yes, we have talked about
Jordan Peterson.
Yes.
And he represents sort of a response to this in a way. If Zizek's response comes from the left, Peterson's comes from the right, and his idea seems to be that there is and it's at the most conservative thought is the idea that there are some core beliefs, some things that are inherent to Western civilization or civilization in general, and those need to be held on to firmly, and they are often we run the risk of losing them. So for Peterson, it's individuality. It's personal responsibility.
Yep.
And so, as opposed, he would espouse that as the thing that we need and the thing that is missing, and that the further we move away from those sorts of things, from central myths, Christianity and things like that, they all anchor us and tether us, and that he's very skeptical of any notion of progress.
Right.
Because he often, his criticism with Marx, he had a debate with Zizek. It wasn't really much of a debate, really. I guess it was a debate. But he kept, his thought was that the folks who dare to create change in the way Marx was advocating don't really know what they're thinking. They run the risk of losing something central and important, and then something bad is going to happen. So, Peterson's battle cry is clean your room.
Right. Yeah, he wrote the 12-step of that. I'm sorry, blocking on the title right now, but it's one of his latest books. So the notion is personal responsibility.
Yeah.
Really?
I'm not very good at that.
I was going to say, not
really
that,
my
but
forte.
what I was going to say was
forte.
that it's a nice idea to take that personal responsibility and clean up your own room, clean up your own house, make sure your thoughts and your progression, as opposed to progressives in larger sense, but the individual
here's a progressive critique of that, though. While you're busy cleaning up your room, you're not noticing all the mess around you. So you literally have taken the potential for the movement of the species, of the potential for things to move forward, and now you're simply focusing on your dirty socks. So
right.
it could be a form of the blue pill. It could be a way of forget about the possibility of changing things, forget about the possibility of growing the world in some ways. Just go home and clean your room.
Right.
And so revolution becomes either delayed, minimized, or it's done away with, but I guess your room be clean.
Yeah, and that not the groupthink that we were talking about. Okay, so the idea of the black pill bring us
that's nihilism. Yeah.
So when you say, but isn't that the personal responsibility? I mean, the nihilism is, if I understand it right, that you your enjoyments of your own personal life and so forth, and you don't see a way of going forward.
Well,
nihilism.
You need
to enjoy this now.
Well, I think that is a form of nihilism. I think in its broadest perspective, it is a sense of the futility of everything and the pointlessness of everything, and that hedonism is a form of could be considered a form of nihilism.
Right.
Right. It's like suddenly you just join Motley Crue. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like
yes. So I understand it. So. So many pills to choose from at this point in time.
So
and I know where does a person go with this?
Well,
these choices?
Here's what I think that could be useful in thinking about this is that in each of these ways of thinking about the world, they're all a good start. I don't think any of the pills necessarily is bad, be it white, black, red, or blue. The blue one might be somewhat problematic because it simply asks you to be able to go back to sleep. But maybe there's nothing. But there may be a benefit in that. I think the thing to ask is, they're beginnings and not the end. I think I've talked about this before. If somebody comes in for therapy and they sit down on the couch and they say, "I want to commit suicide. I want to die," that's a good place to start. It'd be a lousy place to stay for too long and a lousy place to get stuck. But that's an okay start. That is where you were at. And to meet someone in that place is the beginning of being able to move, to do something with it. Each of those pills, I think, offer the possibility. If with the red pill, if you are suddenly awake to something that you weren't before, how do you move forward with that? How do you dance with it? How do you make it a truth that can be both particular and universal in its application?
And especially if it contradicts something you've believed in before, right? As a result of it.
You grow. Think of, in my lifetime, I have watched with women's rights, feminism. There is suddenly new ideas entered the world, and there were those who may be extreme on either side. I think it's Andrea Dworkin who said all heterosexual sex is rape because women can't possibly consent because they're under inequality. And as an extreme statement,
right.
But it functions in a way like a bit of poetry or metaphor. It certainly could wake you up. But then what do you do with it?
Right.
Where do you move with it? And I think that is the thing that each of these pills asks. Not that one is better than the other. To suddenly, for instance, with Nietzsche, nihilism is a step toward being able to create your own life. You saw something similar with the existentialists and whatnot. That there's something about the realization of futility or absurdity that could plunge you in despair. Or it could mean you can do things that you couldn't do before.
Well, that certainly makes sense to me. And just a while back we talked about the euthymic window. This
my favorite band.
Yeah, I got it. And on this continuum of really, because the extremes are not healthy, somewhere in the middle, and finding yourself available to the moment and really engaged in the process.
And if you think about that notion of the euthymic window. It's more probable that at each developmental phase and as we grow, the window has to grow with us. We have to be able to accept more or less based on where we're at. And that requires some flexibility. That requires our ability to be disturbed and suffer enough to do something with it. So we, again, that Guy Bion, I talk about him all the time. The idea that we have to grow a mind. I think I've used this example in the past and here that, before I didn't have a child until I was 40. And at the birth of my son, just as I was in the process of fathering a son, my son was sonning a father. I had to grow and he had to grow and I had to grow both. I've never had a 12-year-old boy as a son, and he's never had me as a dad, and so it is a two-way street. There's something about the needing to be opened. It isn't that my son maybe and I woke each other and continue to woke each other, but we do generate moments in that euthymic window where we feel wonderful things, but we also feel not so wonderful things. And each of those, it requires us to be something more than we were the year prior. If that makes any sense.
No, it absolutely makes sense. And these sort of developmental things are going on at the same time. And then you have to relate. You have to build a relationship between the two of you in that case. And, it's not always the easy thing to do, sort of the acceptance of the other father-son issue.
And that's where that notion of like there are forms of emotional fascism. There are familial totalitarian states in which the growth of the other is too much. It is when my son's interest and his development does not coincide with the image I have of what I want him to be, I'm suddenly confronted with a tension. There is a minimal, at least, sometimes maximal amount of suffering in that moment. And what do I do with it?
Right.
Do I, beat him until he puts the football helmet on, or do I?
No.
Well,
that's not one.
It's a lot of work.
That's
Just
not
saying,
one.
it's not a lot. Or do I say, okay, there's something about who he is and how he is ising himself, how in his going on being he may be forcing me to go on being in some ways that I haven't had to do before. He pushes and pulls me out of my comfort into someplace new, just as I do that by my presence to him. And we do that dance together, dancing forward towards something that neither of us can completely name, though there is some sort of cultural mandate on where we're headed. At some point he leaves the house and I no longer have to pay for things.
Having adult sons, let me just break that myth right there. He will continue.
At some point he's going to start making me money, right? At some point I'll get some of this back. They'll be like,
Dad, can you loan me? Is not a real statement, by the way. Can you loan
no
me money?
Interest.
No,
Can't,
there's no interest. There's no principal either. So
yeah, well, I never had those. I don't have principles.
Well, nice. All right, so I'm glad you got that comment in. All right, so what do we do? I mean, let's say if someone is woke, one of these ideologies, taking one of these pills and sort of seeing something in a different way, in a new way that maybe challenges them and their thoughts, or maybe not. It's just a bit of enlightenment. Not everybody took the pill. Not everybody's going to have that same reaction. There's always going to be this tension. You mentioned the push and pull between people who agree and don't agree and have different versions of what it should be like. That seems to be an eternal struggle in some ways for us.
Well, and this is a component in we mentioned the Zizek guy. He makes a point in saying that that conflict is inherent, even down to the level of physics. That we have this notion that there's a guy named Todd McGowan. He made a statement that the ultimate, again, this sounds political, but it has a point. The ultimate conservative notion is it is what it is.
Right.
So, and that's I think that's law of non-contradiction. A is A, B is B, A is not B, that sort of thing. And but at the level of physics, quantum physics, this all becomes blurred. We don't have. There seems to be something inherent in the very structure of the world around us that makes it fuzzier than we would like it to be.
Right.
And Freud's version of mental health is the capacity for ambivalence, the capacity to entertain that A may not just be A, it may be other things as well, and that there is flux and there is flow and there is tension, and it's inherent in things. And that may be a state that we may need to be able to find ourselves in at various points, both not just as a nation or as a culture, but individually. The person who comes in and sits on the couch and says, I want to die, the reason that's a good start is there's the possibility of them seeing in the word suicide something more than just what it is on the surface, that there is a complexity and inherent in there. It may begin that they want to die, but that it may go to a place that they want parts of themselves to die.
Right.
And it may be that they want to go that the feelings they have, they want those to go. They want the life that they find themselves trapped in dead. We begin in a place where there's an isness. It is what it is. That if we stay in there too long, it becomes like a shell. We can't grow out of. But over the course of the work that we do, it begins to mean more and more and more than what initially sounded nihilistic and destructive is ultimately liberating, because it started us on some path towards something.
No, I like the idea. There's a bit of what you were saying a moment ago about this awakening and this idea of new ideas and new ideology. But it also can become sort of self-centered in a way, maybe even narcissistic. And we've talked about that plenty of times on the show. So it's the ability to empathize and connect with other people. I think that's a basic issue that we've kind of
and think about the empathy and
with.
Connecting with yourself, the empathy and to connect with ideas, to be able to there is something when you see yourself and someone as whole. That wholeness, in a way, is a metaphor for a certain level of chaos held in tension. It is that there is a complexity there. There is a muchness, not a too muchness or a too little, but it is pregnant with something. And I think in some ways that's the opposite of narcissism. The narcissist sees both themselves and the world in a way that they are trapped in, and your ability to move into something more complex and something more fluid allows you the opportunity to grow. The narcissistic position is ultimately one that is useful but simply defensive. Just like the person who comes in and says that they want to die. That's also in some ways a defensive position. It may be the best thing they can come up with in light of all the suffering they're feeling in this moment. Hence, it's a good place to start. You always have to start somewhere, and that's as good a place as any. But you have to keep moving.
Yeah, especially when you struggle so much in your personal life that you're going to a therapist and you're going to finally say what you've been thinking and feeling on the inside, and allow a person to connect with you and have a discussion about that and maybe see some options for yourself.
As long as the insurance is good.
Okay, that's true. If you're in private practice, that's
right. That's
all right. Well, people have to make a living, but I'm thinking all that's coming out wrong here on the video.
Sorry, it's not I got to make a living. Yeah. I got to afford a boat.
A boat. Do you want to rethink that? Maybe I don't really
want a boat. I'm not much for. But I could put it in my pool. I guess like a dinghy.
Yes, get a small boat.
I just like saying the word dinghy because something about that just makes me kind of giggle.
Yeah, it does. Me too. So there we are, and I'm not sure why. All right. Well, all right. So final thoughts on this in terms of just this. You started out talking about the black pill. You talked about the blue and the red pill, and even the white pill.
The white pill. That'd be religion or some sort of faith.
But it almost seems that there could be. I don't know, an infinite number of these pills, depending on the particular ideology or awakening or enlightenment that a person may have.
Well, maybe the takeaway is this, is that regardless of the pill, all of those pills might be a good start. But if they offer the possibility of some sort of permanent change, if they offer a solution with a capital S, then be wary of them. That they are... they're potentially a trap, and that there is, just as another part of the reason why I used my example of my son is that it's a place in my life that I can truly feel I'm growing whether I want to or not. He's about to be a teenager. I thought the level of sarcasm was high before. We've reached
just wait
level 5.
Level
It's
5.
and I find myself
DEFCON 5.
That's right.
Yeah,
I find myself, I don't think I've had this many murderous thoughts in my entire it's like but all of that discomfort, he moves me out of that euthymic window into some place that I have the potential to be able to grow, just as I move him. In those moments of tension and the dance between us, we move. And my guess is any of these pills, if we're not careful, there's a term that, since we're hanging on Zizek, tarry with the negative. And the idea is that you have to find a way to dance with these things. It comes from the philosopher Hegel in a sort of vulgar way, or a oversimplified way of looking at what Hegel called dialectics, is that there's a thesis and then an antithesis, and then there is a synthesis, a combination of those two things. So somehow, if you say, I want vanilla, and then somebody says, no, I want chocolate, then you come up with Neapolitan ice cream. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That's what it is?
Close.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's
the third one, I
yeah,
think.
there's this really...
Yeah, the
Really?
vanilla, the chocolate, and the strawberry, I think.
Is that...
Neapolitan,
okay.
yes.
That's Neapolitan.
For the record, yes.
Okay, I don't know my ice creams. It just seems wrong.
It's wrong all the way.
But you keep your chocolate, your ice cream separate. But a more truthful form of that, or a more useful form, is not just some simple synthesis, but there is movement. There is both can be maintained in some sort of dialectical tension, or in the movement from one to the other. Someone says you want vanilla, they say they want chocolate, and you suddenly discover strawberry. There is the possibility of, and there's something about that dance and that tension that is necessary. And most fascist ideologies, most attempts at a quick fix ruin the possibility, if you're not careful, of the sort of movement you need and to continually grow. That would be one of my criticisms of some of the way research on happiness has been, or even some of the positive psychology stuff. If you're not careful, it runs the risk of ironing over an inherent tension that is necessary for us to continue to move forward in the ways that we need to.
Yeah, that tension is all. Sometimes that's all we can see, all we can focus on, and it comes to this idea of knowing yourself. We talked about this in different ways, but knowing yourself and being a critical thinker. And
I'm very good at being a critical thinker.
Critical thinker. But really surveying the ideas and making some choices about things, and also being empathic and the use of empathy for others, and connecting with the larger group. So, I mean, that's quite a bit of skill that a person has to have in order to make these woke moments really work and move forward.
It's a good thing that I am so skilled. It's a good thing that I am a god among men, or a salad dressing among steak sauce, or trying to work some sort of.
This has to be the wind down of the show, because I'm not understanding anything at this point. I think I've missed.
I did say I got up at 4:00, and I didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
Right. Sorry to hear that.
Well, I can't tell you why.
Uh-oh.
Because the tape's rolling.
Yes,
and my wife may hear it.
And we may. Okay.
Odds are not, because she gets enough of me and wouldn't. But actually, between you and me,
we may
talk
have
about
to
this?
Censor this show somehow. But go ahead. Yeah, whatever.
Okay, here's what happened.
Nobody's listening. Go ahead.
Okay, my wife got her hair cut.
Yes.
And she got it cut, pixie cut, where it looks like she's sort of like she may have joined the military.
Right. Okay. Yes.
And she decided her hair's been turning gray, that she's going to dye her hair gray. And so she has now. She came home yesterday looked as if she had joined the military, and her hair is gray.
Okay.
And and I talked before about
and that kept
moments.
You up at night. It evidently basically what you said.
Here's a growth moment, because she comes in with the haircut,
gotcha.
And I want to be supportive. I want to be kind.
Sure,
and loving.
you do. Yes.
I want to stick to my guns that I believe the a woman has control over her body. We all have control over our bodies. No
Right,
one should
right.
be telling what to do. Just
Right.
because I am her husband, I have no more right to
Okay.
what she does with her
All
body
right.
than anybody would.
There you go.
And I want to stay true to that.
Well said.
But at the same times, I'm a little shocked.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
and there is a roiling tension. I don't know what to do with this, because
Right.
I want to stay true to those values, but at the same time, I'm a little taken aback. And
Well, yeah, sometimes the facial expression, you may not be able to hold it, or the words that you say, or
Yeah.
maybe, but it's
I-
kind of a
I-
vibe that can be picked up on. You
I
got to be
peed
careful
myself.
there.
Really, that was a nonverbal. Does that count as a nonverbal?
That's a nonverbal.
It's a nonverbal.
Not one I thought we'd talk about, but
It is. It is.
It is a
And so
nonverbal.
I did what I was. It was sort of a fight or flight or freeze.
Right.
And that's sort of a freeze kind of thing.
Right.
And so that sort of kept
Well,
me.
it's at that moment where you have to think more about how you're going to approach this if you're going to enter in a conversation about this at all.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that choice.
Well, see, and there's a famous saying by it's a Wagner saying from Richard Wagner that what is it? You are healed by the spear that smote you, right? So what that means is that in that moment of suffering, in that moment that I am struggling, there's something that I am supposed to know about myself and her and the world. There's a place of growth, right?
Right.
But unfortunately, all it did was keep me up last night.
That's it.
But see, that's why I couldn't. And so I finally just said, I'm going to get up and do things.
Yeah, get some things going. But okay, but
I could use the pill.
it does sound like there might be a pill involved. It does sound like you really need to think through this in terms of maybe having that conversation about it. And you have a right to express yourself. On the other hand, you're married, and you have to put that into perspective just a little.
Well, I don't know what to do. I thought about it. This is what my solution, and this really is not what we'd call a solution. This actually is a form of maybe the blue pill.
Right.
I thought about just taking my contact lenses out and keep them out on weekend.
Right.
I'm not joking. This really was, as I'm laying in bed at night, I think to myself,
yeah, well, you had plenty of time. You
take-
weren't sleeping, but yes.
I could
that's
take
what I
the
was thinking.
contact lenses out, and then I could just delay this. So how does that sound?
That doesn't sound good at all. And in my experience, the delaying of things mean that thing is going to come out on its own at some point, like
Yeah.
a volcano explosion.
Yeah, it's like-
and you're going to say all the wrong things at the
Could-
wrong
could,
time.
yeah,
So
could,
yeah.
I could have, if it make matters worse, and this actually happened. We have a pool, and it's one of those little plastic pools that you buy for $25, but it's still a pool. We have a pool,
No.
and I go downstairs, and I'm looking out the window, and just out of the glance, I say, "Who the heck's cleaning our pool?" And it was my wife, but I didn't recognize her.
Okay.
So I'm
Okay.
like, "Holy
Well,
cow! This is like, what do I? What do I do with this?"
Who is this person in my house? Oh, yes.
So it's not. So
that may not be a conversation opener either. So
It's not like it's not. I'll have to come up with some
well,
way.
the marital therapists talk about acceptance and this idea of accepting the other. So maybe it's something you can work on between now and the next time you see her, which is about 10 minutes from now. Or is
Here's
that-
what I think I'm going to start. Can I start the conversation? Are you trying to kill me? Is that a good start? Is this
no? That's not a good start.
Not a passive, but an actively aggressive attempt to destroy my soul? Can I start there?
As you said, it may not all be about you in this thing. So,
Maybe, yeah.
I'm just
I might
keep
need
an
to-
open mind about that, and enjoy the moment.
I'll try to find a way. I will take that spear that smote me,
Yes.
and I will plunge it into that wound, and hopefully something good will come out of it.
Sounds like a lot of death, and it's headed in your direction. So,
It is.
so I would be
Hopefully she also,
very
the odds of her ever seeing this, unless of course you sent it to her,
I'm
are really.
as a matter of fact, this is going straight to her inbox, and let her decide this.
Might,
Consider this an intervention. So
yeah.
the best we can do.
Yeah.
All right, man. That's great. And listen, I have to say, I appreciate the conversation today, but also good luck to you in the moments and minutes and hours to come.
That's right. Like I said, it was a shingle week. Lots of shingles. Emotional shingles.
Thank you a lot. I'll see you next time.
Hey, you there, the alien watcher. You like watching podcasts, don't you? Just like you like watching for UFOs and other unidentified flying objects. You get what I'm saying. So tune in to ColumbusPodcasting.com, where all your podcasting needs can be achieved with us. So we're supposed to be doing a podcast commercial, but my business partner is watching the podcast because he likes to keep his mind on the go all the time, even while recording. It's never a bad time to watch a podcast. It's never a bad time to create a podcast. It's never a bad time to know about podcasting. So, ColumbusPodcasting.com. All your podcasting needs can be achieved.
If you're interested in a podcast, want to be a part of a podcast, or even create your own podcast, come down to the studio on First Avenue and we'll show you how it's done. ColumbusPodcasting.com.
Doing? What's going on? Tell me about it. I like your shirt.
Yeah, I just got back from the gym, and this was so I don't smell good, and I'm you know. But what's that Bob Dylan lyric? I was listening to a Bob Dylan song. He says, "My shirt's tight with sweat, but not as tight as a corner I've painted myself in."
Wow.
So that's what he said. Yeah,
it's kind of deep.
It is.
That's right. He's got all the lyrics.
And then one of the lyrics, what I like, he said, "You're gonna need me, honey. You can't make love all by yourself."
Okay.
I thought that was a good one too.
That's pretty blunt, straight out there.
It was, yeah.
Well, it's good to see you, and I know it's been a little while, so let's figure out what's on your mind.
Post Tarantino.
Come on.
Post. That was the last thing
This
we talked
is
about.
post Tarantino. Now, I did send you some additional materials that maybe we didn't touch on some of the things.
Well, I think you may want to look at those, but I actually I didn't.
Okay, but that's all right. Well, I didn't figure we were going to recap or anything, but I was thinking.
But it was the Atlantic. Those guys. In fact, I wonder if I've actually seen that article. I may have because the Atlantic sends me things through the Facebooks.
Okay. Well, she's a pretty good writer. I mean, they compared her to Hitchens and some other people. I'm not sure she's at that level, but she's done some pretty good work just looking down the list of her articles. This one, I think, captured some of the psychological issues that we were starting to touch on, maybe expanded a few things.
This is Tommy Lauren?
No.
That's a joke.
Oh, that's another. I'm sorry. There are times when
Dana Stevens.
Those references go
yeah.
But that's good. Maybe we'll do another recap. But I tell you what, why don't we just plan at one point to go back and look at our recent episodes and do I wished I would have said.
Yeah, there are actually a lot of things I wish I wouldn't have said.
Well,
I have a lot of regrets.
In your case, what you did say we should have taken out and edited, but just to kind of comment on what we've done so far in this. All right, so let's get to it.
Well, a couple of things, because this would be potpourri, because there was something you brought up, this Ocean of Confirmation, and also when we leave here, I'm going to be seeing a horror film.
Yes. Okay.
And the horror film is, and so there's we could talk a bit about just the nature, the psychological utility of the horror film, because you had said your wife had said, why would you
why would you possibly go and watch a horror movie?
Yes.
No, but not only her though, but I know members of the family out and groups.
Why would you possibly? Well, what do you think that is?
We
Why?
avoid horror movies at all costs.
Why is that? Why do
what
they
that is.
avoid horror movies? What do you think that is?
I think it's something deep and psychological and scary.
Really?
And let's try to stay away. Maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing it is. But the idea that we stay away from scary things. There's enough scary things in the world. Why would we intentionally?
That's right. Yeah. Why intentionally?
Go toward that? Right.
Well, so that would then why would someone want a horror movie? Some people choose to see them, and right now the horror genre is sort of ascendant. There are, they're a big name.
They are.
But why would someone want to go see a horror movie?
I'd like to turn that question back on you. Why would someone want to go see a horror movie? I mean, I'm sure you don't ask the question around here unless you already have an answer pretty close by. So
I do have,
let's go with that.
There are a couple ways to think about this because, we talked before about the, right now the cutting edge of the field is with, where it dovetails with neuroscience.
Right.
And one of the ways to think about any of the things that we do art-wise is we can see them through that lens. And there's this notion of the euthymic window. We've talked about that before.
Yes.
And that is that there is this there is a window with an upper limit and lower limit, and that we attempt to be able to maintain a homeostasis, and that we attempt to be able to remain within that window. And some people's windows are narrower and lower. So when you talk about folks who don't like horror films, the upper register of their euthymic window may be a bit lower than those who do. And so when we get on a roller coaster, for instance,
right,
we want to be at the upper level of that euthymic window. So we take that homeostasis and we tilt it in this direction. So we give ourselves a safe and calculated thrill that just verges on trauma, but it doesn't.
Right.
So it's up in that limit. Just like we
Right.
watch like some people would say, why would you want to watch Old Yeller, right?
Right.
Because, and that's the bottom end of the euthymic window. That is sadness. Like, why watch a movie where, like, everybody dies of cancer,
Right.
and then the kid, their dog gets hit by a car. What? But people
Right.
do that, right? They do
Yes,
it.
they do,
So
and
in
it's
some
very
ways,
popular.
the weeper, the romantic tragedy is the opposite end of the euthymic window, bottom end, where the horror film is on the upper. So, and thrillers do a little bit of that too, but there is something about the horror film that we generate a false threat, and we place ourselves in the midst of that for that experience. And that experience,
Right.
and another way to think about this too is there was a cat by the name of Daniel Stern. He did a lot of work with infants. He talks about vitality affects.
Okay.
And that, if you ever notice, like, if you have a baby, ever seen one of them babies?
Yes, I
have.
couple at the house there for a number of years.
So yeah,
but
I had one of them too. I was like, oh. And at one point I was like,
scary.
yeah,
Another thing.
speaking of horror film. Holy
yeah,
cats.
that's right. Our own personal horror film right there. at the house.
And I'm convinced that if anybody, when we were about to have a kid, everybody's like, oh, it's great, you're going to love this baby
can't
thing.
wait till you have a
Nobody
kid.
tells me. And then those same people, I'm like, I haven't slept in 6 months.
Right.
I'm covered in all sorts of horrible things. And
You
you're like,
don't smell very good.
and then
either.
the same people that told me how great it was looked at me and said, yeah, isn't it horrible? I'm like, that's not what you were telling me
That's
before.
not how you told me all this wonderful stuff that's going to happen. You should do it too. No, sharing my pain is what this
What
might
were
be.
you
I
up
don't
to
know.
with this thing? Okay, but you have having the baby. Say somebody interact with a baby. There's a way in which to be able to interact with a baby. We do peekaboo, peekaboo. We speak in a way that we accent these vitality affects. We scare them. We do all these sorts of things. So the very development of our nervous system is based on these interactive moments in which we create attenuated near traumas. We literally generate these things.
Mm-hmm.
So you can think about it. A horror film is a little like just grown-up peekaboo.
Right.
So it's from Stern's standpoint, we seek out these experiences that give us this same sort of peekaboo. So what is a horror film? It's just a giant screen version of that sort of peekaboo.
Well, it's almost something that we do that we have some control over as
Yeah, right.
well.
And it is a controlled
So we
trauma.
don't go out of too far out there to scare ourselves and really bring about the trauma, but it's sort of regulated in some way. So I can understand it now. Well, that's helpful. But you're right. The movie, the horror genre is everywhere. There's always a horror movie on. Almost always a horror movie on.
And another way to think about this from a neuroscientific perspective, there is Panksepp, I think I'm pronouncing his name right. He talks about that the brain is actually organized along, there's 7 organizing principles of the brain. So they're like 7 systems. And one of those, I think there's procreation, there's aggression, there's seeking, there's attachment, there's sleepy, there's there's
I knew that was coming. All right, keep going.
What there's I'll have to think about the others, but
okay.
But one of the ones that are important is this the seeking system. Like, and they use the example of a dog. Like this morning, my wife and I got up and we walked the dog.
Okay.
And apparently you're supposed to use a leash, and if it bites somebody, you're supposed to have you have legal recourse. I didn't know that. I just ran.
Okay.
But,
okay.
So we walked the dog. Dogs are a wonderful example of the seeking system. Just like, wagging tails, smelling stuff. Ate a diaper. Somebody threw a diaper out. The dog ate it. I don't know. These things happen.
I think I get the point.
But the dog that does the seeking thing.
It did not eat a diaper, but go ahead. All right.
He did smell a diaper. My wife got upset.
Okay, all right.
But it was a really big baby's diaper. Like, I'm thinking that baby had to at least be 200 pounds. So I'm not really sure what was going on there. And there was a pacifier the size of like a
giant pacifier,
yeah,
like an adult pacifier.
Yeah, I'm like, what was that? What was that about? But
I'm definitely not ready, but I'd like to get to the end of this example at some point. Yeah,
dog seeking, and we have the same thing. And so part of it is that that we often have to seek out, like, boredom is something we all have to find a way to escape. We have to create a life in which there are not just bright and shiny things, but there are things that are loud. There are things that move quickly, and the art serves that purpose too. And you can think of a horror film. It's got some bright and shiny, but it's also got some booms and some things that move quickly, and so that
alarms us just enough,
but
not full scale.
In these moments, all that sounds cool, but I think we should also go down the rabbit hole of Melanie Klein.
Okay, you're going to talk object relations.
Object relations, and Melanie Klein.
Get ready for that.
So this is one of the things about Melanie. And Melanie Klein, if you go back and read some Melanie Klein, some of that stuff is just really way out there, like that. But one of the things she brings up is the first art object is Mom.
Okay.
And Mom is both the first Old Yeller, the first romantic comedy, but also the first horror movie we see.
Okay.
And so incorporated in that is the notion that, and Klein talks about how there are things inside Mom that we'd like to have. We don't know what they are. There are ways in which she comes and goes. There is a capricious element to her connection to us. Her interests move elsewhere. And so there are feelings of shame and anger and degradation. And there's this cat by the name of Julia Kristeva, who sort of takes from Melanie Klein, and she talks about the notion of the abject. And she says that part of what Mom does for us and society in general, to define who we are, we have to not own or disown parts of ourselves. And so there are elements of us, if you've ever thought about the human body, it's pretty gross. There's lots of horrible, disgusting things going on at all times.
Yes.
There are.
Okay.
And we have to quickly, to define ourselves in a positive sense, we quickly label parts of ourselves that we need to disown to have, so there has to be a negative to be a positive. And so there are tremendous elements of us that are considered the abject. Right, and a wonderful example of the abject, and Zizek talks about this. I may have mentioned before too, but think about it.
Okay.
Think about the amount of saliva you swallow every day.
Can I not think about that? Because my guess is it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
So if you just take a small bit of that, just a glassful, and over 5 or 10 minutes. Just spit it into a cup.
Right.
And then try to swallow it.
No. No,
it's not
that
good,
would not
right?
be. But I know we're okay. Keep going though.
So
I got the
and
idea,
even the
the
thought of that
grossness of it all.
generates nausea. So there's this in horror. There's a return of the parts we've disowned. I mean, if you think about horror movies, often have people getting cut up, gore, vomit, all the very things that
lots of blood.
Blood. I mean, even if you've ever watched Silence of the Lambs, there's a point where ejaculate gets thrown at Agent Starling. So you can't think of a single emission or a bodily emission that we don't have some sort of ambivalence or conflict with that doesn't find its way into a horror film.
Okay.
And so, according to Kristeva, we need the occasional rendezvous with disowned parts of ourselves to generate some sort of homeostasis. So it's like we watch horror films in some ways to become reacquainted, at least temporarily, with parts of ourselves that we know but we don't own. Right?
Right.
And there's a whole genre, and it's really taken off, of the body horror, where, Alien is a wonderful example of early body horror.
Right, right.
I don't know if you've seen that movie, that Alien movie.
I think
where
I
the
have.
thing goes,
bursting out of the person,
thing,
yes, and running across the room.
That's a wonderful example, and Kristeva even talks about that this is an example of the abject, something inside of us, and she draws a connection between all sorts of things, even sexuality. There's a way in which we are sexuality owns us. In teenagers, suddenly hair starts popping up everywhere. You suddenly start having all these weird urges, and all these sort of things start to happen. That's a little like the alien that popped out of that guy's chest. Mm-hmm. There are parts of us that just go boom, right?
Right.
And Kristeva talks about
lifelong too. It continues as you get into later age. I understand.
And when you start getting older, and then the body horror is real, right?
Yes, unfortunately, as we get a little older, yes,
right,
there are a lot of those things coming back.
Yeah, you got like things start to sag.
Hair starts to grow in different places.
It does. Yeah, it's
exactly.
like you wake up and you've got like these things happen. Another film that sort of that really connects with this notion of the abject. Ever see that movie? Not the original black and white one, but the John Carpenter The Thing movie.
Yes, of course.
And remember, it's like all about bodies that turn themselves inside out. There's even a scene where they're doing the coding, what do you call it, with the defibrillator thing.
Right.
And suddenly the guy's chest, he goes into the guy's chest, and the guy's chest grows teeth and then bites off his hands.
Yes.
Remember that scene?
Spoiler alert, I guess, for some of
that happens.
that
and then the guy stands up and he's got blood squirting out of these stumps.
Right.
So in that single
nice
moment,
special effects, but
it was.
That's the only way I can get through it is consider it to not be real.
But notice, so you have to generate enough distance. So you move. Your ego quickly does its thing and draws a line in the sand.
Right.
But even in the act of doing that, there's something that could be considered healthy, that you are exercising your ego and your capacity for drawing a line in the sand and generating a boundary between you and the rest of the planet. And that movie allows you a chance to do that. Mm-hmm. It allows you a chance to play with those sorts of moments. And embedded in both Aliens and The Thing are a relationship with our body that we're not completely conscious of.
Right. And it's operating, and then so when we watch these horror movies, that we're reaching that upper limit of the dysthymic window you're talking about, and it's okay for us because it helps us regulate the real horrors that are out there that we face at times.
And the more you can expand your euthymic window, if we think back to Freud, that we define mental health as the capacity to love, work, and play. Well, those who have a very narrow euthymic window, and I don't know any studies in this, but folks who are really, really, really upset by horror movies, we may find that may be a constricted euthymic window due to developmental trauma, for instance. right? It's suddenly
You're restricted by the life experience or
Right.
the trauma that the person has already experienced early on in their
and
life.
part, and one of the key elements of effective therapy in many ways is it's either in vivo or guided exposure. So, what happens when someone comes into a therapy session is they slowly but surely begin to put into words the alien that's trying to pop out of their chest. And so it doesn't have to pop out of their chest. They can simply say, I some days it feels like there's something going to come out of me that I have no control over.
Right.
Boom. And that euthymic window expands. Their capacity for self-regulation, their capacity for the modulation of their inner states.
Right. Okay.
And so you can think about,
it's almost like growth in that area. The more you're exposed that it's okay and you can kind of manage it and regulate it, then you can take on more of that as you need. If you don't expand that, you're going to be frightened and scared and probably have difficulties with lots of things in the world.
Yeah, in some ways, as opposed to a spectator of a horror film, you may find yourself in the middle of it, even after you leave the theater. And, there's lots of talk in this notion of locus of control.
Right.
And individuals who have externalized their locus of control, they're often in a horror movie. There are all these ways in which we are, that when people enter therapy, what often happens is they begin to modulate the things they feel. They begin to experience an extended locus of control. That euthymic window broadens. These are all things that can happen that you can work towards. Right?
But yeah, and I was thinking, we mentioned the family members and somebody who would never see these horror movies. They're restricting themselves in a certain way because of that. But also, on a conscious level, it's like I don't want to be exposed to that. It's too real. In other words, they sort of label it as this movie, and I've said that to my wife on a number of occasions. These actors are getting paid a lot of money to have their hands cut off or whatever that might be.
Well, what do you think about
special
this, though?
effects, it's not real. And I'm not sure that everybody, I think people are kind of like at the surface level of thinking that it hits them in that way, even though they know
why do you think
different.
that would be then? So because, for instance, in your case, you can navigate these sort of stage traumas in a horror film by saying, well, this is good special effects. You can allow yourself a capacity to be both participant and observer in the film, and you can generate enough observer self-reflective status to be able to say, okay, right now, let me remind myself this is just, and the special effects are great. Some people can't.
Getting better.
What now?
They're getting better.
They're getting better,
I
yeah.
mean, it looks.
right.
It would convince some people that it's real.
Come
out of
a long
context,
way
a
since
little
Plan
bit,
9
yeah.
from Outer Space. But but others don't seem to have that capacity. Well, what do you think about that? Why would?
I don't know. I'm almost thinking that it's some defense mechanism where we are resistant to exposing ourselves to it. That at some level we're telling ourselves we can't quite manage that, or we don't want to manage it, and therefore it's a protective mechanism that we kind of keep ourselves away from that because what it might turn up in us, and maybe we're a little afraid of that. But yeah, I think you're right about the exposure of it. The more you're kind of exposed and you see it, the greater capacity you have to manage it.
Well, I wonder where that capacity, and there probably is some research on this in terms of is there a certain character structure that respond to horror movies a certain way? Maybe even attachment styles.
Right.
Are there? Is there something about the ways in which we organize our inner selves or the maps we have for the world that may tell us something about how we're able to watch or not watch a horror movie?
Right.
Like I wonder.
I mean, just on a simple level, it's this is going to connect with some trauma that the person has, and they are trying it by all means to avoid going back and looking at that. When we know in therapy that's exactly where we need to go to sort of work through that issue, whatever that trauma might be, and come out on the other side.
That idea
of it,
of the edge, that growth edge.
Yes.
To be able to come to a place where someone is just at a spot where they're experiencing just enough anxiety, and to help them to be able to regulate that, to modulate it, or to modulate it hopefully, and to be able to get them through modulation to be able to move a little further through it.
Right.
I don't think too many people. I've had people come into therapy and say, they're afraid of flying, or they have some specific phobias. I haven't had anyone come in and say they have a fear of. They want to be able to overcome their horror movie fear, but
Well, it might be diagnostic to just ask them about horror movies. How many horror movies have you seen? I never go to horror movies or whatever.
That would be
respond
part
to
of
that. It might be kind of fun as a research project, perhaps.
But what about you could have the opposite problem? Like, what about someone who is drawn to horror movies? Individuals who are within the psychopathic realm. They often have to chase louder and more intense experiences because that's what they need to feel some sense of life.
Right.
There are individuals whose relationship to the abject may be such that, as opposed to some sort of healthy disownership, they are somehow immersed in it. That the serial killer that may want to find themselves awash in their victim's viscera. Right? This is the opposite of the sort of disowning and dance with the abject that we might expect in a, quote, healthy person. Right. So we could say that, maybe there's a connection between too much consumption or that of horror movies that may say something too.
Right, right. Yeah, that's a good point. It may be almost like a tolerance level that you have to get another fix from the substance abuse literature, that the tolerance level is sort of continues to bump up and you have to have more and more to associate that kind of thing. Well, that's interesting. So my question back to you about this, and I appreciate all that was very insightful discussion, but I'm guessing that you have a hard time enjoying this horror movie that you're going to see because you're running it through that psychoanalytic filter and you're watching out for these kind of things that we just talked about. And I'm a little concerned that, wait, what about the entertainment value for you? Can you just say, wow?
Well, here's the thing, because this is why I think that there is you want to be able to balance the participant observer element. So, and what that means is you are both present, but also have the capacity for self-reflection and experiences. And your capacity for flexibility with that is important. If like we mentioned the Tarantino last week,
sure.
It's usually only afterwards that I begin to think about it. If it's a really good film, it creates a holding space where I become
draws you in.
Right.
Yeah.
And so one of the benefits of that film, we talked about it last time, is you felt sort of sad because you were leaving. Like it created enough of an atmosphere, like you were there, and it was a place you wanted to be, and so in a way, if the movie's effective, and that's that old aesthetic notion of form versus content. If somebody creates the right sort of form, then I think your ego can be suspended, and you can have a regression. You can find yourself. It's sometimes talked about in the psychological literature as a temporary form of psychosis, that you allow your boundaries to be diffuse and move into it. So. Part of the reason why I was excited about the movie, and the movie I'm going to see is Midsommar, right? Midsommar, something like that.
Yes, okay, there you go.
Part of what drew me to it is this is a director who's known for being quite good. Okay. This is, I think, his second film. I think Heredity is his first, which I didn't see.
I really like to. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut in, but the idea of being a good director and what does that mean? I'd love to explore that some more. We get to talk about that maybe at another point. But what goes into making that? Is it the editing? Is it the way the shot was done? I think.
And think about
that's
how
an important idea.
Some of that might be taught, sort of a little like becoming a good therapist, but but a chunk of it also has to be earned, maybe even born with. Because, if this guy, this guy may be a lousy director, it's going to be a 8-hour movie, so it better be good. But,
no, but I think it is about 3 hours, so get ready for that. Oh, my goodness.
And my wife, who is tends to avoid horror movies just like yours, she decided she wanted to see this, so I may only get to see 30 minutes of it.
Okay, bolt out.
I'm going to be checking on her. So, but if they can... Part of what drew me to this is an individual who has a reputation for creating that space, and probably what needs to happen in a good horror movie, maybe we could talk about this at another time too, is that if you think about like the movie Aliens, for instance, it wasn't just constant things busting out of someone's chest.
Oh, no.
They created an atmosphere.
It was the lead up to it.
Right.
And that, down that hallway and the sounds and what's going to happen next. It's like almost a scene in all of those, some of the horror movies, quite a few, is that long shot down the hallway where there's a door at the end. And we're getting closer and closer to finding out what's behind that door.
And there's music, there's sound.
Yes.
You really create a space that you can exist in. So I think that in some ways, it's certainly up to me to be able to approach it with the possibility of that ego diffusion. But I'm also going to require a really good horror film, creates a space. And, even a really cheesy horror film creates a space because it gives you that feeling of, staying up late at night watching horror movies when you were a kid, or it offers a different sort of regression. And maybe another thing to talk about sometimes is the different forms of horror, because there's body horror films, they're all different kinds, and they all scratch different itches. And this, I think, and again, I've avoided too much information on it because I wanted to be able to approach it with a
Sure.
But I think it is sort of a slow burner, and it's it's supposed to create sort of this paranoid atmosphere. And if you think about like Rosemary's Baby or Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the different horror films that part of the form that you are walking around in is one of paranoia, one of
a little edge of fear there that you're moving to something and not really sure. Well, I was thinking there are a couple of questions. One is the idea that I've been in some of those movies where the audience is laughing and really laughing loud and with some realism, but then they're shocked at the same time. So this is sort of give and take with how people are responding to it. And I wonder what that's about just a little bit, and then the idea that there is this bringing you in, leading you down to this point where, then you see the thing unexpected. So part of it is really going to the movie, the not knowing, like you talked about with this, is to be able to just let the movie kind of evolve and you be in that moment and see where it takes you.
Well, think about like we talked about this with the Tarantino film, that think about how he played with form, because we knew the character, we knew the character he killed them by bashing their head repeatedly up against, and in very
spoiler alert, but you could probably it's not because Tarantino.
Yeah, so it's but it was almost slapstick in a way.
Yes.
And the way it was edited. The background music, I forget what the music would have been while it was playing, but if instead the form had been different, what if it had been slowed down? The camera took you from the perspective of the individual being killed. What if the music was sinister? You could see where you could create a space where that experience would be experienced very differently. And so there are all these different things that would make a difference for that. Tarantino sort of set that up to be, over the top, comedic. I think that generates a different space. I think though that if in some ways having someone's stomach collapse, grow teeth, and bite your hands off is really far more extreme than watching someone's head get split open in a way.
Okay.
And there was nothing funny about that.
No, how to make those comparisons?
They're not.
But yeah.
So in a way, I think that in some ways that goes back to the intent of the director. And,
right. That is the issue, is it not? That once you have this palette with music, sound, actors, scenes, setup, and so forth, that you decide as a director, this is what I want the audience to feel. This is where I want to take the audience, and I need these types of devices to get the audience there. And that's probably the sign of a good director. I don't know.
I think that capacity for generating a space that the viewer can move into. It's a little like what we talk about in therapy, the notion of a holding space. Part of those very important non-specific factors for someone to be effective in therapy is the capacity to be able to hold. And in some ways, there are lots of you create a space someone can move into. And people need, I've done a lot of work with trauma, and particularly when I here in a military town where I work with soldiers, and they would need to come in and begin to put into words some of their war trauma. And it literally was like suddenly being in a horror movie. I mean, I remember, and if someone tells me about their, horrible sexual traumas, there is a way in which it can feel, and one has to be both participant and observer. But you have to create a space where we can begin to talk about and experience together something very, very difficult.
Right. And that's therapy is one way to sort of get at that, be in a safe space so that you can work through that trauma with someone you trust, and it's going to be okay. So you do it in that particular in the movie theater. I would like to take a camera and set it up down the row from you and record your reaction to this movie, and then we analyze it just a little bit. And I'd like to know what's going on, almost like a commentary. We'll do you said the director's cut, and here's the audience commentary, maybe.
It'll be a lot of me squealing. It'll be
alone because your wife has left the theater probably at that point. Well, this has been a lot of fun. I really it's kind of taken us in a different direction a little bit to talk about these horror movies. But wow, there are so many out there.
I think
continue to come.
Maybe you can see this movie, and next time we could talk about it.
Yeah, well, I got you to the Tarantino movie,
maybe
so there we go.
You and Peggy can see this. No.
You're a bridge too far.
Maybe if you can set aside 12 hours of your day to see this.
Yeah, this thing is longer than the Titanic.
You might want to bring like an IV because you're going to need to stay hydrated. This thing is, it's.
Bring a backpack full
catheter.
Of
here's what you need.
Bars.
Catheter yourself.
No catheter at the. No. That's not where we're going. But yeah, all right. I'll make that effort, and we'll break it down just a little bit more next time. So you mentioned confirmation bias, but it looks like we may have to forego that discussion.
We'll do that next time.
Why don't we do just a highlight of that, and then we'll explore it more in our next episode. So confirmation bias, what is that?
Well, you said it before. It is finding. Literally, as opposed to being open to what's arriving, you literally are simply looking for the things you already know.
Right. It's almost as if you filter out the things that fit, and you take those on. And if it doesn't fit with your belief system,
this does have a connection with trauma, with horror movies, because the one way to think about the difference there's a tension between assimilation and accommodation.
Okay.
Right. This goes all the way back to Piaget and the idea that learning, and that with assimilation, our mental maps don't change.
Right.
They may expand a little, but there's, with accommodation, it requires literally an altering of the way we think about ourselves in the world. And accommodation requires a minimal amount of trauma.
Right.
To be exposed to something that makes you uncomfortable allows you to have to survive the discomfort, to not shut down. And this is difficult, right? Especially, with politics, with... and maybe that's something to think about, maybe we could talk about the psychodynamics of confirmation and how it is embedded in both the formation of our personality and character structure, and the something we have to be able to negotiate to continue to grow in the ways that we need to as we move throughout and encounter ourselves and other people. Maybe.
I like that. I was kind of wondering too that if you always only allow and filter in what you already agree with, that you're in some state of denial that there are opposite opinions and other ways to view things. So I think that seems to be a part of it, but it doesn't seem like a conscious maybe it is conscious.
Well, I remember, probably a lot of really cognitive scientists would say that the majority of who and what we are is not conscious. And the role of the brain is to render as much as it can automatic. So there is a tyranny of automaticity, and so we are supposed to be on automatic pilot. It makes sense, right?
Okay.
So that's why
I like that. I mean, that for me, that's a big concept right there. That the brain is kind of working to protect us in some ways from this, and only feeds us just enough so that we can do our best to survive in some ways.
Yeah,
that's kind
Mark
of
Solms,
interesting notion.
He's a neuroscientist, and
who's that?
Mark Solms,
Okay.
SOLMS. He's got he's got some talks on the YouTubes about this. And he wanted to turn Freud's ideas on his head, and that the ego is actually unconscious, but the id is conscious. And that the part of us that is alive is always trying to break through that tyranny of automaticity. That there is always, be it with joy, terror, whatever our affect states are, that there is a move to move us outside of that homeostasis. That the goal is not to stay level, but to continue to be in ways. And that a lived life is one of always courting chaos and fighting your way through that automaticity.
Wow. Okay. Well, we're definitely going to talk about this confirmation bias next time. We'll probably get there and talk more about this, because I just think it's pretty interesting. And we sometimes talk about having an open mind and being open to learning new things and so forth, but I'm not so sure we all are. I think what we're doing is just reinforcing what we already know, and I've got this, I've learned enough, and this is how I am. So I think that's a real problem we need to talk about. So let's talk about confirmation bias this time. But I love this talk about horror movies.
Let's do it.
Well, good luck, man.
Hope I survive.
Yeah, I do too. Give me, when you see this and we talk about it next time, give me a little view or report of the people that were there with you.
We'll see.
It's a
3-hour underground indie horror film. It may just be me and my wife.
I'm thinking there's the two of you. All right.
Could be, yeah, but we'll see.
All right.
That and a couple of guys in raincoats. I'm like,
yeah. The guys
they're always
there.
there.
They're always there. All right. Big fun, Dan. Thanks a lot. I'll talk to you next time.
Uma Thurman. She's doing that. She's the little girl with the climate change. Uma Thurman.
No, that's
No.
We have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
The narcissist, where does that come developmentally? Is that some trauma that happened earlier? What's the general census on how you become the narcissist in this day and age?
It's funny because if you look at, because that technically is a personality disorder, and a lot of the research would suggest that there's a continuum, and there's a point at which personality disorders become so pronounced that there's certainly some significant trauma and maybe some genetic or biological components need to be thought about. But from Kohut's perspective, narcissism, and even some of the other thinkers in psychoanalytic thought like Kernberg and whatnot, there is some sort of developmental trauma. there is something that the individual didn't get. And you can think of it this way. Narcissism is a solution to a developmental trauma. They have adapted and become the best they could be to be able to navigate and negotiate some very difficult points early in their life, and they get stuck with it. So Freud called it making the best of a bad job. That's kind of what it would be. And Coet would say that all of us began as a reflection in our mother's eye. So we have to find mirrors in our life to reflect back to parts of us that we can begin to own and integrate as self.
Okay, so this person is really trying to do the best they can with what they have at this point. On the other hand, back to selfishness, that's a big component of the narcissistic. I have to be the center of attention. Everything has to go my way. I won't tolerate anybody else being better. I can't accept any help in some ways. And so I think a lot of that is about self sort of just really blown out of proportion, like you talked about the puffer fish, but that's exactly what happens. It goes way beyond what a normal person in a relationship could tolerate if you're the other person, for example.
And like we said that because if we think about if there's such a thing as healthy, which would be me.
Right, got it.
Several people, including both my wife and my mom, would disagree.
Yeah, there's a long list. I could give you a longer list if you'd like, but that's okay.
Everybody knows
fine.
But God, he's also like, they're going like
the best you can. Okay.
But there is, what I like about Coet is, Coet says that there is a healthy form of narcissism, that we do have to find ways to aggrandize, to pufferfish at times. And so there is a window of narcissistic behavior that could be acceptable, that would be okay. You don't get stuck. Like you can think if you come home and it's been a long day and your wife says, hey, you forgot to take the trash out again, and now this is the third week in a row the trash is built up. And you suddenly may feel, a sense of I suck, I'm a lousy husband, once again, and maybe there's a lot of things during the day that made you give that feeling. At that moment, you might pufferfish. You might be able to say, and you might do it immediately, or you might find yourself telling your wife how many people today complimented you on your shoes. Right. And all of those are
anything that sort of move away.
But it also generates, and we do that. And one of the things when I work with mental health professionals, when we talk about narcissism, I often ask them as part of to look for after we talk about this, when they're hanging out with friends, hanging out with family, look at the way the people around them manage narcissistic injury. And if somebody comes and sits down and starts telling everybody about the trip to Greece that they have planned and how great it's going to be, some people will receive that with no problem at all, but you'll see some of them are like, there'll be envy into the room. And you can literally see how a group of people navigate this impingement. And not pathologically. I mean, I guess it's possible if somebody gets a fork in the eye, or
right.
You suddenly call someone a whore and throw a chair, something like that can happen.
Right.
But
never know when things.
I call that Thanksgiving in my house.
That's what it sounds like. Thanksgiving. I got it.
But you
or they come back with the idea of I got a better vacation.
There you go.
Yeah,
See,
that
and that's
kind of thing.
literally a moment when someone is attempting to moderate and navigate that impingement. And so there are literally, hundreds of impingements that we may incur throughout the day. Well, you mentioned self-psychology because, the way self-psychology talks about this is that the self is sort of it is something, you can sort of define we have to define the self. And from a self-psychological perspective, there is the brain, and then there's the mind. And the mind is an emergent property of the brain.
Okay.
And the self is a system that it's an emergent property of the mind in context with other selves. So there are sort of layers to this. When you talk about self from a self-psychological perspective, it is in the self system requires constant maintenance. We have to be able to do something with ourselves. We have to maintain. Coat talked about it has to have rigor. It has to stay cohesive.
Right.
And so there are all these ways that we manage our self states to maintain some level of cohesion. And sometimes to manage those self states, we have to be selfish. And that's when we are using the people around us to help us as self objects. They can serve different purposes. There are what he called mirror self objects, where people will reflect back to us things that we need to see. Idealized self objects. People we have to look up to. They need to be ideals that we move toward. Twinship, where we can see that we have a lot in common. There are a couple of others too, but these are all ways in which we can sort of make use of the people around us to maintain some form of self-cohesion, to feel, and cohesion can be defined as a sense of who you are across time.
Okay.
Right.
Some consistency of who we
Right,
are.
yeah.
So we wake up in the morning, we know about our history, who we were
Right,
before.
we can feel, and that throughout the day we're often generated what are known as not me states. Parts of us that are parts of us, but we're, Lacan would call them extimate. They are part of us, but they feel external or they feel alien to who we are. And so those also have to be managed. And they're often managed through projection or projective introjection, you don't want to acknowledge some of your own anger, instead you'll see it in the eyes of someone else. And that's a way of also managing this self-systemness. Uma Thurman. She's doing that. She's the little girl with the climate change. Uma Thurman.
No, that's Dan, it's good to see you. How are you, my friend? What's going on with you
Friday.
today? It's Friday.
That's what's good. That's good.
I like
Friday.
Fridays.
Fridays are
Something
good.
about Fridays. Like, we've concluded the week, we've finished our work,
That's right,
and
yes.
now whatever we want to do.
And
right?
the,
some amount of freedom.
And I have 2 days that if I want to do like intense psychedelics, I can go up and then. I'm kidding. I can't.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was waiting for the.
I know how to do it.
See, all you have to do is pause long enough, and you're whatever you just said.
Yeah, that's it.
So,
yeah.
I don't know. Now,
Actually, I'll tell you what. The inhalants. I know that
Yes.
those are no longer popular, but at
That's
one
right.
point, those were, just
they were.
they
What?
were big with the youth. They were big with the youth.
Okay, all right. So I know we had a brief communication on text.
We did.
Excuse me.
It was
And,
briefs, not boxers. Boxers, not briefs.
No, it wasn't anything like that. What it was about what's happened in the last week or so.
Area 51.
Was about
It's all in
Area
the news.
51.
People talk about this thing.
All right, so what's your take on Area 51? You know, this happened back, when did the original time? Was this like 50s, early 50s?
I guess
or?
it's this. Yeah, this was at the height of the communists, the Red Scare, UFOs, robots.
Yeah, yeah, that
Yeah, that sort of thing. It was
yeah, I grew up in that time frame.
That sort of
I love
that sort of paranoia about the communists coming around and about bombs, and duck and cover if you are in an atomic bomb blast and.
Yeah, hide under the desk and all that.
That would have
was
really helped, I
That
guess.
would have not helped that whatsoever.
Would have really.
I'm not really sure how we survived all that, but there was a lot of
And as
fear
an
in
aside-
this idea with there was an alien, and there were a lot of movies out then. I think kids and teenagers, that kind of thing. We went to a lot of movies, and that was the
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Oh, rough.
Mm-hmm.
That was rough.
And when we think about that invasion of the body snatchers, is that if it was a fear that your neighbors could be something other than you think they are, and that was sort of inherent in the whole communist scare. Anybody could be indoctrinated.
You could be a communist.
Right. So it's like, you know. And we could say that as we've come into the 21st century, that maybe we've expanded this notion. Not only could your neighbors be a communist and you not know it, you could be a communist and you not know it. So horror has become an identity kind of horror. It's kind of it's gone deeper.
So we're not sure of ourselves. Is that what you were saying? Because I'm not sure how that exactly plays in. But I know what you're about to do, and I can those folks who've listened to our podcast before know.
Yeah, that includes my mom and two people who are on death row. I know.
Exactly. That's about the entirety of it.
And by the way, this is punishing for them. They only have one thing they can listen to this, so it's like,
is this what they choose?
And you know,
if they choose this, then okay. Well,
one of them,
we need to perform well, do a good job.
One of them I know for a fact fired his lawyer so he could speed up the execution process. I'm just saying. He said, "Look, I'm no longer. Let's get this over with."
That's where he went. All right. So this idea of Area 51 and fear, we've talked about fear quite a bit there, but now we're talking about this being rekindled in the news lately. There was this rush, and as a matter of fact, it happened on social media, I think, through a couple of
people were supposed to
podcast
to rush Area 51,
and they were saying, "Hey, if the only way we're going to find out about this is we have to go ourselves," and something like 1 million people signed up. It was incredible what happened.
I think it's actually supposed to happen in September, right? September 6th.
I don't know the date. It could very well be.
Somebody said it's supposed to happen in Maybe I'm wrong, but
I think they've called it off, have they not? I mean, I'm not sure. I realize that there was a government response to this and warning about people showing up there. I don't know what's about to happen, but hey, here we are again. Area 51.
Area 51. Area 51. Yes, it's the
reprise.
Well,
okay.
Here's my thought on this, because
go.
You know, the way to think about this is, why is this something that we might be interested in? Why is our and this, it seems to be sort of a central urban legend, at least in the United States, Area 51, all these sorts of things going on.
Sure.
And we want to think about how to sort of think about this outside of whether it is true or not, but why it might catch our attention, why it may be something that we could be preoccupied with. Why are all these TV shows about UFOs?
Right, and there are a lot of those shows. If you, I mean, so many channels out there, but you it's all about ancient aliens and where and UFOs and things that we don't have a lot of real proof about, but people seem to be really gravitating toward those things.
And one element of the narrative that I think seems really important is that somebody knows something and isn't telling us. There is a mystery inherent in the aliens themselves, but also the possibility of somebody knowing something and not telling us.
Right, and the government keeping secrets from us, that's an ongoing theme in lots of different ways, but certainly around this, for sure.
And just as an aside, I think they have a very naive faith in the power of our government to do anything properly and correctly.
Right.
And the idea that somehow they can maintain a secret such as this, I really think that is... you're giving them way too much. Giving them way too much credit. It's not.
I see where you're going. They're so inept they can't even keep a secret. So
I don't know.
They can keep it now. So
I really think if history tells us anything, we would expect the cat would have been out of the bag a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, somebody would have found that. Well, I do remember that Joe Rogan on his podcast, the Joe Rogan Experience, had a guy who worked at Area 51, and I can't recall his name right now, but he identified a number of things going on there and sort of really supported the idea that the government had found something, had found bodies, had found aircraft, and so forth. The news, however, was always about, some unidentified object, and they found parts and metal and things like that, and that's as far as it got from the government side of it. I find it really interesting that when the topic came up, so many people responded.
Well, this is the part where if we haven't lost the two death row inmates at this point, whoever else is listening, this is the part where we may lose them, because I'm a creature of I'm a one-trick pony, a creature of habit, and I have a certain way of looking at the world.
You're gonna talk about psychoanalytic.
I am. I'm going to a psychoanalytic exploration of Area 51.
I'm good with that.
And if I could sum it up in just one phrase, which I hope we can unpack.
Okay.
Is that we all know what Area 51 is.
Okay.
And it is Mom.
Okay, we can end there if you'd like, and we stop there. Let it go. 51 is Mom. All right, no, but you said unpack, so I think that's going to take just a moment here for us to kind of figure that out. There's something sort of primal there going on with us.
Well, and when we think about this, and there's this guy named Jean Laplanche. My French has gotten better.
That's very French.
Laplanche.
Go.
And Jean Laplanche is a French. Actually, he's not. He's from Jersey. He's not. I'm kidding.
It's typical. All right, go ahead.
No, he's from France. And he has this notion of what he called the enigmatic object.
Okay.
And what he said is that if you can think about the birth of subjectivity, the part of which you begin to become you, and that begins probably somewhere in gestation, certainly in birth, all that sort of stuff.
Right.
But it involves very early on a tight orbit between you and the maternal object, and that doesn't have to be Mom, but usually it's Mom.
Yeah, of course.
So there is this dance that goes on, and it is just as Mom is growing you, you're growing a mom. There's a mutual growing of each other that occurs in this sort of dance between baby and child. And Laplanche says there's something about that, though, because the way we see both ourselves, the world, and the people in it are going to be affected by both the quality and quantity of that experience.
Okay.
But there are certain things that are certainly universal, regardless of quantity and quality. Okay. And that is you as a nascent subjectivity, you as someone whose nervous system is immature is in the presence of someone who has a mature nervous system. And they generate a tremendous amount of mystery. Mom, adults, and thereby the entire world generates a certain enigma.
Okay.
And this is where it gets even funkier, because Laplanche says not only are we then sort of mugged, or the shadow of this enigmatic object falls across us and we are jointly confused, whatnot, we are also enticed. We begin to sort of, we learn to not only survive and to accept, but even to be invested in these dances of mystery.
Okay.
Right?
So we're really trying to figure out some things in these early stages, and there's a lot of mystery. We don't know, and we're trying to, who is this object that's taking care of me? What is going on in the environment? And the building of their own personality and structure and so forth. So a lot of things to discover in that process.
And we learn to begin to invest in those discoveries. So we have a hunger for mystery. So, and it's interesting because if you watch, ever watched any of them in detective movies or read them in detective novels, like that sort of thing, if you ever read them.
That's my thing, man.
You like, really?
Got one going on right now.
Really? So you like
we can talk about that later, but.
Well, notice how, and there's certainly something satisfying about finding out the killer, but the real satisfaction is in the chase, right?
Yes.
In the getting lost, in settling into the rhythm of the enigma, and to almost luxuriate in this experience. And Laplanche says this is kind of inherent in who we are and how we came to be, and we begin to look for it everywhere. So on a cultural level, something like Area 51 is a way of restaging that very mystery.
Right.
On a cultural level, we need to be able to there needs to be something that we don't completely understand. And there's a second area to this, but there is someone who knows. And this is the part where it gets even freakier.
I mean, I really followed you up to this point, so you're about to lose me. But I'll say this, mark this point, that these are the kind of things that we gravitate toward. There's a mystery about it. We're sort of pulled toward it in lots of ways, and it's about that. And if you find something in Area 51, let's say, it ends at in some ways, I guess.
Well, this is where LaPlanche goes. We may not want to go full LaPlanche on this, but let's follow through.
All right, go.
Because the second part of this, first is the mystery, the enigma, but the second is someone who is supposed to know. And LaPlanche figures that very early on, the child, you or me, whoever, imagine yourself as a baby again in the presence of good old mom. You are aware that there is someone outside the orbit that mom has another investment in, a different sort of investment. That you are the apple of her eye, but her desires also go somewhere else.
Ooh.
There is someone else outside that orbit, and there is a point at which you begin to have a relationship with this other, the paternal figure.
Okay.
But before that happens, you swim with this enigma, and this also someone who knows your mom in ways that you do not. Who knows things. So there are secrets, and then there are keepers of secrets. And so this tension between mom and the burgeoning connection with dad generates first the mystery, and then the idea somewhere out there.
Right.
Someone knows.
Right. And it's a mystery to you, I assume, in that point.
And so in some ways you have in Area 51 a wonderful constellation that sort of reflects all of our nascent subjectivities. You have the mystery, and then someone who is holding that from us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it did.
That's
I mean, I really like LaPlanche.
LaPlanche.
I was giving it a shot there. I mean, and we're talking on a large scale. I think there were 1 million plus people that signed up to.
And think of how many people watch these the X-Files. That was a popular show, right?
Yeah, it was.
That's
sure.
That's Scoldy and Mulder, whatever they what is.
That's close enough. I'll take that. I like that better, actually.
I know somebody had red hair and somebody didn't, and that was. But people watch that. People watch. It is. And maybe even you can see with some of the. Witchcraft, fairy tales. There's often sort of there's something about this that is reverberated throughout history and in all different cultures. And LaPlanche wants to sort of touch on that part of what makes it reverberated, it is a dance we do with the world outside of us and the world inside of us, and it at least partly is a reflection of this subjective birth we have to go through in a dance both with a maternal object and later a paternal object.
Yeah. Well, I think that can explain a lot of things. That this structure between the child or baby and the mother kind of set the stage for this to continue throughout their lives, in other words. So what about the people who are not interested in Area 51, the ones who could care less, or they didn't sign up on the internet to charge Area 51? Which
they're dead inside.
Sound like a...
They're just dead inside.
No.
Well, it's interesting because I was reading this thing last night about there were some studies on folks who don't dream, and about
interesting you said that.
About 10 to 25% of the people out there, about 1 in 250 actually, 1 or 250 don't report dreams. They don't. And these are folks that typically, and it was interesting because they were more likely to have the have profession of engineering or something highly analytical.
Okay.
So they tend to, they tend to dream.
Right.
They also
deconstruct things there.
They also have their emotional reactivity is narrower too.
Okay.
So it is possible that if there was a continuum, the folks who are really hooked by Area 51, maybe they have they are not analytical enough. Maybe they are their capacity for affect regulation is a little it's not as good, and so what they generate is what's known as a paranoid system. Because people who are really, really focused on this, there's something out paranoid about the whole thing, right?
Right.
They're aliens. They're keeping it from us.
Right.
Invasion of the body snatchers kind of stuff.
All the fears and the thrill and fear at the same time, those kind of things.
So maybe we could draw a continuum, and we might surmise that folks who are really caught up in this thing, man, they're like, they have some paranoid trends and whatnot, difficulty with affect regulation and modulation. And then on the other end, there are folks who may be more constricted. So we could maybe we could do an Area 51 test to determine where someone is on that continuum.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Well, there's a fascination and a thrill to it that I think people get swept up with, and evidently what you're saying is this was already within that person, and it sort of ignites or connects in some ways too. That thrill, that fear, someone else knowing when you don't know, but that one thread seems to be something that is in our society. The lack of trust in government. That's a big thing now. No one can trust government anymore. It seems kind of strange. It has to be some trust somewhere. So let me ask a question. If the person has been developed in a healthy way and they've come along, they've had nurturing, they've
Talking about me.
They other than you, and they had these kind of healthy environment and so forth and so on. They maybe have less of this or more of this. Where did they fall?
Maybe we could say that they have a curious interest. They can have a skeptical. They can have just enough distance from their interest in this, because one of the ways to sort of gauge if you found it fascinating, this Area 51,
right,
and that is different than someone who puts on the tinfoil hat and believes that the government is going to try to steal their soul and put it into some sort of alien who's currently...
I've never worn a tinfoil hat. I just want to say that for the record. Okay.
Well, I have worn a tinfoil fedora, because if you're going to...
Hey, pretty classy move there.
It's a little advanced, but,
Yeah, kind of get back to the 40s there. It's the same time frame of this.
Actually, if you can wear any sort of pimp wear that you can also combine with aluminum.
I hesitated to mention that, or trying to be a joke there, but then you keep going. So I will refrain for the rest of this podcast and not do that. All right. So those people, what? They not interested in it. They have less capacity for
maybe we say that we want folks who have at least a mild amusement.
Okay.
Or the capacity for investment in it.
Okay.
Because I think a complete dismissal or a complete falling into it, the paranoid state, maybe we want to find some way to be between those 2 points. Because, inherent in this, and in Laplanche's notion of the enigmatic object, is we have to cultivate a relationship with mystery. We want to be able to pursue it. We want to be able to feel some joy, some pleasure in the unknown. When you mention detective, that's what detective fiction does, right? It puts you in a place, it generates mystery, and that you stay there as long as you can. And if the writer is good enough, he will continue to generate roadblocks.
Right.
It delays the possibility of foreclosure as long as it can. So your capacity to live in that space and to find some sort of joy may be very important.
Right.
The paranoid gets lost in it. Someone who is, and maybe it's in between the paranoid and the obsessive, because the obsessive would be someone who needs to have everything concise, sequential, and in that sense, they would dismiss mystery altogether. There's I believe it's Daniel Dennett, the philosopher, who talks about disparagingly he calls them Mysterians. Folks who really want to who want to preserve mystery, and he sees that as sort of, and I can understand his point.
Yeah,
but he sees that that there are that they somehow have a love affair with mystery, and he sees that goes against the whole notion of logic. It goes against what science.
Right. Well, because otherwise it's kind of a sterile environment here. There's where are the mysteries and so forth. And I think there's a lot of reinforcement for that, and the thrill of it, and not really wanting to know. Let's say, for example, the government decided, hey, wait a minute, we've held on to this Area 51 too long now. We're going to open the gates. We're going to open the doors. You guys come in, take a look at everything, take pictures, bring in whoever you want to, and
sell merch.
Mystery.
Right.
Mystery's now settled. It's over with. Okay. We're going to look for something else at that point. What's going to happen?
Here's what I would think I think that would be the very wrong move, because then it generates a different mystery. Why did they do this? Where has it been moved to?
Okay. Now this mystery never ends. I'm getting the feeling that somebody would say, "Hey, they just did a show. They moved everything to another spot. They're still not telling us the truth," and on it goes.
There's a famous joke
right?
that Freud tells about these two guys meet, and one guy's angry at the other, and he says, "Why did you say you were going to Berlin when you were going to Berlin?" And the butt of the joke is that he was supposed to say he was going to Berlin, but he was actually going somewhere. But he was going to Berlin and told him he was going to Berlin. So in a way, if it's maybe not as funny as it could be.
I'm just glad we have that on tape, so I can go back and rewind. And watch
it's not that funny. But he did some funny jokes. In fact, the number of penis jokes from Freud, you would have come to expect them, I guess. But he's Freud. Sometimes a cigar is a joke.
It's a joke.
but the idea is that it would be a little like that. Why are you telling me there's nothing in Area 51 when there's nothing in Area 51? It would really be, it would open up a whole different thing. Like, why are you doing this?
Okay. Well, it does seem to me that we've learned a lot about astrophysics and astronomy and the billions of galaxies and billions of planets.
The cruise, astrophysics.
We need the cruise.
He puts the ass in astrophysics. I'm just saying.
You did not say that.
Sorry.
Did you say that? Okay. No, but the idea that we've learned that so the possibility of life on another planet or an advanced alien race coming to Earth and us connecting and all of those kind of things, that's an ongoing one. That seems to be connected. That's probably a larger one than just the Area 51 in some ways. That mystery goes on and on.
It goes. And there are always those probings that go on too that I know that people are always telling about that.
I haven't learned after all these years now of not to set up the joke that's coming. I could see that in advance.
I cleaned it up. I had a really good one going, but I was like, nah, I won't go there. But it was really funny.
Well, good.
But it didn't have to do with probing.
Tell me afterwards. All right, there
that's
we go.
Right. But I think one way to think about this is when you look up into the sky.
Sure.
There is a complexity. There is a possibility. There is what Kant called the sublime. That there is something out there that is terrifying in its beauty. It is something that is both awesome but terrifying, and that is a position that we were born into. We're born into a world that is always bigger than us. Smarter than us, and at least faster than us at the very beginning. As a child, we are born into this. We are adrift in a world that is making us, and that we have very little effect on, at least initially. And that Laplanche would say, these are embedded, that these become the maps we have of the world. And when we look up in the stars, that we see at least an echo or a mirror, a reflection of our own subjectivity being born. And in some ways that's reductive and solipsistic, and any sort of criticism of psychoanalytic theory can say, you're reducing it all to this. I think it's not a matter of simply reducing it to that, but it allows you to sort of think about how there is a continuity, developmental continuity between the things we experience as adults, Area 51, all throughout our life. They are ubiquitous, they're woven through who we are and where we come from. And there's great merch around them too.
Yeah, well, it makes it makes sense. And the aliens, when we have so many movies out, it seems like those alien movies always turns out to be some monster in there. It's almost like a genre of the horror film, and you never see that movie where maybe E.T., for example, but they came in friendly, that we developed as friends, and everything's wonderful, and we're going to go
I always thought that E.T. looked a lot like a ham. Didn't he look like just like if you opened up a canned ham, and maybe it's just me.
See, now that you've planted that in our heads,
it does look ham-like.
it's going to be...
very Hamish.
But my point was that there was it's always some horror or some terrible thing that's going to happen. So we're sort of slanted to this fear, horror side of it, as opposed to
what's interesting because we talk about that.
Someone like us coming and saying, "Hey, how are you?"
And you think about just the notion of horror, but this could be something to talk about at some point too. There's another theorist by the name of Julia Kristeva. She's also French, by the way. What is it with these French people?
I don't know, man.
They got these crepes, and they get these crazy theories.
You seem to be bringing it up a lot. We'll talk about that on the next show.
I'm a francophile. Isn't that's francophile?
Okay,
right?
that doesn't sound right at all.
But she has what's called the theory of the abject, and she says that to define ourselves, it's a little like when you're taking a cookie cutter. To make the cookie in the outline of the person, there's so many other things you have to take away. And so she says we have to render abject parts of ourselves, render them negative to be able to create a cohesive positive.
Right.
And so there are lots of things about ourselves, and different cultures set different parameters on what the abject is.
Yes.
You can think of all sorts of bodily emissions, all sorts of things about the human condition that are sort of like clothing, for instance. Nudity is seen as an element of the abject. So all these sorts of things, in some cultures, how you blow your nose is determined, or what you do with mucus, all that sort of stuff. So there are all these elements of us, and she says that in horror we have a return of the abject, that the very things that we've attempted to sort of push away from ourselves to define ourselves come back in a narrative form. She wants a wonderful example. Actually, Zizek uses this example in talking about Kristeva.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought up Zizek.
I did it again. Yeah, what is it?
I've got a scorecard over here.
Ding! He says if you can. Most of us swallow, I think, almost a gallon of saliva a day.
Okay.
Just no big deal.
Yeah.
When I say that, no big deal. But imagine you take that saliva, spit it into a cup, and then have to drink it. You become nauseous.
Yes.
So there is an element of you that you've suddenly rendered abject, right?
Right. It was yours.
And it was, right?
What's the problem?
Let's tell you. But suddenly you get a little nauseous thinking about that.
Right now, as a matter of fact.
So saying, it's not,
But we break off those parts of us that for some reason we need to in order to be whole.
You won't get that on the Joe Rogan show. I bet he hasn't even ever mentioned Julia Kristeva.
I'm gonna direct message him right now and
see if he's ever.
No, he's probably not. No,
at least not in the context of saliva.
Yes,
but,
yes, absolutely. All right, so we're winding our way through these mysteries. We're taking apart ourselves and discarding some parts to be whole. We're maybe in some way the defense mechanisms. We're in denial or suppression, all those kinds of things that may happen in order to preserve ourselves in some ways and who we are.
And notice how that there is a dance that goes on with this. When we pursue pleasure, and that's very different than, there's a difference between, Lacan calls it jouissance, but so there is the pleasure of eating something. Right? So, for instance, if you're hungry, you could, in the future, there may be some sort of small protein wafer that you could chew, and you would for the whole day, you're fine. Well, that would be pleasant in the sense that you would be assuaging hunger pains.
Right.
But true pleasure, which is pleasure jouissance has an excess, that is where, wait a minute, I'm going to wait for a couple hours, and I'm going to go down to that Italian restaurant that has the unlimited breadsticks, and I'm going to eat myself sick. Okay. There's a big leap between those 2 points, and having a restaurant with commercials, unlimited breadsticks, all that sort of stuff, there's a big leap between simply the satiation of a desire and true pleasure. And so all of these things in mystery that we danced with when we were in our earliest stage of us, we find a way to be able to play them out in mystery novels. So you're finding a way, you find jouissance in that. You find an excess pleasure in being able to take something that at some point may have been uncomfortable and find a way to play it out in a book that you know that at some point you can put down, it finds its way there.
Come back to it, move back to it. So
Freud was big on this, that we often take like the very things that are abject may find themselves into our sexuality, between two consenting adults. You can engage in all sorts of activities that if you did those in public or if you talked about them at church would get you in lots of trouble, or you'd be. But within that confine, the object can return in a way that can be pleasurable.
Okay.
Things that are slightly nauseating or over the top are less so when they're in that context. So whether it's detective novels or your honeymoon, there is a way in which you are finding a way to play with mystery and the abject,
Yeah, it's.
And by the way, that abject would really describe my honeymoon. I'm just saying. It's just not a.
You might have seen me smile at that moment, knowing that joke was coming.
I'm selling videos, so if you could actually be witness to that event if you want. Just saying.
Okay. Well, it's all about merch, as they say. So
yeah, that's some merch, all right.
That's good. So. So really you've sort of broken this down for us a little bit, but I'm not sure you're right. This hasn't been mentioned on Joe Rogan's. And as a matter of fact, I don't think the regular guy on the street has broken this down in that way. But it begins to explain this Area 51 idea. Now, you started out by saying, let's go back to the beginning here, that Area 51 was Mom.
We have
one more time here. Yeah. Let's go back. What happened?
Well, because the notion of mystery, the notion of something that someone knows something that they're not telling you, the idea that there is something potentially dangerous but also enticing, these are inherent in our very, very first relationships, and that's usually with a maternal object. Mom is a mass of mysteries. She is. The things she wants, the things she doesn't want. Laplanche talks about this too, that, there are different levels of communication. And we often will say to someone, hey, I want you to do this, but there's a subtle intonation that actually I really don't want you to do this. And that, to move in language and to communicate with each other, there are these tensions and mysteries inherent in that, and they find their play. So if we were to distill Area 51 into just a series of experiences and enticements, the conflicts that are inherent in it, we would just make a list. We would find that same list in Mom. And I had a paper I gave a few years back at the International Zizek Conference, of all things, in Cincinnati, Ohio, where I fell while playing disc golf and hurt my wrist. Never been the same. Right. But, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not following up on any of that. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's it. But I had a paper, and one of the lines in the paper was, we've all met Cthulhu. Cthulhu is Mom. Do you know who Cthulhu is?
No, I don't.
Okay. H.P. Lovecraft, tentacle face thing, giant monster.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Didn't ring a bell,
okay. Well,
yes, I haven't.
It was a paper on black metal. I was doing a thing on black metal, and one of the things.
Topic areas for these conference presentations.
They're good.
I need to sign up for more of these. It sounds like some really interesting topics.
They're actually my last one at the International Zizek Conference in Athens, Georgia, is Taylor Swift Evil. That was the name of the paper I presented.
You put that as a title.
Is Taylor Swift Evil? And
I'm sure. Have you heard anything from her?
No.
Publicity or PR camp or any of the managers or something? But okay.
It was about is popular culture inherently problematic?
Okay.
Is there something about that was sort of and I wanted to be able to. And my conclusion is actually the opposite. That it is our capacity for aestheticization. Our capacity to do something with the things that we're given, not necessarily the object themselves. So, for instance, there is a way to find a universe in Taylor Swift.
Right.
You certainly, people maybe more easily find a universe in Beethoven, but it depends on how one approaches it. So it's sort of a call for sort of an attempt at universal aestheticization. We got off on the wrong topic there. Sorry, but
No, it's quite all right.
That was. But the first one I did was there's a genre called cosmic horror. Ever heard of cosmic horror?
I'm not familiar.
Okay, it's this notion, and Lovecraft, H.P. Lovecraft was a writer in 20s and 30s, I think. He might have, I think he died somewhere in the 30s and 40s, I think. He was a writer for one of these pulp magazines called Weird Tales. And he created his own sort of mythos, and it was a world of these aliens who were so powerful, and we were so minuscule in the face of them that we were like ants, fleas to them.
Right.
And he set up this way of thinking about a world in which the universe it isn't that the universe is against us; it just doesn't care.
Right.
And so there's this genre called cosmic horror that sort of play into that. I was trying to think of some films that might be within that realm. Some of, do you ever Stranger Things, see the TV show?
Sure.
That has some elements of cosmic horror. The characters there, the mind flayer is sort of Lovecraftian in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the giant thing at the end that, I don't know if you've seen the third season. We're third season.
Third season, have not seen.
Yeah, I'm 2 episodes away from the end of it.
Okay.
It's not.
I'll start catching up soon.
It's not. I really think it took away from it when Jerry Seinfeld turns out to be the monster. I don't know if you. Not a.
All right, that
worst cameo.
did not happen.
Yeah, it
He's
didn't.
too busy driving comedians around in cars. I understand.
And he
that
delivers
might
the
be-
final line. I would have gotten away with this if it weren't for you crazy kids. Are you? What's the line? Scooby Doo. You know Scooby Doo?
Yeah.
Okay. It's.
All right, we're going. I think we just covered. I mean, most comic
went a lot
books
of
have been
things.
out
Went
here.
a
All
lot
right,
of-
we'll come back. We'll come back to that. But yeah, so the unfeeling monster
It's
doesn't
like,
care.
and it's
universe, as you
huge.
say.
It's like like Cthulhu is like Godzilla sized, and he's just sort of, and there's these forces at work that we're just simply just sort of the playthings of,
Right.
Again, sounds like my wedding night. Put a boom boom.
But boom. Yeah.
Speaking of cosmic horror,
If our podcast grows at some point, we're gonna have one guy with snare drum and
Ching.
pow. One of those.
that's what she
things.
said. Ka-ting. Yeah,
We're not going to. We're not going there, are we? All right. So, all right. Well, you've given us a lot to think about in terms of this Area 51 and what it really relates to us on a psychoanalytic and sort of deeper level of understanding and why we gravitate toward those things. in that
there's a
mystery
flip
and
side of
thrill.
this too. You have to be careful because one can get so lost in theory that one can lose sight of the world in which you're walking in.
Sure.
So it isn't that Area 51 couldn't contain these mysteries,
Right.
or that there aren't aliens. If we simply dismiss it as just an echo of our early subjectivity and the birth of our subjectivity, what we should do is we should be able to make use of where we come from to inform and maybe even generate pleasure in the present day. All the ways in which we were frustrated or things didn't work out have generated just the sort of tensions that we could find in the things we enjoy. Your interest in detective novels. If we put you on the couch and begin to talk to you, we might find some interesting precursors in your childhood that might what you look for when you pick up a detective novel. It might be interesting. What would it, what sort of, and there are different genres. That there's hard-boiled detective. There is the British detective. There's
different genres. They're the police
procedurals.
Procedurals.
That's right. Yes.
There we go.
And what do you prefer?
Whatever's next in the authors list that I haven't read. So
but who would be an author that you're like really
well, now you put me on the spot there. I have to think of this one.
So-
But so generally, they are police detectives. That's the latest one, though. But we've been through a number of different genres in there.
Anything involve cats that solve crimes?
No cats
Serious
in,
one,
our,
yeah.
in our novels.
Sue Grafton,
this
the
point.
ABC,
Yeah,
the mysteries.
yeah.
That involves a cat, doesn't it? There's a cat in there somewhere.
Okay, I'll
think
take
so.
your word for it.
Okay.
All right, I'm about to get in trouble here. I can't remember. I'm going to have to bring my list of books next time.
I don't know if
I'm
you
not
like.
caught off guard. I'm sorry.
Is it Man Killer, the guy from one of the Swedish crime novels?
Yes.
I
think
my
I've gone through several
mother-in-law
of those, yeah.
gave me a bunch of those, and I read them, and they're very bleak.
Very bleak. It's always ice cold,
It's very
snowy.
people. He's like got pancreatitis and doesn't want to get out of bed, and there's all these things going on. I'm like, wow, I thought Sweden was a socialist paradise. What's going on here?
No, it turns out that it's
ABBA.
not.
This is not what the ABBA did not prepare me for this.
No, it's not. Not the same anymore. The bodies are always frozen under the ice.
That's right. It's not. You never see.
All right, this has been interesting. I don't know how we pulled this back exactly, and I don't even think I'm going to try because I've done
here's
this
our
before.
takeaway. Here's our takeaway. I'll reiterate. The takeaway is this.
All right, here we go.
I want to be able to find a way to find joy and pleasure in mystery. The enigma of the things. It's the unsolvability, or at least the tension toward being able to solve a thing, can create for us a journey that is full of all sorts of pleasures. It is in the picking up and reading of a detective novel that we find many things. And so I think an interest in Area 51 and an interest in all these sorts of things, whatever esoteric thing they may be, people are often interested in serial killers, for instance. And part of that is because the serial killer represents a remarkable example of the return of the abject. The parts of us that the parts that we find in a serial killer are the parts of ourselves that we have cut away, and we want to project into the serial killer and then have a relationship with through this aesthetic distance, through the medium of literature. We have a way of dancing with ourselves and having the pleasure of that dance. Same with Area 51.
Well, I do think there's some fun in all of this and having all of these interests out there, and whether or not they're a little dangerous, as it were, and getting in touch with ourselves sounds a little more like theory than just the pleasure in the
moment. And also, if you're Catholic, you're not supposed to do that, and you can go blind.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna leave it right there. Dan, thanks for coming in. I'll see you next time.
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
In Florida, they have a 2-day training program.
Okay.
Pull in all these sort of subject matter experts about child development, what's a healthy family and what's unhealthy.
Okay.
And all
you
that
know
sort
about
of
that stuff.
Yeah. And then they say, okay, if you want to do this, we'll give you a mentor and we'll pair you up with somebody for 6 months or whatever time it takes, kind of thing.
Okay.
And then we'll release you and say, go observe some families. Go watch what is going on with these children that we're talking about.
Okay.
And at some point, some judge is going to say to you, so what do you think?
As to whether you've measured up, I guess, in some ways.
Yep. And essentially there are three parties at the table. You have the parent. It's typically, in our case, a lot of women. Rarely is it men. Men seem to get off the hook with this stuff. I don't.
Yeah. Well, that's a long discussion probably in a way, but also single parent. I take it. In this.
For the most part. Yeah, for the most part.
You may not see a couple coming in with the kid who has the problem together, because that's a hopeful sign almost. I would
exactly.
think that's
in fact,
kind of what you're hoping for in a way. But
that would even feel better if that were the case.
But mostly women.
Mostly women. Okay, so essentially you have the state who put her on some kind of plan where she's supposed to correct the things that were the problem.
Right. So they're giving the parent a chance there to kind of help this kid out before the state does more.
That's right.
With him, a little more invasive.
So they'll give her 6 months or something, and they'll say to her, look, if you've got a substance abuse, we want you in substance abuse treatment. If you're domestic violence, we want you to get into some trauma therapy and take a look at that and see what's going on with all that kind of thing.
Okay.
And if it's a parenting issue, we want you in a parenting program. If it's an anger management, we want you in that or whatever it is.
Okay.
So the state basically says, look, parent, here's what it is we expect. So while that's going on, some caregiver somewhere,
right,
can be like grandma, can be Aunt Tilly, can be anything, whatever, is taking care of 2 or 3 of these kids who've been abandoned or rejected or
they're housing them.
They're housing.
They're taking care of. When you say taking care of, they really are.
They really are. They're changing diapers. They're food, clothing, shelter. They're getting them to school if it's school, whatever.
Yeah, and they get a stipend from the state or something. They get paid for that.
Right. And so the deal is, the guardian ad litem once a month goes in and observes what's happening in the home.
Okay. And reports back to
the judge.
Okay.
And either says, hey, what's going on here is wonderful and it's a healthy place for the kid, or might say, that's really not a very desirable location. We need to come up with something else or whatever. And if mama has done her plan,
right.
Okay. And she's
hopefully
clicked off all the boxes. She's done adequate visitation. She shows up, once or twice a week.
So I see. So it's not just you sort of evaluating, or the guardian ad litem evaluating the home that they're currently in with the person that's doing the caretaking, but also the mother still engaged with the child. Okay.
That's right. And school system. I'll end up in a school system checking on grades, checking on socialization. How's the kid doing? What's his absentee rate is, or whatever.
Okay, you go into a parent-teacher conference with it. Okay, man.
What are they called? EIP.
No,
whatever that is, whatever the initials are. I'll go to one of those and sit and listen. Whatever. I'll sit and listen to them talk about the kid, and is the kid on track or off track or whatever it is. Does the kid need reading? Does the kid need speech therapy? Does the kid need math? And what's the school going to do about it and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so at some point, I've gathered enough information. Judge will say to me, "What do you think ought to happen?"
Think? Yeah, at that point, yeah.
And then I basically have to say, "Okay, here's what I think ought to happen." And sometimes the judge says, "Fine, we'll make that happen." And sometimes the judge says, "I think you're crazy," or
"No, you're off the mark."
You're off the mark.
You may go back, try again, or something.
Yep.
But wow, that's a lot of responsibility, though, Rick. I'm thinking, do you have a sort of a checklist? I know you probably got good gut instincts on what's right in the situation, but are they saying, "Hey, check for these things," or how does that happen?
It probably is much my own checklist. I'm looking for adequate nurturing,
right,
in that situation.
Sure.
Is somebody giving that kid a hug when that kid needs, falls down, picked up, or whatever it is that's there? I'm looking for some level of disciplined structure, something where there's a bedtime hour, there's some stories being read, there's bath time, there's just stuff that.
I didn't ask this. Yeah. What are the ages of these kids we're talking?
Well, they would be less than 18.
Okay.
Most of the ones that I've been working in recently are under 6.
All right, let me.
Pretty young kids. Yep. So that's,
I got the idea. All right, so let me cut to the chase. How are you doing with it? How well are you doing your job? What's your self-evaluation in terms of helping these kids out? Because I got a feeling you're helping out. But, But how do you evaluate yourself?
I've recently been moved to I mentor.
Okay.
The guardian ad litem.
Oh, well, no, they made you the supervisor.
Okay.
Wait a minute. You just got there 5 minutes ago. Well, what just happened?
It did
they recognize some expertise. All right, give it up right there for Rick.
Okay, so the deal is they'll call and say, Sally wants to be a guardian ad litem. Would you work with Sally? Okay.
Yeah.
And so, but in a way, I'm looking for the same kind of thing. I want to know, can Sally go into a space and pay attention, to what's going on.
Right.
Does she notice clean diapers or dirty diapers? Does she notice children who've been fed or haven't been fed? Does she notice tissues there if they've got a cold or whatever it is.
So
that's there.
you're actually in the trainer position.
Yeah, yeah.
And do you do any training with these folks, or you
Yeah.
just like when they come on board, you say, okay, here's what I want to know from you. Here's what you need to know.
No, I
Here's this kind
get
of thing.
them and kind of move them through, like a courtroom observation. I get them to spend a day in court. We talk about what did you see, what were the arguments that seemed to.
Oh, that's not. I got a feeling this is just right up your alley. You must be
It is.
really enjoying this to a certain extent.
It is.
Because I always thought that sometimes as a clinical supervisor, I thought, well, sometimes we're like a backseat driver or Monday morning quarterback. We're kind of like,
That's
we're
it.
looking over the shoulder and saying, hey, you might pay attention to this over here. What do you think? And kind of get back to it. But, oh, yeah, that's fun. That fits right in with your supervision training
It really
and
does.
experience.
It does. And the other sort of part that because these are people who've come out of, for the most part, pretty healthy families. That is, the guardian ad litems that I'm training, they have fairly high expectations about what they think normal ought to be.
Okay.
And sometimes you have to reel them back in a little bit.
Yeah, so they're projecting on this ideal family kind of that cannot be measured up to
exactly.
that kind of thing.
And they can walk in and the TV's blaring, and they get upset, and then they go to the judge and say it's a bad home because the TV was blaring. Well, really,
Well,
that's
that's
a cultural.
okay. Yeah,
Or they
right,
go
right,
in
right.
and the music is hard rock stuff or whatever.
Right.
It is.
I don't like that.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
exactly.
That type of music. Okay,
Exactly.
there we go.
Or it's rap, and they go, well, rap is really bad for
Rap
kids.
has gotta
And
be
so you have to kind of reel them in and say, okay,
Yeah.
wait.
Yeah.
That's a bias. Let's take a look at your bias.
So and making a difference between the thing that sort of triggers something about harm to the child
That's
or
right.
inappropriate in so many different
That's
ways,
right.
as opposed to maybe a taste or a style
That's
or
right.
something like that.
Yeah. So a lot of the
That's
work,
interesting.
the tricky work is just to, pay attention and pick up a bias.
All right. So the answer to my question is, you are definitely enjoying this work
Yeah.
right now.
Like
so.
this work. This Uma Thurman. She's
Yes.
doing that. She's the little girl with the climate change. Uma Thurman.
No, that's Hey, it's a beautiful Saturday.
Going to be 72 degrees.
I can't believe it. Here we are.
Anytime the temperature gets above my IQ, I'm better. I feel better.
Yeah, you got to work on that IQ thing of yours. But yeah, it's November, end of November, about to be December here, and it's
There you
72
go.
degrees. So I'm going to enjoy that day.
My birthday was 4 days ago.
Oh yeah, well, happy belated birthday.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, man. So, how old are you now? Do we get
73.
That's in.
That's it.
Oh, not the
Yeah.
IQ.
Is that in dog
Okay.
years or
right.
people years?
All right,
Actually,
that's the voice of Dr. Tom Hackett, our executive producer.
No,
coming out right here.
I've been promoted senior executive producer.
Oh yeah, he's
Two
gonna ask
steps
for more.
up, yeah.
He's going to ask for more money.
Well,
It's not going to happen.
Senior
so.
means he gets ARP discounts or AARP. That's all.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
you go.
yeah,
That's
okay.
right.
That's all that.
Good group out there.
That's
yeah.
it.
But we'll look for sponsorship of this Got Therapy program right
We
now.
could, mention prostates. I don't know.
All right, I'll tell you what. See, I'll just try to run ignore and run right through to the next idea. So you watched some more movies. We know that's happened.
I occasionally watch the movie.
I'm sorry I didn't get to go with you on this last one, but it was G-rated, and I just don't.
It was interesting because prior to this one, the movie I saw last was the Mr. Rogers movie. It's Mr. Rogers 2, Electric Boogaloo. I don't know if you.
I don't think that was the title, although provocative. if anything.
But I hadn't seen a movie rated that sort of rating in a long time, and so the previews before it were very how do I say this, saccharine. Like I think I got cavities just watching these things.
Oh, if you're talking about just the sweetness and the kindness of this gentleman in the movie, I mean, of course, that's how he's portrayed, right?
Well, actually, in the film, you don't realize this, but he killed a man.
Oh no, that's not true. But
in fact,
it's not a James Bond movie.
With a spoon. Right? I mean, that's how angry he was.
Oh,
I mean,
that's. This is being censored as we speak.
A giant. He turned a man into a giant grapefruit. That's all I'm saying. It was.
That is not what happened. But
that made me laugh. The idea of
that most of those things that come out will make you laugh. So rest of us are scratching our heads. All right, what's that microphone over there?
Yeah,
my friend?
I think I hurt myself.
Yeah, you be careful with that. But so you saw the doctor. Well, he wasn't that. He wasn't the doctor.
It was a Mister.
He was a Mister. Well, he didn't have.
You're thinking of Dr. Spock.
It may have been there for just a second. It's hard to stay on track a lot of times around here, so I don't apologize. I'm just trying to keep up. But this movie was really interesting. It wasn't about him, Mr. Rogers, directly. I mean, that wasn't sort of the plot of the movie. I mean, it was about a reporter, right, who was doing an investigative review.
And it's about Mr. Rogers was holding this person hostage, and they had to rescue him. Actually, the film itself was structured around. Oddly enough, it was Mr. Rogers was in sort of in the form of the therapist. Okay. And there was this character who was having, who had some pretty strong father issues, and Mr. Rogers in a way is an intervention, and the movie takes a sort of a surrealist, almost magic realist turn. So it's hard to say how much of it was supposed to be taken as a general narrative and
sort of his character was bigger than life at some point.
At one point he becomes a character in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, and he has bunny ears and he's tiny and did these things happen?
Okay, there you go.
Sounds like I'm making that up.
Yeah, it does sound like or a producer who was under the influence or something when they came out with that. But there's been several other Mr. Rogers movies. Not just recently, actually. It's been like this is something that has caused a lot of interest in him, and it's been out.
I think there was one called 50 Shades of Mr. Rogers.
No, that's not one I'm thinking of. But what a great character! True to life. I don't know exactly the history. I hadn't read the biography, but
people don't realize this. He was a Presbyterian minister.
Okay.
And he had a quiet yet radical agenda. And there's one of the movies you mentioned is a documentary, which sort of walks you through what that was like, and what there. And it's interesting because my wife and I were talking about this. Can I get a little psychoanalytic here?
Go ahead.
Is that
nothing new around here?
Because there is to form our ego ideal. Mm-hmm. To form some idea of the sort of person we want to aim towards becoming. We often pull from folks in our culture. People will pull from sports figures. People will pull from people on TV, movies, that sort of thing. And there was a time when you're growing up, you have potential paternal imagos that are things that you can internalize. And at one point, I remember my childhood, there were two, Mr. Rogers and Bill Cosby.
Right.
And Bill Cosby didn't turn out so good.
Early on, that was a good thing, maybe, but not so much now.
I remember literally being traumatized. And so there's a point in this film where
traumatized at what point?
Well, with all that happened with Bill Cosby.
Oh, yeah, okay,
there was
later.
this
Yeah,
notion that
I'll
somehow,
get it,
because he was called America's dad.
Well, that's true for a lot of people. I think that a lot of people had that kind of shock moment to hear about it because he was such a beloved figure, and the entire family watched this guy as he's coming up. Great show and so forth, and then
and when those things started coming out about Hugh Hefner,
no, that was not
Sorry,
the case. But yeah, you were a little bit traumatized there.
So what happens is because you found out this, and I don't know, for you, like I might have fallen at a time when Bill Cosby and because for you it might have been someone else. Like
it was Captain Kangaroo.
Captain Kangaroo.
Captain Kangaroo every morning. Friend Gary Hatcher, one of our little neighbor guys, when we were
Hatcher,
and we were at the kindergarten first grade stage. He'd come over every morning for breakfast. My mother made us breakfast, and we watched Captain Kangaroo and Mr. Green Jeans, and not to leave out Bunny Rabbit. Okay, so yeah, that was the same kind of thing though. They did all of these. They played tricks on each other, but it always ended up in a nice way to behave and gave you a model to look at and say, hey.
Little known fact about this, the guy who played Captain Kangaroo, he had a drug habit that would make Jerry Garcia just go, man, slow down.
With the way things have gone so far, that would probably not surprise me, but I don't think that's right. I think you just made that up.
Yeah, I made it up.
All right, but yeah, those kind of shows. And listen, they had a big impact on our childhood coming up, And by the way, if I may mention, just as an aside, we had local shows for kids on our local TV stations, WRBL, WTVM. They had Miss Patsy's Playhouse, and if you were lucky enough to get a ticket to get in there, you would be in
Miss Patsy's
Playhouse, and same kind of thing, but not as elaborate, and as the national shows.
You left out Colonel Chick. There was Colonel Chick.
That's right, and the voice from our producer talking about Colonel Chick,
Colonel Chick,
local. Captain Kangaroo, kind of a local one, and his own identity.
Colonel
and so
Chick.
Yeah, so when I guess where we're going before you interrupt and say something off the wall, but this was a phenomenon across the nation that local TV channels tried to emulate those big shows, and it really Mr. Rogers came a little later in the game, I think. So just give us a perspective there.
So I did, and so what happened for most of us then is we're growing up, right? We have these beloved adult figures that sort of usher us into our development. We internalize them, right? When you think back on them, there's a fondness, right?
Right. I mentioned my friend, and those kind of
Gary Hatcher. Yeah.
Gary Hatcher. Yeah. His brother.
Yeah. In fact, where I come from, East Tennessee, the hills of East Tennessee, the mountains there, we had a similar thing. Now you think about it, we did, but it was unfortunately based on the movie Deliverance. It really wasn't.
No, that was pretty rough back in the hills there.
Yeah, it was.
So I hope the kids survived that terrible ordeal. But and maybe that accounts for some of the things that we've heard so far on the show today. So with that, given that, we now know a little more. But those shows did have a big impact on us as kids, and we loved those shows. It had humor in it. It had how to live, to do the right thing, sort of
how to make a shiv out of anything.
No, they didn't tell us how to make a shiv, but. And so popular that it had a big impact on a lot of particularly boomers and
technically I'm not a boomer.
Post-boomers.
I'm Generation X.
Yeah, you Gen X's. Get busy over there, and you can say, "Hey, boomer."
We had that conversation.
We've done that show.
We did.
Sorry.
Turned out that was
That's
tense.
all about. Yeah.
It was tense.
Yeah, well, it was okay for us to grow up with those kind of things, and it's unfortunate that things turned out in some ways for some of those people because of very bad habits. But nevertheless,
Bill Cosby's a good wonderful example. But there's something about Mr. Rogers. Somehow he's been able to preserve his legacy. There doesn't really seem to be any skeletons in this guy's closet.
And I would think that people who are in the news would go after that and try to dig up something and find it. And he was squeaky clean throughout the whole thing. Good for him, by the way.
Yeah, it's in the movie he goes out of his way not to be quote squeaky clean, and that might introduce a couple of things that might be really relevant.
Yes.
So what I thought about is with that because there is a therapist element to this. In a way, Mr. Rogers is the therapist in the film, and he attempts to sort of get this individual, the main character, to move past the trauma and the conflict that he had with his dad.
Right.
Sort of how to be able to move through it.
I mean, in a way, these morning characters, Saturday morning for some and weekday for others, were kind of therapists they were counseling kids in so many ways across the spectrum. And I think Mr. Rogers definitely did that, because he taught us about relationships and kindness and those kind of things. So maybe he did that.
One of the things that he was really big on, he was an early affect theorist. He was all about getting kids to learn to do something with their feelings, especially anger. And he would often talk about that the state of the world today is often because we haven't been taught what to do with our feelings, especially the more difficult ones.
Sure.
And there's a famous line from, they sort of mirror it in the film, but I remember it when he was being asked to speak to a group of pediatricians. And they said, is there anything that you want us to sort of think about before you show up, something that we can sort of begin to discuss so we'll be ready for when you get there? And he said, he wrote back one sentence: remember that you were children once too. Mm-hmm. And that was often the way that if you could approach a child remembering what it was like when you were them, that you might be able to provide them things that you didn't get. And part of that is helping them to do something with the feelings they have. And there's a line in the film where he says, if you can mention it, you can manage it.
If you can mention it, you can manage. That sounds very familiar for from some of our earlier sessions, maybe.
If you can name it, you can tame it. As far back as Freud, the idea was, with the talking cure, with the idea of therapy, that if you can put something into words, then you can do something with it. Mm-hmm. That prior to words, we often experience somatically, we experience it as a conflict, or if you can't put it into words, then it becomes reflexive action. Mm-hmm. So the goal is, if you can insert the possibility of thought, of binding and naming the feelings you have into some sort of symbolic narrative, then it doesn't become either internal in the terms of somaticism or external in the form of reflexive action.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I like that. I like the idea of sort of defining it and giving it words.
There's a famous quote from Freud I mentioned here before. I think that the person who threw the first cursed word instead of the first spear invented civilization.
Okay.
And the idea is that the minute, so the goal would be is we get, and one of the ways to think about that is there are all these sort of systems of psychotherapy, but almost all of them to some degree revolve around the way of getting people to be able to think about and do something with their inner experience. Some are more explicit in that. My area of interest, psychoanalytic thought, is much more explicit in that, but even behavioral and much more action and directive-oriented therapies still have that as at least implicit in the work that they do. Mm-hmm. You are working with someone to deal with the things that they brought in to see you, and you create a space to be able to do that. And so, in some ways, that is what Rogers was attempting to do, to be able to create that sort of space. And in the film, that's kind of what he does.
Well, he wasn't trained in psychotherapy, I'm assuming, and where do you think this sort of comes from? Not everybody has that ability to begin to question themselves or do this internal dialogue, and it takes a lot of training for a lot of people to get to that point and then try to help other people begin to do it from a therapy point of view. So I wonder where that came from with him. Is that a natural kind of thing?
He was a witch.
Okay, see, I'm just asking. I'm trying to frame an appropriate question.
No.
Yeah. So,
well, I think.
I mean, some people have it more than others, or this introspective insight to themselves.
Well, if you notice, in some ways, he represents almost a cliche in a way of the non-anxious presence of the therapist.
Yes.
There's a calm, and he is actively inducing attachment and connection with all his nonverbals, his tone. The music behind the words is very calm, And he
really represented a safe space too.
Very safe.
Because it was very slow, meticulous, quiet, easy. So it was easy for that non-anxious presence, which is a great word, by the way. We all need to work on that part of ourselves, I think.
Well, and think about, that's what I think he means by, he didn't have the word for this, but in my end of the spectrum, we talk about this notion of mentalization. And the idea of reminding yourself that you were a child once is the capacity to hold the person across from you, if they're a child, as a whole object. You can see, there's another saying that people ask for love in all the most unloving ways. And so a child who is in the process of screaming and yelling, you may not hear the need or the ask for love in that, but if you can put yourself in their shoes, mentalize them, then you can suddenly be present with them in a way that you otherwise couldn't. And so we have to work toward being able to do that. And he even says in the film that he practices often. Like he practices often to be able to gravitate and stay in that space. And there's a scene in the film where early on a guy goes to visit Mr. Rogers in his studio, and he's very cynical. He's really expecting that this guy is after money, or somehow he's being overly burdened by all these things. And there's a kid, and the kid is hooked up to an oxygen machine, or a oxygen tank, but he's standing there and his parents are behind him, and he has this sword. And he's swinging the sword like this, and he almost hits Mr. Rogers with it. And Mr. Rogers is kneeling down in front of the child trying to speak to him. And the parents are going, listen, be nice. No, that's disrespectful, whatever. And finally Mr. Rogers is able to speak, and he says something like, wow, that sword looks very big and heavy. And the kid says, not really. And he says, well, I still think you must be pretty strong to be able to hold that sword. He said, well, I guess I am. And he said, I think you're probably pretty strong inside too. And the kid stops, and he hands the sword to his parents, and then he hugs Mr. Rogers. And I think that was based loosely, at least, on a real occurrence.
Right.
And you can see what happened with implicitly, Mr. Rogers understood that the kid, the anxiety of being on a studio set with cameras on him, his parents behind him, is negotiating this experience the only way he knows how, by being putting his feelings into action by throwing the sword around. And Mr. Rogers is able to create a space that slowly but surely he finds a way to at least indirectly connect with the emotional state and say to the kid, you know what, you're strong enough to be here. You are tough enough and strong enough to be in this place that you are. And so he indirectly dealt with a fear that was probably pushing this kid to act in the way that he was. Right?
Sure.
And so boom.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I love your analysis of that, and those were that's a powerful moment, and I think that wow, what control, what focus you must have to be able to push aside all of those that interference that are surrounding you to get to that point where you're recognizing that child and what's going on with them.
Well, he talked about this. He said that because the guy says to him, how do you manage to do this, Wyke? And he said, well, it takes practice every day. Or his wife actually tells him this. The wife says, Mr. Rogers' wife says, well, he swims laps every day. He prays. And every night before he went to bed, he would say a prayer, and he would list people's names to pray for. So he would say, dear God, please, be with, and he would list all these names. He wrote 100 letters a day.
Wow.
To people who wrote letters to him. And so all of these were, in a way, these were exercises in being able to be in that space, that orientation toward an other, right?
Yeah.
And so,
it's tough.
Right, and he worked at it. There's also a scene where he's being interviewed by this guy, and this guy's really attempting to get a rise out of Mr. Rogers, really attempting to, sort of disengage, and Mr. Rogers sort of continues to find a way to stay connected to him. At one point, he even says, he's talking about, well, you had kids, and Mr. Rogers says, yes, I did, and he said, well, what was that like? And he said, well, my youngest really tested me, but we're okay now, and my oldest, he doesn't let people know who I am. But that's okay. That's what he needs to do. And then the guy says to him, he says, it must really be hard having Mr. Rogers as a dad. And he said it in a way that, was like sort of like as you were poking.
Right.
And Mr. Rogers got very quiet for a second. He said, "Thank you for saying that. I'd never really thought about the burden that they had, but you've given me something to think about." And the guy was like, "Okay."
Oh man, I was trying to get a rise out of him.
It
just gave me back some insight and wisdom with that. So yes.
But you can see that non-anxious presence. You can see that open to whatever comes in between the two. Whatever comes from the other, you were open to, and you're able to hold it and to contain it and to chew on it, and then to be able to give something back. And that was at least implicit. And I don't think he had any training maybe in his
right. Yeah, that was
in his divinity program, maybe.
But he certainly had the discipline to be able to practice, as you said. It takes a lot of practice to do that, and a calmness within to be able to fend off that. Because most of, I think, humans, we're reactive to a great extent. We want to say something back and and come back with it. To take that moment to pause. You've talked about that before. The idea of leaning in and this notion that you just you feel the impact and then you pause. So, having that kind of discipline is
well, you could literally
amazing. Don't we all need more of that, though?
Well,
I'm thinking.
Well, no, because then I wouldn't have a job.
Right, that's right. True. Yes.
You can literally see him do the pause. You can literally see him experience the impact, the emotions, the things of the person across from him, and you could sort of see him sort of processing it before he spoke. That's part of the pace at which he.
It's almost hypnotic in a way too. The calmness there, and when somebody is fired up on one side and the other person is kind of calm, it takes time, and it does lower the temperature, so to speak, in that. And that's a pretty amazing skill to have. So maybe we should all practice that in some ways.
Well, and there's another element to this. I think that we sort of talked a little bit about this before, but it's an exercise that I sometimes do with folks, especially when we bring in new clinicians and new therapists. When they first show up, they're at the program at the center.
Yeah, your counseling center is a training program as well, right? Okay.
And so we get together, and they're often very anxious, And one of the ways to be able to get people to be aware of and to do something with their anxiety, and Mr. Rogers does this thing. I don't know if you've ever watched, there's a clip of him, I think it's at the Academy Awards, and there's another clip of him where he is giving a commencement speech for a graduating class. And he says, I'm going to start the clock at 1 minute, and I want us to all be quiet. And in that 1 minute, I want you to think about all the people who've loved you into being. And he goes, and you begin to think. So you begin to think about all the folks who've loved you into being. And
by the way, 1 minute in the video world, that's a long time.
In the film, it's 1 minute. He goes.
He does actually do the minute, right?
And it was funny in the movie theater. And there were a lot of people in the movie theater. Everybody was quiet. They were like.
Not knowing what.
That's right. I think they had set it up to where
they set it up so
it was very powerful. I think,
and then the audience would do the same thing, right?
We'd broken the third wall, right? The third wall. So in a way, we were suddenly involved in what was going on the screen because all of us were doing the same thing. We were all a room full of people,
very intentional. I would
thinking
think,
about the people who loved us into being, and to think about that psychoanalytically. How else can I? Is that's a chance for you to access your positive internal objects, right. To be able to access, when we think of, we've talked about this before, but we are all born into the world needing dyadic regulation. We can't regulate anything on our own. Somebody has to help us with it. We can't, whether it's change a diaper or even our feelings. Mm-hmm. And so we oscillate from then on between auto and dyadic regulation. If you get the right sort of dyadic regulation early on, you can internalize it, and you learn to do something with as many feelings as you possibly can. You have a sense of it's not independence, because true autonomy is interdependent. It's a capacity to be both connected and separate, and to allow for some sort of like a Mobius strip of sorts. But that requires an initial dyadic regulation that many of us don't get. And even the best, there are lacunae. There are still places and gaps where we don't get maybe some things we might need, and it begins to form It helps. One of the reasons we need armor is because there is often something missing in those early regulatory interactions with caregivers.
Yeah, and that's for all of us.
Every one of us.
Right.
And so with something like anger, for instance, that is one that is often, it's very difficult to find early on dyadic regulation. You know, you can think of a kid being angry and being told that's disrespectful, or you won't be that, you can't take that tone with me, and all that sort of stuff. Those are often ways in which we begin to develop a conflicted way to deal with a ubiquitous affect state. And Rogers would say, maybe not Carl, maybe Carl Rogers, but Mr. Rogers definitely would say that is at least part of what leads to the trouble we're in, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think he often attempted to be able to create a show that would generate that kind of dyadic regulation to get people. On his TV show, he talked about not just anger, he talked about divorce, death. Right after President, I think this was John F. Kennedy had been assassinated, the next episode, he talked about assassination. Wow. And he said, and one of the things he said that you may notice that the adults around you are very upset, and and they may be acting in some strange ways that are scary to you, you know, and that
to the
right.
children.
He would say it. And then he would talk about. He said that, and he said whenever you're really upset, or if you're in a bad place, or you see something scary on TV, like the assassination we talked about, or even something bad happens, my mom always taught me to not just look at the bad things, but look at all the people that are helping. Focus on the people that are helping, because in every one of these bad spaces and where bad things are happening, there are people coming together to help. And notice how that's sort of a figure to ground, a sort of parallax view where you suddenly can. There is a background that's also important, and it helps. He's in those moments. He's giving. He's regulating those affect states in such a way that if you internalize it, whether it's you can hear his voice in your head saying that, or you can practice it yourself, you might be able to deal with a difficult situation differently next time.
Wow, great! Absolutely a great message, and one we really need to hear. I'm thinking of our times right now when there's so much anger and divisiveness. So you mentioned Carl Rogers. It almost sounds like they were pretty close and pretty similar in some things. Rogers talked about empathy and understanding from another's point of view and being congruent and all of those kinds of things that I think we probably saw on that show with Mr. Rogers. What do you think the parallel might be?
Well, and I wonder, obviously they had the same last name, and they both killed men with their bare hands. I'm kidding.
No, they didn't do that. Okay,
but
that's in the parallel universe, and that's another movie entirely.
That is.
That's right.
It's the two of them team up, and I
can see we could write that movie right now, but we won't. We won't do that. But right
there was a Eddie Murphy parody of Mr. Rogers. Mr. What is it? Something Neighborhood. Have you seen that on Saturday Night Live?
Oh yeah, that's right. The Saturday Night Live parody. Yeah, kill my landlord. I think was a phrase that he used a lot.
But I wonder if, in some ways, they were sort of just swimming in similar water. But you know, Rogers had a divinity degree, so and he was a Presbyterian. So it's possible that some of these Rogerian, because I think Rogers, began in the late 40s, right? Didn't he? He was in 48, 50s?
Yeah, late 40s, in the 50s, in the 60s.
And so,
really came on.
Somewhere around there when Rogers was being trained, he had to be exposed to some of this. And Carl Rogers also was his religiosity. I think he came from a religious background, and so there's something about the there's a progressive Christian element to both of them in a way that I think is there.
Yeah, Rogers used this term, unconditional positive regard, which kind of took the expertise or expert position out of the fray and leveled the playing field, so to speak. So
he's also the first person to use the phrase Netflix and chill.
Really? Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't think that's true, but we And if anybody wants to know more about that, we do have an episode with that title out there from Got Therapy. But extraordinary gentleman. And I don't know, was he accepted by everyone, or do we say, okay, that's kid stuff? And I wonder how that was for him.
He was
in the real world.
There's also a scene. This is from the documentary where this was during the civil rights movement. They had the police officer on the show was an African American man, and Mr. Rogers is sitting in front of his house on the show on the set, and he is got his feet he has one of those little kiddie pools, and he's taking his shoes off and he's resting his feet in the water because he's trying to cool off, and he sees the officer come around, and I forget what the officer's name is, but he says. Tells him he's probably hot and asks him if he wants to put his feet in the pool. So he takes his shoes off, and so there's Mr. Rogers and an African-American man, both with their feet in this pool of water. And that was the 60s. That was a radical move.
Yeah.
That was really literally an FU to sections of the country that attempted to would have been offended by that sort of thing. So there was a quiet revolution. And I think some of the things he did, and it's interesting. There has been some blowback. Particularly among some voices in the right. They see that the term I think was wussification, and that Mr. Rogers contributed in the wussification of manhood.
Right.
And that somehow he was defanging and making men more like women, or somehow taking away, generating a civilization of beta males. And so you'll hear that among some conservative pundits that, there is something about him that...
so the mystique was to be tough and take charge and fight if you have to, and all of those kinds of things. So,
because I have this
strong man.
I have a Facebook friend, and he'll often send these pictures, and there's some pretty hyper-conservative artists who draw these depictions of contemporary pictures of Jesus, and it's a picture of Jesus sitting on a park bench with next to this guy. He might have his arm around the guy. But the figure of Christ is like linebacker Jesus. He's this very...
he's ripped, right? He's got the six-pack. He's a
big guy.
Yeah.
He does not look like a Middle Eastern man that, he looks like, he's like Anglo...
Blonde, blue eyes. No,
he has blue eyes.
Yeah.
And it's...
So he's sort of a Clay Matthews Jesus kind of approach.
It is. But you'll notice how...
Thank you, Dr. Hackett.
But to my friend, this is not a parody.
No, this is how it is, right?
Is literally how... And so Mr. Rogers would really be and again, it's possible to see Scripture in all sorts of light, but I just suspect that at least the message of Christ is more Mr. Rogers than
don't you think?
Alpha male. I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, and I've recently seen the depiction of from the Rocky movie where Rocky had the gloves on and Trump has got the Trump head, but he's got the ripped body. So yeah, there's that. So there's a pushback against it because I don't think, first of all, they don't understand it. If you push him back like that, you never took the time. You just sort of label somebody and put them in a box, right?
Even if you wanted to take that track, and whenever we start to, we've talked before about toxic masculinity and this notion of alpha and beta male, as if those things had any real resonance or real. But even if you wanted to take that track, the person who is truly a leader and in charge is someone who can induce growth in the people around them.
Yeah.
Someone who is truly in charge of themselves and in a place of leadership, grow people around them. Right. And so Mr. Rogers' message is certainly in line with that. It's not about your ability to learn to deal with your own feelings and then help others deal with theirs is is a major component of true leadership. It's not a
it is leadership, isn't it? Yeah, and I just wonder if we've forgotten that or not paid attention to it, or if somehow we're in this bipolar world that we're living in now, and we forgot some of the most important teachings. And to see somebody like Mr. Rogers do this and learn from them. I don't know if people are taking the time to really appreciate that. I'm glad this movie came out, though, because it really gave us. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I will say I did find the soundtrack, the NWA soundtrack, really took away from some of the, not sure why.
The F words throughout.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe that soundtrack didn't happen, but yeah. So it just seems like it's being brushed aside in our society today, and we just don't have time for that because we're maybe too polarized or too angry or, taking one side against the other. And the idea of listening to what it would be like from a child's point of view and knowing that you were a child and at one point in time and kind of putting those things into play. It doesn't seem like people are really, maybe they are, and we're just not hearing and seeing it in the news, because the news is always disastrous and terrible.
I mean, if you look at some of this, Steven Pinker and folks like that, who say that we're actually on an upward trend toward increased empathy, and that Peter Singer, and he has this notion of the circle of empathy, and that there is a notion that's grown, that at one point it was much narrower, it was much more tribally focused, it was much more gender focused, there was a time when we didn't think of childhood as childhood, we thought of children as little adults. There was a time when a recreational activity at carnivals were hitting cats with sticks. That we used to take our families to executions and lynchings. That you would take a picnic.
The public lynchings and executions that were to the town square to.
So Pinker makes this notion that somehow and Singer does too, that there is the circle of empathy is growing. And in some ways, Rogers was an example of that. Mm-hmm. I think he was really frustrated because he thought that TV could be this medium for helping folks to grow. And it may not quite have, I think the opposite of Mr. Rogers, and this is maybe a reference some folks may not get because it's a little older, but would be the Jerry Springer Show, where it is...
reruns are still happening, yes.
That would literally be the opposite. So for him, it was a chance, he would invite on his program... children who were dealing with major illnesses, children in wheelchairs, all these sorts of things, to be able to give them, voice and connection and maybe, I'm a commie lefty liberal bleeding heart
and an optimist,
and maybe maybe there is maybe our narrative and our arc won't arrive at the point it needs to in time before we're all doomed, but it's still moving in the right direction. Maybe that's
I'm sorry.
It's cautious.
I was going with you there for a while. It looked like a pretty rosy. Then you said, "Hey, unless
even Rogers, like there was a wonderful thing in this may be one of the last important points from it is that he's explaining to the guy he's talking to, and the guy asks him, "Are you does this oppress you? Is this too much? Are you overwhelmed by it?" And he's talking about, You find something to do with your feelings. And he said, one thing you can do is you can go to the piano and you can bang as hard as you want all the lower keys. Bong. Mm-hmm. He says you can do that. You can take it and go bong. You can pound clay. You can hit a pillar. Bong. Right. You can do this. And then at the very last scene of the spoiler alert, I guess.
Too late. Go for it.
It's just. Remember who Mr. Rogers being played by in this film?
Yes.
Joe Pesci.
No. Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks.
But go.
Tom Hanks. So Tom Hanks is, and the everybody's leaving the studio, and so it's just him on the piano, and he's playing, and it gets dark, and he's playing one of his tunes, and then he stops and goes, bang, and hits the thing, and he lets it resonate. And then he goes back to playing. Right?
You're right.
And it's as if, that you
had a moment.
You could see his humanity and his capacity to do something with his humanity in that moment, and his capacity to display that, to show us what he does with it in that moment is another example of that potential dyadic regulation, to have someone else to be able to usher us into who we are and to be able to show us that.
Yeah,
and I
we
think
need those
that,
models.
Yeah, and I think that was in one of my favorite moments of the film, is that, you know, that this lovely childish ditty he's playing is suddenly punctuated by this boom, but then he can go back to playing.
Right.
And it's not, you know, which, not to, you know, since we're going to keep this on therapy, some of therapeutic techniques that want us to too quickly move away from anger, to too quickly move
Covered
to,
up,
not
and
that,
it's,
you know,
yeah.
I was listening to a podcast on the use of gratitude, for instance. Now, you should have a gratitude journal, and you should begin the day by thinking of 12 things you should be gracious of.
Okay.
That is a wonderful idea, no, but if we're not careful, those become ways to avoid us giving ourselves the opportunity to pound on the keyboard, you know. And that my worry is that, particularly when I train therapists, we have a thing called Casement's rule, and it's the idea that we want our interventions to at least mostly be in the service of the people we're working with, our patients. But oftentimes they're not. We are uncomfortable with their anger, so we quickly try to move them away from it because it bothers us. So you want to be able to stay and dwell. You want to be able to, you know, and I think that's part of what can be powerful in his Mr. Rogers' pause. He allows a space for bad feelings to come in. You know, there's a saying that I often say, particularly with beginning therapists, because the one thing they're the most afraid of is someone coming in and being suicidal. And I always like to say, well, you know what? Someone saying they're suicidal is a wonderful first start.
Yeah.
That's a good place, you know. Let's stay there a second. We don't, you know, that is honest, that is real. It'd be a lousy place to get stuck at, but it's a wonderful place to start. And if you don't even start there, if you too quickly move away from it, if you quickly move in all sorts of directions with feelings that you're uncomfortable with, then you're not starting. And Rogers had a really good way, I think, of being able to get it to starting it, from that non-anxious presence, that pause, that capacity to be, you know, to be present as best he could.
Well, he took on all of that and portrayed it throughout his work, and as you talked about with some of those shows. I'm just wondering, we need a Mr. Rogers now. Are there any other role models now? I know that's a question that might invoke some comment, but are there?
Well, you know, this is controversial.
Is there somebody out there who are role models?
Donald
like
Trump.
Okay.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not.
Okay, maybe not.
I think it's funny because, in a way, if we wanted to look at Obama before Trump, Obama displayed. Some people would say he was cold. But he had a coolness about him that was a non-anxious presence. I mean, he seemed unflappable and often had this ability to, you know, but if we had sort of role models, you know, I'm not sure. I look for, Mr. Rogers, because he has been, he's obviously now embedded in our culture, so he still is a role model. I mean, we continue to see these movies about him. He continues to come back, so there's that. But that's a good question. I wonder who.
I don't have a great answer for that question either, but I almost think that it's among us, in our communities. It's those people who are doing those kinds of things within our communities that don't make the news. They're not the headlines. They're not shaking their fist at someone and displaying their anger or toughness and that kind of thing. It's just the quiet people that we all know, and we probably could point to a lot of people who
not the really quiet people, because you're going to find bodies in their backyard.
Right. Don't go to the extreme on that. Yes, that's true. That's true. But just doing good things and helping other people. And this is a holiday time of the year now, and so you begin to see people a little bit more out there that taking care of others and doing those kinds of things. So maybe they're among us around. We just don't get to see them on the big screen or the news broadcast.
Or maybe the goal would be, maybe this is a takeaway to be able to think about, is that maybe we can practice being that person.
Okay.
That I think that ultimately Rogers' idea would be not that we have to, that and what happens once you've achieved some dyadic regulation, you have the capacity to both soothe yourself, but then to soothe others. And so I think the goal would be, how do we create that with everyone around us? How do we model it?
Right.
So there's the possibility of being able to sort of take this torch, this spark, and to be able to carry it forward, and to be able to be both a lighted way for others, but also to light that flame in other folks as well. And that may be the thing that, so maybe it's a matter of being generative, right? Of being you being that person.
Yeah, I think so. Take it on, and see what the results are of doing something like that. If we all had, as you said earlier, those moments where we didn't have the perfect childhood and all the great role models of every moment throughout our development, that there's some gaps there, and we need to look for ways to understand that. So start with yourself, maybe. All right. So you're recommending the movie, I take it?
I think you can see the movie. I think it's good. It's a good movie.
All right. Well, maybe I could talk Dr. Hackett into going. And
it's no Midsummer.
Thank you. Or
The Lighthouse.
Lighthouse.
Which we all saw. Everyone in this room saw The Lighthouse together.
Everyone in this room did see The Lighthouse, and we were traumatized, me especially. But maybe Dr. Hackett, he maybe wrote out that film better than I did. But
well, the puppets in there were cool. I like the puppets. That was the fun part. Wasn't that in there?
I'm not sure, but
it's funny. You know,
seagulls are,
Hackett reminds me a little of the lighthouse keeper guy. What's his Defoe?
Yeah, Willem Dafoe. Oh yeah,
yeah, but a young Willem Dafoe.